Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Tuesday morning. Good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. It's raining in Lagos, not heavily though, and I hope it is good where you are. Whether it's raining, sunny, or whatever, you just have to be good today. Welcome to VOP this morning. Now, in the next 2 hours or so, we'll take you through interesting trending stories in the politics in Nigeria. What is going on? 2027 is around the corner. A lot is happening in the political scene. So we'll take you through all of that. First, we'll go to the appeal court that has ordered stay of execution on judgment registering ADC and others. Away from that, NDC moves to end political defections, orders candidates to swear affidavits, and the Senate President Godswill Akpabio suspends legislative recess over insecurity. Now, these are the major topics of discussion this morning. But beyond that, we also have other interesting trending stories. In case you didn't know, we are streaming live on SLTV channel 264, on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. Come along with us as we take you through all these interesting stories. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us.
Good morning. Welcome to VOP this morning. I'm Jane Ogoye, and it's always a pleasure to have you join us every morning.
All right, good to have you join us indeed. Now let's go to some of the conversation. I am Moses Humphrey. Nigerian media personality and actor Denrele Edu has explained why he symbolically married himself while celebrating his 45th birthday. Now, the entertainer, born as Adenrele Oluwafemi Edu, shared a video on social media announcing the unconventional union on June 13, which has sparked widespread reaction online. Now, he got married to himself in a ceremony. Well, Denrele explained that the self-marriage was a celebration of his journey through years of highs and lows, reflecting on his life at 45. He said he chose to honor the one person who had remained with him through every stage of his journey. He added that a symbolic union represented an embrace of every version of himself. Oh well, we're moving away from hardcore politics now, talking entertainment this morning, and this is quite entertaining to see. Denrele, well, we all know him. I think Professor Okoro should know him. Professor.
Unfortunately, I used to know him, but I don't know him anymore.
Oh, wow.
Well, this is quite some theatrics. Interesting to know. He's been conflict about the gender, whatever. But it's good for the young man. He has decided to stay single, basically. That's what this is. Marrying yourself does not really, it's not a thing, really.
Yeah, in Nigeria.
So you're just basically saying, look, you want to stay single? It's fine. To stay single. But Nigerians are talking about, social changes, how people are pressured into marriage, how not everybody should get married. Well, not everybody gets married, really. If you feel like it's not working for you, you can decide not to. Not everybody wants children as well. It's when God made man, he gave man free will. So you have the liberty to decide what you want to be known as, how you want to live your life. It's really your choice. And this is not something I want to dwell on anyway. But congratulations to Denrele for marrying himself. Good for him.
Indeed, good for him. In fact, when I saw the video a few days back, because interestingly, he's my birthday mate, the first thing that just came to mind was his long staying power. Denrele and I attended the same primary school. And interestingly, he's always been like this, very eccentric and very over the top. I recall when he joined us in my primary school, somewhere around here, actually, interestingly. One of those days we were on the assembly ground.
Don't know where here is, but that's okay.
All right. One of those days we were on the assembly ground, and I just realized that all my classmates, then I was in primary 1, he was in like 2-3 classes ahead of me. I noticed everybody was just turning around, and then I saw this guy with this punk hair, distracting the whole class. Very light-skinned, used to be very much more light-skinned than this. And then I recall the principal calling him, taking him off the assembly line, and he came back to school the following day, and that was the last time I ever saw him in school. I would later go on to realize that that's Derele. In short, I've had cause to interview him twice. And I recall asking him, and he did confirm. So one thing he has got going for him is that long staying power and knowing how to get Nigerians talking. He has been able to reinvent himself, evolve through the years, and just keep staying relevant. So
yes,
whether or not,
I think that is it for me.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, like Moses, for everything that Moses said, I took one good thing. Not that he didn't say other good things. He said it is theatrics, and this is clearly theatrics.
It's theatrics.
It's entertaining.
Yeah.
And I think the Renule has been out of the radar for a long time now, or for a while.
He hasn't.
To me, because I have not been following him. I don't have to follow him. But I think he's just trying to make a comeback with all of this. Good luck to him. Congratulations for marrying himself.
Yeah, he went off the radar when Bobrisky took over.
No, he was still, he's still been there. Though.
Yes, he went on. And so he's trying to reinvent himself, to stay relevant.
So,
but
basically, when you talk about him as a child having such haircuts, and of course, I'm sure that wasn't allowed by the school
at all.
But he was at what age would you say he was at that time? Approximately not maybe 10, 11, 12?
No, he should be like
not even up to 10.
No, he should be like 13 or 14.
13 or 14.
Because he was in a higher class.
So was he doing that out of his own volition?
I don't know, but he's always
did
been...
his parents allow
his parents.
Him? So basically,
his parents. He's always been a non-conformist.
Responsible for...
He's always been a non-conformist.
Not just his parents. Not just his parents.
That's his identity.
Society.
That's his personality.
You see, it's
you don't
not
have
just
an
about his
identity
personality. It's not just about his personality. It's about what society condones at each turn. Like you said, that day, he disappeared in school. Probably he was asked not to come.
I think he was.
Cut the hair or not to come. So talking about that, it reminds me how Nigerians at some point were, even after colonialism and all of that, and we still had to kowtow to the influences of Westerners and foreigners. I had these two young men in my school too, who were born in the United States, Florida to be very specific. When they came to school from Florida, they were doing weird things. And things that ordinarily, we that were born in the villages, if we do those things, we'll be flogged and all of that. But those kids, when they do those things, the school authorities, the prefects will more like pamper them, And I'm like, what is the meaning of all of this? We also had two Lebanese in my class, in my school. And that was during the Lebanese war. And so they ran back to Nigeria. Their mother was Lebanese, their father was Nigerian. And so when they came back, they came to my school. And very permissive. They will do things that, if we do those things, we'll be punished. But if they do those things, they'll get away with it. And so it's the fault of society to condone those excesses.
Okay, so I just wanted to quickly I've interviewed Derele twice. And in all of that, a lot of the permissiveness is from his childhood. He's always been like this.
Because his parents...
And then he's also of mixed...
he's of mixed parentage, yes.
His mom is like 4 times mixed. Indian, Lebanese, I think Turkish, and then Nigerian. So his roots is...
maybe his DNA or whatever is what is
Mr. Akure.
Winning all of that. Let's move away from that.
Let's move away.
Let's come back to a normal course, something that we talk about practically every day, and is insecurity. The government of Katsina State has announced fresh security measures aimed at curbing banditry, kidnapping, and other criminal activities in the state. Well, the new measures by Governor Diko Umaru Rada's government include a statewide ban on the sale and transportation of fuel in jerry cans. This is not the first time we are getting to hear this. It happened in Borno State, as well as restriction on activities, believed to fuel insecurity. Well, the executive order issued after an emergency security meeting involving security agencies, traditional rulers, and other critical stakeholders. Under the new directive, the sale, purchase, transportation, and storage of petroleum products in jerry cans have been prohibited across Katsina State with immediate effect. The government said the decision was taken to prevent fuel from being diverted to bandits and other criminal elements operating in the forest and remote areas. Well, that is it. Like I said, this is not the first time we are getting to hear about this measure. This measure was given some time in Borno State. Did it work? It didn't work because the government on its own went and bought motorbikes for indigents in those local communities. So if you stop the sale of fuel, in fact, in Borno State, it was not even just in jerry cans. In some localities, in some communities, whether in filling stations were shut and all of that, because the argument was that when people buy in jerry cans, when they even buy in vehicles and motorbikes, they siphon, in jerry cans and now give to the bandits and kidnappers, terrorists, and all of that. And so they stopped it. But did it work? It didn't work. And so we keep going back and forth on this issue of insecurity. Bet me, we can come back to it in the next 3 months. It's either the government relaxes it or the government on its own ignores it, while people, break the law and all of that. So it doesn't solve the problem. We keep talking about insecurity. This insecurity problem has many layers. It's either you cut off the source of funding, that is number one. That is the root. Because when we talk about these things, we do what we call a minimalist approach. Let us solve the problem now and then look at the long-term measure. It doesn't solve the problem. Maximalist, total, from the root, cut it off, source of funding, the order of prospective recruits into it. Educate the people. Educate the people. On very few occasions do we have graduates, people that went to colleges of education, technical or universities in Nigeria and abroad, get involved, in banditry and all of that. I'm not saying that we don't have very educated people. That is the core. But I'm looking at the masses, the foot soldiers and all of that. If you educate these people, they will ordinarily, push back the frontiers of ignorance and not get involved in this kind of activities. They put their lives in danger, lives of other people in danger. They're indoctrinated, radicalized, and all of that. And so government keeps doing a circle show instead of getting to the root of the problem. The ban this, the ban that, you integrate people, and all of that. It has not solved the problem. If the government is sincere in solving the problem of insecurity, trust me, they know what to do. And within 3-6 months, they'll clear it.
And you've pretty much said everything, but I think that in addition to banning all of this, they need to have like an aggressive cushioning, an economic cushioning, because when you ban people's source of livelihood because you want to curb insecurity, the people, what do they fall back on? What are the palliative measures, to borrow their language? What are the palliative measures in place so that they don't return to crime? When you ban sale of petroleum products in jerry cans and what have you, what's left for those people to fall back to? Because ideally they say an idle man is a devil's workshop. So if people don't have a veritable source of income, what do? And we do know that one of the reasons why banditry, insecure terrorism is rife in northeastern Nigeria is because of poverty. You'll have a lot of people who are sympathetic to the plight or the activities of these bandits, and then illiteracy, and to a large extent, we also have the religious factor. So once you cut supply, where do these people fall back to? What do? And I think we should stop being reactive. We should stop. We're a very reactive country. We are being run by reactive government officials. Can we not foresee things before they happen? Where is the place of intelligence? If the late military boss wasn't, if he wasn't involved in this situation, maybe nothing would have happened. So let's also back up some of this talk with, some proactive measures. I'm really tired because it seems as though it's the same old thing. We talk tough, and let's even see if they can implement it at the end of the day. Because now that they've cut this channel, we'll get to see a lot of smuggling and illicit activities in the long run.
Well, those things have been happening. Smuggling, government has come out a lot of times. Government of different states would say, even in Lagos, there was a time Lagos banned the use of Okada in certain areas. There was even a time Lagos impounded a trailer load of Okada coming into Lagos. So in the northern part of Nigeria, they ban Okada, they ban sale of fuel into jerry cans. In fact, did that solve the problem? No, we didn't. Now, why would people support terrorists? It's majorly out of fear because they've lost faith in government to protect them. We have a situation whereby terrorists in some states they collect taxes. They write letters to communities telling them that, look, they will come. And when they do, if you don't pay, they will destroy your homes. They will kill your family members. They will kill you. And people don't trust government to protect them. So people will do the bidding of these guys. So they tell them, bring farm produce and the rest of them, and people take them to them. In Oyo State, where in Orire community, where the school children and teachers were kidnapped from, a woman came on social media and lamented that, she was making sales. I think she sells food. So at a certain point in time, she saw a lot of people were coming to her to buy food, and these were the terrorists when they came to survey the area. And she said, yeah, that she made a lot of sales, but if she had known that they were terrorists, they were bad people, she probably would have raised alarm. So it boils down, there's another angle to this now. When we see strange faces around us, how many of us ask questions? How many of us say, who are you? Where are you coming from? What are you doing in this area? We just mind our business. And that's not our culture. That's not how it used to be. We used to be more conscious, and we used to be what some would call our brother's keeper before now. But now everybody just minds their business. So it's a complex problem. It's banning POS operators. And then when genuine people receive monies from family and friends outside, how then would they access the monies? We also know that in communities, there are communities where banks don't operate. I mean, even in urban areas, it's quite difficult to get monies from the ATM or the banking hall itself. You have to depend on POS operators. How much more those residing in those areas where there is lack of internet access? Then they are basically cut off from the reality of things. So this will worsen the lives of the people around there, and it will not curb insecurity. It will not deter the terrorists from getting produce and from attacking communities. I think government should and can do better.
They should do better, because this is pretty much, like you said, just treating the surface without going to the root cause of the issue. Let's just move on. The Nigerian Navy has discovered a concealed crude oil storage site used to facilitate crude oil theft in the Niger Delta. The Director of Naval Information, Captain Abiodun Folorunsho, made this known in an operational report released in Abuja on Tuesday. According to him, the operation was conducted by personnel of the Nigerian Navy ship Delta under Operation Delta Sentinel, following actionable intelligence on suspected crude oil theft activities around the Ubokodo Creek axis of Delta State. He said subsequent exploitation of the site uncovered approximately 17,000 liters of products suspected to be stolen crude oil stored within the camouflage reservoir. He said the site also showed clear indications of recent crude oil theft activities and was assessed to have served as a temporary storage point within illicit supply network. He, however, said the integration of intelligence-led operations and aerial surveillance capabilities continue to enhance the Nigerian Navy's ability to detect and disrupt such illegal activities. Well, this is a brilliant one. It's one we should commend. And interestingly, the location just rang a bell, because that's where my husband comes from. So it's interesting. I'll get more information from him when I get home. But this is good. I also think that we should move beyond physical surveillance and begin to deploy technology, more of technology, aerial surveillance. This is 2026. We can't just rely on speedboats alone and physical surveillance, because of the sophistication of this network of oil theft. It's a thriving business there in the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, and it's a cartel. So for them to even infiltrate it, they may have to do a lot of intelligence groundwork and, of course, aerial surveillance. But by and large, it's a good one. We need to see more of this. And away from oil theft, I really wish that, our waterways could be more secured. I mean, that's one of the roles of the Nigerian Navy. I mean, in Nigeria, security-wise. So I think we should see more of that.
Jane,
it's good.
That's not only where your husband comes from. That is where you come from too. We have African values. If you are married from one place to the other,
I intentionally said it because I knew you would say.
I knew. React. So that is where you come from, not just your husband. Because he married you. Well, in all honesty, this is good, but let's get to the root of the matter.
Yes.
Who are behind it? It is not enough to bust it. Because this is not a run-of-the-mill operation. It's by people up there. So where does it take me? It takes me to the fact that, well, we removed fuel subsidy because a few Nigerians, were changing us and all of that. Those Nigerians, what has happened to them? Nothing up until this moment. And the rest of us are bearing the brunt of removal of fuel subsidy. And they walked away with billions of naira up until today not accounted for, unfortunately. So it is not enough to discover and destroy. You have to find out who is behind this, because if you don't, they will continue. It's a cartel. So you have to go after them. And the president should stop telling us that the cabal, the cartel, the bad guys, they're after him and all of that. He has the state power, the executive power to do anything in this country and make this place work for all of us.
Indeed.
Well, that's pretty much what has been said. Let's take a break now. Let's go to the papers. Let's see what the papers have for us this morning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. Now, let's get into papers, newspaper headlines. From the Guardian newspaper, these are the headlines. Digital adoption leaves 300 LGs stranded, dependent on POS agents. I am ready to risk my life for release of Orire abductees, Makinde vows. Gencos raise concern over fresh 1 trillion naira debt, decry 2.376 trillion naira stranded power. Petrol remains 1,350 naira per litre in Abuja amid crashing oil prices. Dangote effects 75 naira cut. And then we also have these headlines. The vanishing bank branch, over 30,000 adults per bank branch. We'll dive into all of this during newspaper review at 10 o'clock. Atiku, Mac, lead opposition pushback as appeal court halts party deregistration. That, of course, is one of the conversation we have for you this morning. We won't bow to forces of darkness, intimidation, says Adeleke. Senate denies Ashomale's forgery allegation over Natasha's suspension. FG records 150 terrorism convictions as Tinubu hails Bastuji's elimination. Court dismisses Yahaya Bello's jurisdiction suit in 110.4 billion naira fraud trial. How Showore lost in his alleged rights violation suit against SSS, its DG. Ripple invests in Flutterwave at $3.2 billion valuation to improve cross-border payments. Now, those are the headlines on the cover page of the Guardian newspaper. And that's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines. Don't forget, 10 o'clock, we'll get deeper into these headlines, making sense of it all. In the meantime, let's look at what it means as the appeal court orders stay of execution on judgment to the Register, ADC, and 4 other parties. Right after this break, stay with us.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the streets,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, The truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. If you are just joining us, this is VOP this morning. We apologize profusely for that short delay. Let's quickly run into it. Now, the Court of Appeal in Abuja has suspended the execution of the judgment delivered by Justice Peter Lifu, deregistering the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Action People's Party, APP, Action Alliance, AA, Accord Party, AP, and Zenith Labour Party, ZLP. Well, the appellate court described the development as the highest form of judicial impertinence, stating that the trial judge brazenly disregarded its earlier order. That's the order of the appeal court. The panel of justices held that Justice Lifu exhibited judicial rascality by going ahead to hear and make the order despite the order of the Court of Appeal and the pendency of the matter before the court. It ordered the stay of the execution of the judgment, while the appellate court held that Justice Lifu's action amounted to an affront to the hierarchy of courts. It also held that the lower court's action was the highest form of judicial impertinence, stressing that the Supreme Court held that a judge who acted in such a manner is unfit for the bench, as it amounts to judicial rascality. Well, we've been joined in the studio here to help us make sense of this, Mr. Darlington Agombo. Mr. Agombo is a lawyer, but he appears there in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. In the course of the show, we'll be joined by guests from our stations in Oka, Benin, and other places. Mr. Agombo, stay of execution of that judgment. Can you give us a legal interpretation to all of that?
Yes. The principle of hierarchy of courts is well understood by those in that jurisdiction. And what does it mean? It means that whenever litigants are not satisfied with what the lower court have done or said, the next thing is to go to the higher court. And if you are, and who is that higher court? The appeal court. And we are talking of maybe federal high court or state high court. They all have a coordinate jurisdiction. So if a matter is decided at that level and you are not satisfied, you go for appeal. And if you are not satisfied with the appeal, you now go to the Supreme Court. That is what we call hierarchy of courts. Okay, it was not intended that a superior court will take a decision, then a lower court will counter it.
Okay.
It was never intended. That was not the intention of a hierarchy of courts. But we have seen it in Nigeria. Yesterday, I lamented on it that if our judiciary had gotten to this level, then there is a problem. Serious problem. That a superior court will take a decision on a matter, then a lower court will counter it.
Okay, now, I want you to give us some legal education here. I might understand, but I want the listener, the viewer at home to understand. Now, going to appeal that judgment, does it guarantee the stay of execution, or you have to make a separate application, stay of execution first, then you make an appeal?
You have to, when they say stay of execution, that means you should wait.
No, I understand. Do you have to, when you apply for a stay of execution, does it necessarily mean that you have appealed the matter?
When there is a stay of execution,
okay,
you, the litigant, have to wait to hear the final decision of that court. You don't need to take any further step. That is the meaning. And so, when there is a stay of execution by an appeal court, and somebody went to a lower court, maybe federal high court, that person is in breach. Is in clear breach. And the judge that entertained that matter is equally being funny. That's how to put it.
Which is what the appeal court...
Exactly. Exactly. Why should the judge entertain a matter that is already at the appeal court? And they say, stay of execution. You now ordered. The appeal court that says stay of execution, you mean they couldn't have said otherwise? And you, a lower court, now said they should go ahead.
Okay, so the stay of execution was ordered yesterday by the appeal court.
It was already there. It was that they reiterated it. It was already there at that of our court. It was already there.
It was, okay, on that of our court, it was already there.
Exactly.
Okay, so does that exempt the ADC and other, does that include the ADC and other parties?
Exactly. That's what they are going to debate on.
Okay.
Yes, it will now involve them because at that time it was only a court party.
Okay, so now the other parties have to make a fresh application.
Exactly.
Question of execution.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And so, as a lawyer, do you think that Justice Peter Lifu acted out of ignorance, or does it look like he didn't know, the matters, the merits of the case before?
This particular judge, I don't know why they have not sanctioned him. Remember the case in Kano, the Kano Emirate imbroglio. It was the same judge. Due to that of Rivers. So why is it always this particular judge? Why? And the NJC is looking at him. They are watching him. Meanwhile, remember, just recently, some judges were sanctioned, some were demoted, some were suspended for this type of misconduct. So why is the LIFO always there? Go and check all the decisions this man has taken. It does not pass through judicial competence. It did not. Some lawyers have said it severally. And so this particular one now, the agency should not let it go like that. They should sanction him. Because look at what the court is saying, the appeal court, that judicial rascality, affront to the hierarchy of court. Affront. And now putting the litigants in in jeopardy. They don't know which court to obey. Is it the appeal court or the federal high court?
Okay, so in all of this now, let's move away from your position as a lawyer, as a political analyst. How soon do you think that this case could be dispensed with? Because what it means is that all these parties go on with their campaigns. I mean, if the timeline for campaigns are open, they go ahead with whatever you are doing, because the court had said stay of execution of the order. Asking the courts, asking INEC to deregister these political parties. So.
They will continue with the activities.
Okay, not knowing how it will turn out.
Exactly, they will continue with the activities because as at now, there is no burden on them. As at today. Yes, with what has happened now, there is no burden on them. That decision by the Federal High Court is null and void because the appeal court have said so. So they can continue with the activities.
Is it that it is declared null and void, or they will wait until the appeal court says, well, we are vacating the order of the lower court?
No, they will not. They will stay what? They will continue with the activities.
No. I'm not talking about the political parties continuing with the activities. You said the stay of execution has nullified the order of the lower court.
Exactly.
Does that, without the appeal hearing the matter?
That is what the court, the parties involved, that is what they are going to canvass at the appeal.
But the appeal has not delivered judgment.
Mr. Okoro, when they say stay of execution, that means you are not going to stop these people from doing what they are doing until it is decided.
All right then.
If you now say What do you know what stay of execution? That is, don't execute whatever you are.
No, you got me confused because you said that the decision of the appeal court to say stay of execution means that they have nullified the judgment of the lower court. That was what you said.
Is that
so the appeal has heard the matter?
When they say stay of execution, that means don't carry out that action until we decide.
Does that make it a nullity?
Sorry?
Does that make it a nullity?
No, please get it right. That is how the law works here. Because most times when these things are not broken down, a layman will not misinterpret it whichever way. Mr. Okoro, you are going to the market. You have been given order to go and buy something in the market. Abi? Good. Somebody now said, I don't want you to go to that market. Meanwhile, it is your senior, your father that sent you to the market. And then one boy on the road will say, don't go to that market. Will you obey the boy that told you or your father that sent you to the market? Please tell me.
All right.
The analogy doesn't work, but let's
leave I wanted you, Barrister, I would have loved for you to break it down.
Okay,
just like he asked. Does this mean that they can still proceed or they should just hold?
I have told you here, it does not stop the parties from doing their thing. It does not, can never. That's what I told you.
I understood all of that. But my problem, what I didn't understand was that Mr. Agomore here said the stay of execution, which was ordered by the appeal court, means that the decision of the lower court is null and void. And so I asked him, does it look like the appeal court has sat on that matter said... No. So that's what I wanted to understand.
They have not. They are still
okay, and now you've answered it.
You've answered the question.
They are going to decide on it. That's why they say stay.
But in the interim, these parties can continue.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agomore. Let's go virtual now. Let's meet Dr. Chukwunonso Ikesiobi. Thank you very much for joining the conversation. I understand we also have Alhaji Ahmed Ebareke join the conversation from our Benin station. Gentlemen, welcome to the conversation. We'd like to establish contact with you, Dr. Ikesiobi, so we can get your audio feed. Are you there? Do we have Dr. Chukwunonso Ikesiobi with us? Okay. Well, I understand we seem to have a problem with the audio. I think he's not getting the audio. Let's rectify that before we throw questions at him. Let's go to our Benin station now, where we have Mr. I beg your pardon, Alhaji Ahmed Ebareke. Good to have you join the conversation this morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
I wanted to just ensure that I could get your audio feed too. Well, is it Uhuru for the parties? Are they home and dry with this stay of execution by the appellate court? Or should they be treading carefully this time around, knowing that after the hearing, after elections in Osun State, something else might come up?
Thank you so much. It's not yet it's not yet a victory for them because the matter is still yet be into by the appeal. Like as our legal luminary body as earlier said, it's just a stay out of execution so that the INEC will not execute the judgment of the first court, while the appeal moves straight over the matter to look into it very well. So the parties should be very careful and cautious of the way now, but stop them from proceeding for their campaign. But this is Nigeria judiciary system, for God's sake. Where funny judgments sometimes are released to the air. Once that is done, one cannot actually do more than that. We know the case, how number became number one at the Supreme Judgment, and Evans never. So nobody can tell after the appeal the issue, probably giving them high hopes that they should proceed. The judgment of the first court is non void. What happened at the Supreme Court? Supreme Court just come up on the 18th of January, while election is January, and the registry them. So what happened? After the election on the 19th, before results are released, Supreme Court is passing judgment to them. The parties are still going to be, they are 2 feet as the ground, not until the Supreme Court finally judge. So everything lies on the Supreme Court from the way I'm looking at it. If at the end of the day the appeal favors these parties, the same individual who took this matter to court at the case may not the appeal, they may decide to go to Supreme. So the whole thing is a matter to be worried about. But I wish them all the best so that at the end they should just allow these parties to fly their case and allow the election to be a free and fair thing, because this is democracy, and one of the ingredients of a successful democracy is to have a fresh to bring your leaders opinion this morning, sir.
All right, then. So let me stay with you for a little bit longer as we try to rectify the audio from our Benin station, from our excuse me, Orca station, where Dr. Ekesiobi is. So, how do you react to the interest of the body that instituted this suit in the first instance, a forum of past political, past legislators? The interest. Some have said that, look, that association was formed solely for this purpose of destabilizing other political parties. How do you react to that? And how can we protect smaller, in quote, political parties going forward?
Thank you. You rightly said, this association in this battle for this 2027, I have never heard of it before. It was during this, especially this, that was when I started hearing this name, this very particular association. And we informed that one of their sponsors or supporters is the current chief of staff to the president of the country. Honestly, these are people who benefited from and democracy as it is. But why they are scared of parties, and why they will not allow parties to just fly. These parties that they are mentioning right now, ADC for a legislator, two-term legislator who just come to APC. Court party we are talking about cheap candidates that were talking that yes, there are so many, I don't want to use parties now, so many who do not even have strength in one state or a but with these very ones that the registered now have cut across the movement, and they are feeding a for this particular election. Don't you just leave them, have their candidates to fly, and you focus on your own. You were a speaker of the representatives. You never made moves to ensure our becomes a pride in Africa. This same foreigners, we have not really seen them where we need to make laws to actually this country. They now be so stabilizing a political party. All these things, so many questions that deserve an answer. So, but if it's seriously to discourage party for you to have an edge in the 2027 presidential election, I think that will be a matter taken to. So the energy in ensuring that being passed to ensure that banditries, terrorism, and are taken to the barest minimum.
All right, then.
They should also be there to ensure that the economy of this sector, so that the local people have ends meet at the end. They should be there that our minimum increase, not this 70,000 to a good huge amount of money that can actually take somebody home. These are
right,
things for not deregistering political parties.
Oh, well, it's not, well, I understand your point there, but it's not the role of INEC to ensure that salaries are increased or insecurity is taken care of. INEC will do it.
This forum of legislators or whatever they
Forum
call
of
them.
former legislators. Okay.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the network isn't very clear, so we lost, a bit of some of the things you said there because of the poor quality of the network. But I hope in subsequent conversations we'll have a better output. But let's go to Oka, where Dr. Ekesiobi is standing by. Dr. Ekesiobi, thank you very much for standing by. And talking about the registering political parties now, we have a lot of parties, and we have. Well, some would say we don't even have up to 200 political parties. If you want to compare our democracy to what holds sway in America, where they have about 200 political parties, registered political parties, but we get to hear majorly about 2. And well, for our peculiar situation, and this issue of the registering parties because of inability to meet a certain threshold of participation, 25% participation across board, will that strengthen our democracy? Or will it erode on the freedom of association that our Constitution upholds?
Well, thank you very much. I think the first thing to look at is what we conceptualize as a political party. Is it as an ideological driven association or a group that intends to pursue, the interests of people using a particular means or a particular ideology, or it's just a vehicle to what we see in this part of the world is more or less vehicles where political parties are just, will I say, concocted together by people whose major interest is to, take power for the sake of it, and not necessarily to improve the well-being of those who they intend to govern. And that is why when you see these kind of things playing out, you don't get surprised. I remember when we used to have just 2 or 3 political parties in the past, since our return to democracy in '99. Then it took efforts like the late Gani Fawemi and co. When they came up with these other political parties to serve as alternatives to the presumed high-handedness and unconcerned nature of these existing political parties. So if you look at how far we have evolved, political parties have not really lived up to the expectation.
Okay.
And if you watch what is happening with the PDP, what is happening with the PDP, who at some point boasted that they will be in power for the next 60 years, you can see that same thing is almost beginning to play out in the ruling party and even other existing parties. So the fact that you can wake up and float a party and without the party having grassroots connections, and you allow that party to exist for the sake of having political parties on the ballot, it's crazy. So it's quite unfortunate that we are having this drama. And I want to say that even if we want to, allow this madness to continue on the political side, it should not get our judiciary involved. Our judiciary has been passing through a lot. And I think that if care is not taken, it may begin to fail some stress tests as far as its independence and its fairness and transparency is concerned.
If I understand you clearly, you're saying if certain individuals come together and they feel they don't align, their ideology does not align with the political parties that hold sway, that have the majority of seats. They cannot form their own party on the side and try to galvanize support. They should just align with the parties that already holding sway.
You see, the issue now is that what is, like I asked the question earlier, what is the motive behind setting up, political parties?
To win electoral seats. That's basically.
That's why when this issue of, I think I read in the news not too long ago about consideration for independent candidacy and the rest.
Yes.
If that thing can happen, you see all this madness with political parties will come to an end. Yes.
All right then.
Because it's because of the way our political system is structured. That is why parties are having to bicker, having to struggle for unnecessary issues and dragging our judiciary into the madness.
Oh well, that's politics. That's basically what it is. Well, let's get concluding thoughts.
It should be done decently, even if it's politics. It should be done responsibly.
All right then. I'll come back to you for your concluding thoughts on this matter. But let's get concluding thoughts from Mr. Darlington here.
Yes, Moses, when you have a fledgling political party or country that is learning the rules when it comes to democracy or politics, mistakes are bound to be made. Are you getting it? Now, is it the greater need to allow people to crawl before they will run that is more important? Or for you now to use your position to now make sure that these other smaller parties does not grow? That means you don't want the country to grow because nothing happened in a first swoop. No. Every country learned their ropes. Even the America will copy this democracy from. Go and check how they were before 1878. It was not easy. But they allowed some of these things to develop on its own. If you listen to Abdul Salami Abubakar, he said that AD was not even qualified to contest the 1999 election. But he allowed it. Is it not that ADC that transformed into ACN or whatever, and then AC to ACN, and now culminated into APC? True or false? So these are the things we are talking about here. Now, coming to the registering political parties, bosses, if somebody have offended, you have to remind him. That's what the law says. That is why whenever there is a contempt of court, the court will order that you be served from 48. That is to come and show cause why you should not be dealt with for what you did. And mostly it is the court official, maybe the registrar of the court, that will serve you that form. And when they are not satisfied, they will serve you from 48. That is committal. At every point in time, you are given the opportunity to defend yourself. In this case now, did I not write to this political party to come and show us why you should not be deregistered? This is a very valid argument that anybody can present anywhere.
But I'm sure they'll present that during the appeal.
So did I not even do their due diligence before going ahead with whatever they were ordered to do?
Well, INEC hasn't gone ahead. INEC did not go ahead.
So what I'm saying in essence is that all these things that we are trying to, we said we want to grow democracy. We should be very, very careful so that we don't destroy what we want to build.
All right.
If it were so, there are so many infractions APC committed before PDP allowed them to exist. But they didn't bother. It's on record. Now look at what APC has become. They say they are the biggest growing political party in the whole world. If they were shut down at that initial change, would they be what they are today?
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Darlington Agumo, who is a lawyer and a public affairs commentator. And let me come to Alhaji Ibarake. Let's get your concluding thoughts on this one. And also, I would like you to share with us what you think should be done to Justice Lifu if the judiciary feels like if this is judicial rascality, should there be some sort of punitive measures?
Thank you. If at the end of the day discover that his actions are that of, rascality, or just trying to favor, the powers that be, then the NJC knows what the suspension can be given to him to learn his lessons, and so being called back again in his duties. I believe at that time it was the right thing. All I am begging for is that there should level playing ground for every political party to take part in this. If you are doing well, people will definitely vote for you and campaign what you can do best, and let people see the trust in you and you. This political party of a thing is just a name. The person using the flag is the most important thing. Because as far as Nigeria, no political party have an ideology. Every one of them, the head of that particular party, not a president, decides to do like without the political party ideology, because none of them even have. So this political party thing should not be headache. Whether it's ADC or it's Accord or it's APC, or the individual is the most important thing, because none of them are in principles. Because if there's I see no reason why somebody would jump in. 2 years ago you were in another political party. So does that mean that the both political parties have the same ideology like you? So if it does, so what is the reason of jumping ship? So this is individual. Party should be allowed to do their thing and allow election to go on free and fair, please. Thank you.
Away from that conversation to another, still talking politics now. NDC moves to end political defections. Orders candidates to swear affidavit. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest.
Welcome back. The national leadership of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, has introduced a strict anti-defection policy requiring all its governorship and National Assembly candidates to sign mandatory indemnity forms and swear affidavits ahead of the 2027 general elections. The party stated that it will legally rely on these sworn court documents to reclaim its mandate if any elected official leaves the party after winning an election. Speaking at the party's national secretariat in Abuja, the national chairman of the NDC, Senator Moses Cleopas, explained that the measure is designed to build long-term institutional discipline and halt the widespread political culture of post-election defections in Nigeria. He emphasized that the electoral mandate fundamentally belongs to the party and the voters rather than individual candidates. The national chairman also cited past defections within other political organizations to highlight the necessity of these internal safeguards. The national legal advisor of the NDC, Ruben Egwaba, provided further legal context for the decision, stating that the mandatory affidavit will serve as a binding legal undertaking. He said candidates must swear before a competent court that they understand and accept the party's anti-defection terms before their names can be processed. In his words, this provision will make it clear that once you are elected under the NDC, your mandate is tied to the party. Let's take a look at the video.
Constitution. The NWC of this party has resolved that without this affidavit being attached to your credentials that will be submitted along with your nomination form, your name cannot be uploaded in the INEC portal, because we are very serious about it. We are very, very, very serious about it, because this political party is not a movement. It's a political party that has come into existence. Legally, you can see so many litigation in court here and there. So nobody is really challenging us, because the party was duly registered in line with a far-reaching consequential order of a court of competent jurisdiction. And we want to follow the law, hook, line, and sinker. So if my advice is that
All right, we're being joined in the studio this morning by Mr. Dele Fanimo. He's a veteran reporter and journalist. Good morning, Mr. Fanimo.
Good morning.
Good to have you. Now, this is a first. Is this genius? Or is this, well, do you think the APC does not do this clearly? The PDP does not do this. So do you think with this move, the NDC will gain respect or lose politicians who want freedom?
Well, it is just not going to stand. I'm sure that the leadership of NDC is probably taking a cue from what happened in Labour Party post-election. Almost all the politicians that came on the ticket of Labour Party to the National Assembly defected as soon as they got to the floor of the House. As a matter of fact, they defected the day they collectively collected 160 million SUVs without a whimper. And the only man standing that is visible in Labour Party today is Alex Otti. So they are looking at, okay, how do we bind these people? How do we ensure that they don't have that window of opportunity? Because they know that the party is becoming popular simply because Peace Obi is there, not even Kwakwanso. So they are going to feast on that, take tickets, run, and as soon as they get to the floor of the House, they will change, they will switch. But unfortunately for this man making this statement, he did it out of emotion. He didn't study the Constitution and the electoral law. The electoral law, the Constitution guarantees freedom of association. The electoral law gave a clause as to why you can defect from one political party to the other without consequence of losing your seat. And that condition is if there is a faction in that political party, even if there is a faction in the local government, not at national level,
all right,
you can defect. And who causes disaffection within the party? Are they not the politicians? So at a Congress, maybe at World Congress, chairman of that ward slaps the secretary. And the secretary proclaims himself as the new chairman. And the assistant chairman said, no way, I am still the chairman, recognized by the law. Have you not established factions enough for you to defect to the other party? So rather than this man making this statement that will not hold waters, I think the best thing would have been for him to pressure his constituency. Maybe his representative at the National Assembly could just put up a bill repealing that particular section of the Constitution and that of the electoral law.
Let's even examine our judiciary for a bit, because the NDC has said that if any of its members wins a seat and decides to defect, that they will reclaim it in court. So let's say an NDC governor wins, becomes a governor, and then eventually wants to defect. How fast can our courts upturn that? Before 2031?
You see, there is no way that thing can stand. Except the governor didn't plan his exit. For instance, Labour Party today has existential problem. There are factions there. If Oti decides to leave Labour Party for NDC, nobody can stop him. Even if he had sworn to an affidavit that he will not leave. He will go back to that court and say, yes, as at the time I was swearing to this affidavit, there was no need for me to leave. But based on the fact that there is crisis in this political party and it's not enough for me to stand an election, and my people say, you must come and make sure that you return to this office, And the only way is to leave that party and go to a party that is stable. Okay. And so exigency of that time made me swear affidavit. But exigency of today, based on electoral law, will allow me to switch.
Okay, I like the fact that, I mean, you speak like a lawyer. I can't recall the last time you went to law school.
I never went.
Or even law faculty.
I never read law.
Now, the catch here is this. NDC had said, even before we upload your name as a candidate in the party, you have to sign
the affidavit.
The national legal advisor of the party is involved in all of this. And you know, the affidavit is not something that they will just do and ask you to sign. It becomes justiciable because you have to go to court and pay stamp duty and all of that. Yeah. So it becomes legally binding on you. Yeah. So if you do all of this, they upload your name in INEC portal, I mean, as a candidate of the party. And at some point, you begin to say, well, I am no longer interested in this party because there's a problem and all of that. If you go to court, or if the party goes to court, what do you think will be the position of the law? Having sworn to an affidavit that even before your name is uploaded, that you remain a member of the political party. Do you know, I mean, we are just speculating. Yes. None of us is a lawyer here. But I know that the national legal advisor of the party is involved in all of it. Do you think they are just being emotional, like you said, or matters?
They are just preempting what is likely to happen after the election.
Okay.
Some candidates will win, but they know that anything can happen after the election.
Okay.
But the point is, where there is a crisis, the law stands in the way of emotion and the feeling of either of the party. What I'm saying is, sometimes lawyers can couch an affidavit, but when you get to court, it can be dropped. You understand?
Okay. Anyway, in any case, until they get to the court,
because of the exigency of the time.
Well, until they get to the court,
you know that the electoral law says you cannot defect, except that's the clause.
No, that is the electoral law. Even before you get to the electoral
law,
like I said,
if they go to court, are they going to rely heavily on the affidavit alone without looking at the constitutional implication of the affidavit?
Let us not constitute a court there. When it gets to the matter, the court will decide on all of that based on the arguments of the lawyers. Okay. Well, let's quickly run to Benin City, where we still have Alhaji Evakare. Alhaji, what's your take on this? NDC, you know, when this news made, you know, it was like hush hush, and they were like, they are trying to, and it was Sahara reporters, you know, that blew it open. This is what the NDC is trying to do. And at some point, NDC was mute. Now it has come to the open. That's the national chairman of the party, Moses Cleopa or what, saying, well, this is what we need you to do. Otherwise, we will not upload your name, you know, in INEC as our candidate. How do you react to this development? Is it morally right? Is it legally right for a party to say, well, you have to swear to an affidavit of loyalty that you remain with us, come rain, come shine? What's your reaction to this?
Thank you so much. I've listened to my to the other correspondent there who have said that by the Constitution you have the freedom of association. But I also support the national chairman for that. Even if we have freedom of association, because of the fact that as a Nigerian, in terms of Nigerian politicians, they are nomadic. They are nomadic, they stay in one place. So he's trying to look for a way to see how it can keep them. How can a party, how can a politician, for example, you have won an election, you vehicle. You have not even enjoyed the vehicle after winning for 3 months or 4 months, and you are ready to dump that vehicle, and you are going to another vehicle that fought against you while we are contesting for your election. I cannot now for God's sake, as is it party today? Today, is he not delivering the dividends of democracy to his people in his state. So these people, they themselves know that people who rush down to NDC, they only came in to collect power. So they want to just get power with their, and at the end of it, they dump the chips. That's why they are not so okay. We can hold them because NDC has been there. Actually went to NDC. Merely Peter Obi went alongside with Peter Obi just to go and get the tickets so they can use the glory of Peter Obi to actually, because if not that, I don't see any reason why some of them are going to the NDC. So the NDC is also smart because they say once beaten twice shy. They are learning for the saga and they said, okay, let's think of how we can hold them. Like as you rightly said, I am not a lawyer. We are not lawyers. We don't really know. All I know is that when you saw an affidavit, that it has a force, it has a weight, and it can actually be used against you in the court of law. So if you are swearing an affidavit, depending on the content format that the party is going to give to them, that even if there is in the party as stated by the Electoral Act that you can decamp, they may put that clause inside that same oath that even if there is a crisis in the party, you are not going to jump ship with this our party and you will join them to resolve the crisis. And if that is there and he swore that kind of oath and later he jumping ship, I believe they can reclaim that mandate for him via court. Part of what they are doing, because Nigerians need to be disciplined. We need to build a party and have, the party theories. How would I say now? Principles, yes. Principles, what the party believes in. Okay. So that we will know that, yes, when NDC is in power, they are very keen at fighting insecurity, So then, will everybody know that, okay, security is too much in this country, let us support NDC because they are very good in that. If it is APC, they are very good in education. This is their principles. So we also support them. But these days, parties does not have principles at all. It's just individuals. Somebody was telling you yesterday that PDP is bad. Today you see the person use a PDP. Those who said APC Umba, today they are in APC today. So what kind of human beings are we having decisions today?
Well, is it? Is that the fault of the political parties or the fault of the society itself? Anyway, thank you very much for your take. We'll come back to you shortly. Let's go to Oka, where Dr. Ekesiobi is standing by. Dr. Ekesiobi, let me come to you now. Now, does freedom? We know what the Constitution says: freedom of association and the rest of them. Some Nigerians have even advocated for political office holders or aspirants to swear by Shango, to swear by local deities, to do, and not abandon parties and not abandon people so they can give Nigerians dividends of democracy. Nigerians have called for that. Swearing in ceremonies, Nigerians have said, look, don't swear by a religious book. Swear by local deities. But NDC now, that's the Nigerian Democratic Congress, is taking the lead in this. And of course, we know where this is coming from. We saw how people joined the Labour Party and they were fortunate to get elected, and then they abandoned the party when there was a crisis within the party. And I know a lot of people in Abuja and other parts of the country who have picked up NDC form, knowing that believing that they will ride on the wings of the political players, the big names in the NDC, and get elected. Some of them might be waiting to get their own 160 million naira vehicle and then defect to another party at the end of the day. But how justiciable is this move now made to swear an affidavit before you are uploaded on INEC portal as a member of the party? How can they actually defend this in court? What are your thoughts on this? Excuse me.
Well, I'm not a legal expert, but when you go willingly and not under duress to enter into that kind of pact, I think on your own side, you should be able to keep to those terms. Because just like you rightly pointed out, some of them are doing this or trying to be opportunistic in trying to maybe ride in the wave of the popularity or goodwill of certain political players in that party. And the NDC wants to learn from the mistakes of other political parties. From the way I see it, it is still part of our evolution as a political, our electoral system and as a democracy as a whole, in the sense that just like what we had in the last review of the Electoral Act, where it prohibits somebody after taking part in a primary in a political party, you can't go to another political party. You see, that's a way of tightening the system. And there's another aspect people are not really looking at, because if you watch what played out or what is still playing out in certain primaries in several political parties, you find out that most persons who defected ab initio from their initial political parties into the current ones, not necessarily in the ruling party alone, many of them did not get the return tickets. And that's a way of political parties indirectly saying, look, you were not faithful to your other political party. How do you think, or do you think we can just, let's go our guards and get you on our ticket so that you can leave us tomorrow? So that part is still silent, and it's,
All right,
it's something
Dr.
that's
Nonso.
sincere.
Okay, Dr. Nonso,
Yes?
I would like to ask you a question. You said something, in the course of your intervention. You said, well, if we are not acting, if you didn't sign the affidavit under duress, what NDC is doing looks like they are putting people under duress, have won an election, direct primaries, and now you are saying, until I sign the affidavit, you will not upload my name. It's like forcing people. That is putting them under duress, isn't it? Because someone could come up tomorrow and claim, well, I signed it under duress. Because it's conditional now. You are giving me a condition. I won an election, but you are giving me a condition. If I don't do this, you are going to take my ticket away from me. More like putting people under duress. What do you think?
Then it brings the intention or the motive of that particular candidate to question in the first place. So are you seeing the political party as a short-term vehicle and not a long-term project? So these are things that we need to begin to, the conversations we need to begin to have as a country if we are to deepen democracy in this country. Because, yes, it may have some legal implications, which, like I said, I'm in no capacity to begin to dissect at the moment. But speaking from a general perspective, for somebody who wants democracy to work, and for us to get the dividends as I stated, why are you hesitant from committing to the political party? You cannot be one leg in, one leg out. When you come in, you come in for the full experience. If you get into the political party and you are abiding, normally for you to even enter a political party, you are given the party regulations and the likes. So some of them will tell you the party is supreme, and you agree to it. So if the party is beginning to display or enforce that supremacy, you begin to chicken
So
out.
basically,
Then you should go away.
Basically, so in your opinion, you think this will ensure that members of the party will stay within the party and fix whatever
Yes.
problem might arise within the
Whatever
party?
problems that arise, yes, and stop this will I say, this culture or this ritual of when you get into an office, after a while you begin to see waves of defections here and there. No, if you want to defect, wait till another election cycle and defect. Don't change the goalposts in the middle of the game.
Realistically speaking, I mean, looking at the peculiarities of Nigeria and the Nigerian political scene, do you see this actually playing out? Like, can it happen? Can this work? And that's number one. And I have a second question, please. And then, since they are not allowed to openly, publicly defect, won't we see a lot of defections happening underneath? And maybe infractions within the party?
Well, firstly, your first question, I just lost it now.
Can this happen? Can this work in Nigeria? I mean, this.
No, you see, the thing is this, it is because we are in Nigeria, that is why we are having this kind of safeguards put in place or being put in place. Because under normal circumstances, you don't see these things happening, in most other democracies. But because of the peculiarity of the democratic space with which you operate, that is why you are seeing these kind of things. You don't have to wait for something to happen to you before you learn from other people's experiences. Now, in this one that we are talking about now, the defections that have been going on, what it simply does is we just tell ourselves that, look, if you want to come into a political party or a political system, you come in there and you are devoted to it. You cannot be haphazard in your implementation. And again, when you mention infighting, those things are normal. And remember, a political party can as well dismiss you when you engage in what do they call that again, anti-party activities. So these are ways that we begin to make people disciplined as far as their political activities are concerned. If you don't like it, you leave the party. Yes.
All right then. If you don't like it, you'll leave the party. That would be a good place to anchor this. Unfortunately, we are out of time. I would have loved for us to stretch this conversation a little bit further, but this is how far we go on VOP this morning. So I must appreciate you, Dr. Chukunonso AKCOB. Appreciate you for your time and your contribution. Also, Alhaji Ahmed Barake, thank you very much for your time and contribution as well. And Dele Fanimo, who joined the conversation right here in the studio. Well, he stays back as we get into newspaper review at 10. So join us again at 10 o'clock as we get into newspaper review. I'm Moses Humphrey. I'll see you at 10.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for watching.
I'm Chukwuma Okoro. Bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, Collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padaputa of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, My name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoy Landlord. It's Vop Tv. Keep watching Vop Tv. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day, or more. Not be all the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Vop TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At Vop TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, with the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings, where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream, smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. This is Newspaper Review. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for joining us.
I'm Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us again.
Yes, good to have you join us. And we have Daily Fanimo join the conversation as well. Welcome to the conversation. All right, so let's dive into it. Appeal Court suspends Lifu's order to the register parties, blasts trial judge for disregarding court's hierarchy. Mark fumes, says judiciary on trial. Democracy under siege, Atiku declares. Adebayo offers support for legal challenge. NJC urged to probe, sanction judge. Order confirms plot to undermine nation's democracy. Olawikbo Hashim asserts. Now, this is an opportunity for Chukwuma Okoro to chime in and air his views without any hindrance. Right here, it's you're free to express yourself. But I would like to see what will be done, what the judiciary will do, what the NJC will do, what sort of sanction will be given to Justice Peter Lifu, because this has been described as judicial rascality. So what would be the punitive measure? Nigerians need to see what will happen. And if nothing happens, then it's just going to be as usual. And I'm sure that will further erode trust of Nigerians in the judiciary. And of course, INEC also on the other side will have to have a lot to deal with.
Yes, very well. Thank you, Moses. I think we spoke a bit about this yesterday, on the morning show. And I said, at that point, we didn't even know that. I knew they were going to appeal.
Yes.
But I didn't know that
it was going to be as
swift as, the order of the stay of execution. And that was the argument we had this morning, too, on the morning show and all of that. And so I did say yesterday that at the time that the United States redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, we had one of our guests who said here, well, it's not only about Nigeria, we also have judges of particular concern, judges that have apparently, become notorious, for the kind of judgment they give out. And incidentally, and I asked that time, the Federal High Court, in Nigeria, how many judges do they have? Because they kept reoccurring. Peter Lifu, James Omotosho, Binta Yanko. And every other time, Justice Peter Lifu, James Omotosho, Binta Yanko. Three of them, And so I did a check and I discovered that there were so many other judges,
I think about 11 of them also.
In Abuja. And so why is it that it's only these three that gives controversial judgments and all of that. And we have seen now, to the extent that the appeal court says, well, the person, that gave this judgment does not even fit to be a member of the bench. And so what we expect is that in the coming days, the NJC, will take up this matter and treat it as it is. But in saying this, I do understand that law itself, the law is not science. Law is not 1 and 2. It's not mathematics. In most occasions, when judgments are given, people disagree. As laymen, we disagree. But when you talk to lawyers will say, well, based on the argument canvassed by, the defense or the lawyer for the plaintiff and all of that, this might just be, and our jurisprudence, sometimes, it's derived from our moral code as well. And so, while doing all of this, it's very clear to people. Not really very clear, even in the legal profession. You see some people agreeing with, the judgments, particular judgment. But in this case, we have seen the Court of Appeal say, well, this is a violation of the hierarchy of the court. You know that the courts are graduated, magistrate court, high court, federal high court, and state high court that have concurrent and coordinate jurisdiction, as the case may be. Then you have a Court of Appeal.
Yes.
And then the Supreme Court, which is the court of final instance, jurisdiction and all of that. So this has happened. But beyond legality, I want to talk about the politics of this deregistration. I've been asking, to whose interest will the deregistration of ADC serve? Because if you deregister ADC, as far as I'm concerned, you are more like uniting the opposition. And so what the opposition will say is, well, let us unify. It calls for unity. It could galvanize them. It could mobilize them. On the other hand, on the flip side, some people might say, well, since I cannot beat them, let me join them. But do we see Atiku Abubakar joining the APC? He's been in the APC. Yes. He's been in the APC. Because there's an argument out there, that at some point it was rumored that he might be working for the president. And so, being in the ADC, that he was using it as a stopgap.
Do you still feel that way now?
I never felt that way.
Okay.
I never felt that he was working for the president. But there was an argument out there, and people are entitled to their opinion. Because as at that time I asked, to what end? What will he benefit from? Is it because the president is going to give him money, or the president is going to hand over to him in 2031, he will be 84 then? The man had his businesses, ran into trouble with government at some point. But I understand that most of, if not all of them, have been returned to him. So Atiku Abubakar, is he looking for money? Apparently no. His university, the Aptia American University, is about one of the best in the country. Private schools, in the country, up north there. So what exactly does he want? Atiku has made money. What he wants is power. And so he cannot be, like a placeholder for somebody. So in all of this, I think what may happen is that the people that were behind this quickly realized that, well, it might hurt our interest at the end of the day. So at the Court of Appeal, I hope and expect that judgment will be vacated, the deregistration. Right. Because, yes, if you don't deregister, if you deregister them, they will simply go back to the Ibadan Declaration and get one presidential candidate.
But can that even happen in Nigeria right now?
Of course it can.
It can happen.
It can. And so, in that case, it will become a two-horse race. And when it turns to a two-horse race, you never can tell what might happen.
Another thing I see in all of this is, if it's not vacated, if it's just a stay of execution and then elections hold, whoever wins elections under these parties might fall into murky waters.
Because they'll go back to it.
And then we'll go back to
it. They say, in ab initio, you were not even supposed to be a candidate.
Yes. And then
so that's another angle to it. There are entry barriers here and there. That could be another trap. If eventually someone contests and wins this election, meanwhile the case is, frozen. But just go back to it and say, oh, sorry, young man, you are not even supposed to be a candidate. Like what happened to Omehia? Omehia was sworn in. At some point, I mentioned won the case and said, the Supreme Court said, hey, young man, you were not even a candidate for the party. I mean, it is Rotimi Amechi. And that was how Rotimi Amechi became governor of Oyo State. But then the Supreme Court, on its own, without prompting from any quarter, said, well, we don't want to use this as a judicial precedent. don't cite it anywhere because it's not going to happen again. So, but in this case, it's still open.
It's still open. You want to chime in on it? Or you want to rest with the argument you put out earlier?
You said something that I need to correct. You don't vacate a matter that judgment has not been given upon. If they say stay of execution, that is not judgment.
You seem to misunderstand the conversation.
So I know what you said. You said.
Okay, what I said was if it is not vacated, we understand that the judgment everything will follow, and it may be vacated. But if it is not vacated, I used the word if there. So if it is not vacated, what then happens to the participants, the applicants, the aspirants, if they go on to win elective positions?
You see, when things like this happen, we learn from it. That means from now on, whenever it has to do with electoral matters, please, the judges should be circumspect in deciding cases and then even presiding over cases. Like this issue that arose now is avoidable. LIFO shouldn't have entertained that case in the first place. True or false? He shouldn't. So on what ground did you go ahead to entertain a case that the appeal court is already sitting on? You shouldn't have. These are issues now. This problem is avoidable. So the judiciary should take note of some of these things to spare us all this rancor. It's avoidable, clearly. So when things like this happen, you learn from it. Though it has happened severally, yet nobody learned any lesson. They cannot tell me that at their level, they didn't know that there is hierarchy of courts. They cannot tell me that. Seriously, they can't. And so, on what ground did you bring this problem upon yourself? Look at how his name is being dragged to the mud. The same LIFO. I told you here that the Kano Imbroglo was the same man. Emirate Council, whatever. It was the same man. When he even took that issue, he was on vacation though. He ran back because of it. So when the judiciary allow politics to mess them up, I will not sympathize with them. Seriously, I will not. Because this is intended with politics. They cannot tell me that they don't know what the law says. They know. But because of politics, they believe that when they favor the government, they will elevate them, they will give them promotion and all that. What happened to your own name, your own integrity, your own profession? What happened to it? Oh, so
a good name is better than gold.
Is the fact that it's not yet Uhuru for ADC
and the other parties,
that the judgment affected. Today, Adeleke, the governorship candidate of Accord Party, is under severe pressure in Osun State. As a matter of fact, the APC candidate is already giggling, believing that the race is won. So, stay of execution is just temporarily saying, hold on, I'm coming. And that coming is the landmine in this case. And until the judgment is reversed at the appeal court, it is not yet Uhuru for this, the registered parties. Honestly, I would have loved those parties to field candidates in the next election, because it also, democracy is about pluralism. And so if you now begin to limit the number of parties, but that is not to say that if the law catches up with them, the judge cannot do otherwise. That I know.
There is as you speak, please permit me to interject. Something happened yesterday, at the same Peter Leaf court, in Abuja. He ordered the INEC to register ADC and 4 other political parties on Monday. And so, yesterday being Tuesday, the substantive matter that the Supreme Court referred to, the High Court, the issue of the determination of who the authentic leadership of ADC is, came up in this man's court. You know what? You know what the lawyers for the ADC said? The lawyers said, well, when the case was called up, the lawyers said, I mean, we cannot come to defend a dead party. I mean, a party that we have ordered the deregistration of the party.
Exactly.
So you have to clear us.
Exactly.
On what grounds are we holding this discussion? If, you
have registered
the party.
Made us illegal.
And instead of addressing the matter, he started, abusing them. That if they are not ready for this matter and all. Yesterday, they said we cannot defend a dead party. So exactly, the issue of bias. He had been asked to recuse himself from the matter. He rejected. He said there was no ground, for recusal.
Rather, he find them.
And so it's getting very interesting. And so what Dele said, it is not yet to hurry for the ADC. The fact that this matter is frozen at the moment, you never can tell how it might happen.
Is it appropriate for judges to sit over matters with some sort of bias?
No, it's not appropriate. And that is why people are asked to recuse themselves. In fact, as a matter of fact, there was a particular case, where a certain woman knew someone in a conference. The woman was a judge, but she had met someone in a conference. And so at that conference, the person that was the mutual friend to both of them had a case. The woman said, well, unfortunately, I know this man. Not closely, but he's a mutual friend to a friend. And so I cannot sit on this matter. She had to excuse herself. But here, you see people have been asked to recuse. They say, no, I will not. No. I must entertain this matter. So you begin to wonder, what interest do you have?
Good. We have heard what Bukka Chua said concerning the wife.
Oh, yes.
Yes, he said it, that the wife was helping some of his political
colleagues to win cases.
Look at that.
And up until this moment, nothing happened.
Matters were decided in the bedroom. Oh, well. And nothing has happened.
Nothing has, no consequence.
That have messed Nigeria up. Remember the 1979 case, Awolowo and Shagari? The Supreme Court ruled on that matter. It gave judgment. And you know what happened? In fact, what these courts have done to us, it cannot be quantified.
What your jurisdiction has done to us.
You have started now.
Your community.
Your community.
What Graham Douglas said after that judgment is that they will give you their reason for that judgment 6 months after. And 6 months after, they came up and said, what happened is that they took that judgment is more of politics than law.
Than legal.
Can you imagine that while they were there, that bomb and whatever has been already directed in their direction at Tafawa Balewa Square, that the guns were already mounted, and so they are looking at the politics of it and the law, and that no lawyer should quote it in any law court in Nigeria. Please, is that what should be? I remember very well that in the case of Ekweremadu in the UK, with all the pleadings and all that, the man said he refused 54 petitions to release Ekweremadu, but he went ahead to do what should be done. In the case of Donald Trump, 34 this is on his head, judgment on his head. They are just waiting for him to finish his term. Yet the needful will be done. So we are not moving forward. We are not.
No, some of these matters that you raised are criminal matters. But I think what we are looking at here is the electoral matters.
What is the difference? Is it not a matter? You are talking of judgment, whether criminal or civil.
Even in the United States, the Supreme Court does give political judgment. Like if you come back to Nigeria, the election that brought Yar'Adua forward, the judges, the Supreme Court judges at that time, they admitted, that the judgment had to go political to maintain stability in the country. Because if at that...
What about the loss of this... the victory of this president that was contested, Bush Jr. in the U.S. They had to find political solution at the judgment.
Yes. And Al Gore even had to admit and all of that.
Please.
Supreme Courts do give political judgment.
Please, not to this extent. when criminality is involved.
No, especially we're not looking at criminality now. This is
electoral. This is electoral, not.
Are you serious?
This is electoral matter. Nobody will condone that in a criminal matter.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Look at what happened during the tribunal in 2023. Remember, that a lot of documents was brought before the tribunal. What did they say? They did not even look at it. They only said that
you are the one that raised this issue. You know what Alaba Graham Douglas said at that time, that they will give judgment. Then after 6 months, they will tell you. They came out and told us that if they had delivered that judgment, that somewhere in TBS, you know that. I mean, so you expected them to kiss the bullet at that time?
Hold on, So count down
and
to
get Nigeria into anarchy.
Hold on, count down to 2023. Listen very well. Listen, please. One of the lawyers to one of the contestants told the tribunal that if this judgment does not go in the favor of his client, that Nigeria will be set on fire and other. Is that a threat or is that and because the thing went in favor of his client according to him?
So you think the justices of the Supreme Court listened to him?
I mean, what else? With that threat alone, that man would have lost that case in UK. With that threat. They will not bring that those documents.
We are introducing emotion to this.
Not emotion. We are telling you why we are not moving forward.
We should be talking about facts and not emotion.
Not emotion here. That document should have been.
The fact that a lawyer said certain things in the open court does not influence the judgment of the judge.
Should not influence the
judgment.
Ideally,
you can't do that in UK. Look, the lawyer that defended.
If a judge passes judgment based on what a lawyer says in court, that means that court is laced with malice. Yes, that is it. It's no longer law at work anymore.
That's what we are telling you here, that it has happened severally and based on sentiment. The lawyer that defended Ibori in UK went to jail with Ibori because he wanted to compromise UK judiciary. Is it not a fact?
All right, then.
Is it not a fact?
Let's talk about
that. Man only lied on oath.
All right, let's move on to another conversation here. FG records 150 terrorism convictions as Tinubu hails Bastuji's elimination. Also, This Day newspaper says Tinubu hails troops for killing bandit kingpin Bastuji, declares its notable blow, approves forest guards for Katsina. Senate hails military for rescuing Rabi's wife. Reconvenes over security concerns. NHRC condemns general's death, backs state police. Makinde, Oyo is not, will never be Chibok. Ododo briefs NSA on security situation. And the Punch reports on the same, says 150 terrorists convicted in 48 hours.
Which of the prison would house this 150? If eventually 6 of them are convicted, they are high-risk prisoners. Anywhere you put them.
In the first place, did anybody see any of this?
And that trial should have been in an open court for us to assess. Because if somebody had killed and you are saying you are giving him 3 years sentence, then you have not done justice.
As a matter of fact, these people that are convicted, what is the difference between them and the people that surrender?
Exactly.
And
de-radicalize.
That's a very good question, actually, because we don't know.
Yes, they should have been.
Because it's
let me help the government here.
Okay.
Now I know.
I would say, I will opine that the difference would be maybe these ones have been active in terrorist activities. They've been able to prove to the court that they probably held guns, they probably killed people. And those that surrendered, those that have been de-radicalized, were probably doing logistics, sympathizers of terrorists, not active participants in terrorist activities.
You see why? What we say in Nigeria, it's very difficult to defend the government. You are struggling.
He was struggling.
He was stuttering.
I even thought he would say that they voluntarily surrendered.
And
you didn't say that. No. for reintegration.
Let the government look
lenient because of that.
No, but the government said they should
whenever
surrender.
Government want to prove a point, let them be open about it, so that there won't be any speculation or suspicion.
But
they told you now that Tojubele have been killed, Abi. You had them.
Bastuji.
You say who?
Bastuji.
Okay, not Tojubele, Abi. Okay, the man is still around, Abi. So when are they going to kill that one?
when they get him, when they find him, they will
okay,
kill
they've
him.
not gotten him. And is he holding court?
Should we treat sympathizers the same way we'll treat terrorists themselves, the killers themselves? We are considering the Stockholm syndrome, the possibility of it. People might.
Okay, I'm happy that you brought in this angle, the Stockholm syndrome. You know, people who fall in love with their sympathizers. Now, what
with their
oppressors. In some of these communities, that will say, not necessarily Stockholm, to the extent that the people are already scared. If you report them, they will come after you. So the only thing you need to do is, you know, to be on the same page with them, even if you don't join them.
Okay.
So it's difficult to say, well, I'm a voluntary sympathizer because I like what they are doing, or I'm a forced sympathizer because if I don't look like I support what they are doing, they will come after me. I think that is the difference. Now, the problem in all of this is, they said, yes, you should treat the sympathizers the way you treat the terrorists, you know, the actual.
Because they are enablers.
They are enablers. Now, there was a certain man in Borno State, we read it yesterday, who's been in detention for the past 13 years. Why? Because, according to reports, he had information that there were Boko Haram terrorists in his community, and he didn't report to the security agencies. Didn't report. Now you have captured people that killed Nigerians, burned military equipment, bombed military establishments, you know,
slaughtered
soldiers, policemen, and innocent Nigerians in cold blood. You capture them, you say you rehabilitate them. Now somebody who just had information.
And 13 years ago, things were not this
bad.
This bad, yeah.
I mean, I'm still trying to get myself, you know, to wrap it around my head.
Yeah.
How that judge. I don't know the final points of, you know, of the argument.
Yes.
There. Anyhow, I tried to flip it 360. I couldn't find why, you know, that man would be jailed. Meanwhile, you are rehabilitating people, you know, that killed, sending them to customs, sending them to immigration, and all of that. NSCDC, and they turn to be moles and ambush and kill our soldiers, troops, in front lines, and all of that. So, what have we become as a nation?
It's a complex issue.
I'm telling you,
Complex
there are people that are above the law in Nigeria, seriously. They are actually above the law. Let us call a spade here. No matter what they do, they will never go in for it. That is just the simple excuse here. They will never go in. This rehabilitation is selective. They know the people that are rehabilitating. Not all of them.
How do you react to the statement of Governor Seyi Makinde, where he says, "I'm ready to risk my life for the release of the Orire abductees"?
Yes. I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Now, Makinde is saying Oyo will never become Chibok. I just pray that Oyo doesn't become Chibok, because when Chibok happened, it was like, you know, we were going back and forth. The first lady convened a meeting, flew in the principal, and
only you
waka come and all of that. 1 week passed, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and it fizzled out. You know, people made a lot of money with Bring Back Our Girls and all of that. They mounted campaigns in foreign capitals, in New York, London, and all of that. And now, as we speak, we still have 87 of those people in captivity. We don't even know what has become of them.
They have become grandmothers.
Grandmothers and all of that.
They're even alive.
I'm happy that Seyi is saying Oyo will never become Chibok, and that he's ready to put his life on the line, you know, to ensure that these kids are abducted. I hope it is not soundbite.
It is more shocking to me that it is only Makinde that is talking as if the entire Southwest is excluded from Oyo State. I was thinking that the entire Southwest will say this in his saying. Because if you hit Oyo, you don't hit the entire Southwest. This was the old Oyo Empire. Ibadan used to be the capital of the Southwest in everything. So when you hit Oyo, you have hit the entire Southwest. He shouldn't be the only one talking. The entire Southwest should come out strong on this matter. Shebi, I've said it before. They should come out because if anything happens in Oyo, like this type of insect, it will affect every part of the Southwest. Are you going to wait until it happens? The answer is no. So Makinde shouldn't be the only one talking here. It should be the entire Southwest. When Amotekun was formed, I had my reservation. Until this man came out and told 200 of Amotekuns have been killed. 200. These are young men, these are families, these are brothers, these are sons, these are uncles. Wasted. Have you not depleted the number of people in the Southwest with that number?
Yeah, now that you mentioned Amotekun.
Have you not depleted their number? These are people who would have families in future. You have wasted their life.
Yeah.
Their destiny is cut off.
Now that you mentioned Amotekun, the president has also approved forest guards for Katsina State.
True talk.
You see, my worry about all of this.
Jane wants to read something,
Yeah.
so let's have it.
So yesterday, gunmen yesterday morning, attacked the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies in Kuru, near Jos.
In fact.
So they breached the institute's perimeter fence and exchanged gunfire with the security, killing 2 soldiers and 2 policemen.
Before that, they wrote a letter to them. I hope you added that.
Oh, they did.
They did. They told them they were coming, and they came. And only God knows the type of document they removed from there.
You see, my worry about all of this is that they are becoming too brazen and daring. Where we thought
And
they couldn't
strategical.
breach before now, they have breached. They have killed generals and without consequence. And so they get more emboldened. You see, the issue of even Makinde that we're talking about, it shouldn't be the problem of Makinde. It shouldn't be the problem of Southwest. Because these people didn't do mapping before they started attacking. They started from Kwara. Now they made incursion to Oyo, Ondo. Tomorrow it could be Osun. And
I think that's the mapping they did.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. Okay. They didn't do the mapping that they only want to concentrate on Southwest.
No, they did general mapping.
General mapping.
From
and
the
so
northwest
yes.
to the north central.
So you can see that there's a lot of intelligence.
Yes. So what we are saying is anything that concerns a particular place should be viewed as a national problem.
That's true.
You understand? Because if you don't restrain them, if there's no pushback in where they are presently occupying, I can assure you that they will move to other territories.
Exactly the point. That is the problem we have in our security architecture. You know, when something happens somewhere, we seem to isolate it, and treat it, as case specific.
Yeah.
Like when Boko Haram started, it was still like, well, is it not in Borno and Kano and all of that, and they allowed it to happen. When the issue of unknown gunmen happened in the southeast, the rest of the country was like, well, if they like to kill themselves, let them go on and kill themselves. And so they kept taking territory after territory. From northwest, from northeast, they went to northwest. From northwest, they came to north central. Now it's in the southwest. If it's been in the southeast, because I understand that some communities have been sacked in Enugu and Ebonyi states. Yes, sacked. Villages.
So the only area that is a little bit relatively peaceful is the Niger Delta.
Not
South,
really. Some
relatively.
States, because in Edo State, they tell you that farmers can't even go to farm.
Yeah, Edo State.
Because they are parts of Edo State. The Auchi area that border parts of
you know why it is so?
Okay.
Edo produces palm oil and not crude oil. And these bad boys, they're not concentrated in Edo.
In Edo.
The day they breach rivers Bayelsa and maybe part of Cross River, then that's where we now begin to know that we have trouble.
They tried it in Rivers, but this, what's it called? What's that guy's name? And his people, they dealt with them. They came into Rivers. But Asari Dokubo and his boys, they dealt with them seriously. They dealt with them.
All right, so Senate denies Oshomole's forgery allegation over Natasha's suspension. We also have Gencos raise concern over fresh 1 trillion naira debt. Decry 2.376 trillion naira stranded power. And then court dismisses Yahaya Bello's jurisdiction suit in 110.4 billion naira fraud trial. These are some headlines that
I'd like for us to take that again. Dismisses. What does that mean?
That
it's been struck out.
No. Court says it has jurisdiction.
Okay, it has jurisdiction.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the trial will go on.
The trial will continue.
Yes. And also, we have this headline, the digital adoption leaves 300 LGs stranded, dependent on POS agents. That's the big story on the cover page of the Guardian newspaper, and the breakdown there. The vanishing bank branch, over 30,000 adults per bank branch, with only 4,000. That's 4,400 branches nationwide. I was in Abeson Estate. That's an area in Ipaja the other day, and there was no particular bank branch. In fact, there was no UBA. Let me just say, there was no UBA branch anywhere around. And I asked the people, if you want a bank, they say, no, that's that bank. No, we don't do that bank.
So it's
Ask
POS
yourself,
now.
when last did you,
So it's POS.
When last did you get into the bank
And then
to
from
do
the entrance
transaction?
of the estate, you will see POS operators there. When last did I get into the bank to do the transaction?
No,
Yes.
the only
Why?
thing people go to bank now to do is to resolve complaints.
Exactly.
And not to do cash.
And that is if you are not getting through to them.
Or
on
if
phone.
you are not a big business
You can call
person
them on customer
that
and
needs
they
to
resolve
transfer
the
maybe
matter.
millions.
In fact,
Or use
the
X,
easy-
Yeah, exactly.
The easiest way to get to them is through social media.
Call them out.
Call them out on.
Even
on
if you want to get
X.com.
loan now, quick loan, you can just call them in the. You can call the customer
So
care.
should we
They
shut
will
down
put
the
you
banks
through.
then? Should we shut down the
So those are jobs.
at the banks?
Those are jobs that are going to be lost.
You know,
Well,
Obviously.
They are making fat profit, but the branches are shrinking. It is shrinking because they are also doing cost-effective banking. And as we speak today, more branches will be closed.
Yes, that is what, you know, the economist, Joseph Schumpeter, you know, this is what he called creative destruction. You know, at one turn, there's an invention, you know, that replaces, you know, a previous one.
Of course.
And it brings it higher. Because at some point, when this POS of a thing started, Nigerians were like, you know, I was scared, you know, before you, because at that time, you do a transaction, they debit you, but they will
don't
not
get
get
to the
it.
destination.
It will hang and all of
It will
that.
hang.
But now the operations seem to be seamless.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, by the time you do is buffing and the person said, okay, I've seen it, take your money. So what's the essence of going to the bank? So what this means is that in future, banks will have to tailor their duties and responsibilities to service specific clients or special clients. You know, not an all-comer thing. This idea that, well, we have 10 million subscribers is not going to be very, very...
But even banks are also struggling with some digital platforms. Like those loan apps and that.
Yes.
One
And
of
so
the
they are
biggest.
building banks are building their own apps.
But
now.
they can't really compete with. They don't seem
They
to
are
be
upgrading.
competing.
They are upgrading.
All right.
They are
Now,
upgrading.
what happened is that, you see, when things like this happen, you now go in depth and ask yourself, why is it happening? All of a sudden, POS is catching on.
That's
They are-
invention. That's
yeah,
invention.
they are all over the street corner, at the bus stop, everywhere. Now, what is the reason? Because most of the bank managers and bank staffs, they are the ones. They are the ones trading this POS. That is why this POS, they get ready cash. They get ready cash. Because I use my own as an example. Even if you want to collect bulk money, she may not have it, but immediately you place order, the thing will come from nowhere.
Have you registered your POS? Are you paying taxes? Are you paying taxes?
No, I'm not saying I have. I said where I transact.
No, you said I'll use my own.
My own, okay, my own POS.
He means the one he patronizes.
I think
what is the benefit here?
if we had a cash crunch, your argument could fly.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is that this is invention, technological growth. We are living one.
It's advancement.
It's advancement.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with bank
And also
managers
creating
providing
jobs for
money to-
people.
It's creating jobs. And
the
so
thing is
it goes back to what I said earlier.
availability.
Banks at some point, have to make their services
products,
to fit special clients.
look at
it's
it
not
this
about somebody that walks into the bank
No,
to say, I
look
want
at it
to
this way.
do a
Look,
transaction
it is the availability of service that we are talking about here. No bank can be situated in a street corner. or in the inner streets of Lagos. No. But the POS can. You can collect 3,000, 2,000.
That's the invention that we are talking about.
Can you go to
They've
bank and say,
used
"Want
the
to collect
technology
2,000
to
naira?"
adaptability, manageable, you know, which means if you have a POS
And also
and a handbag, you are apparently
penetration
you
is
are
also
apparently
helping.
carrying a bank in your bag, because they can do transfer for you. They can post to another account. At some point, they can even resolve queries for you. If you did a transaction and the thing is hanging, they'll call your number. They'll call your number. With that POS, they'll send a query, you know, to the app operators and all of that. And in a fraction of some seconds, it's all resolved. So it's advancement, it's technology. We are growing. Banks will have to shed weight over time.
Yes.
And they have to tailor their services to special clients. Probably people that they give money, they monitor them.
They will shed
and all
weight.
of that.
They'll have more people thrown back to the labor market because people are going to lose jobs.
Yeah, I don't think so.
See, when there's any,
So what will happen?
When there's any disruptive
people will lose jobs.
invention,
Yeah.
you are likely to have that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, people shedding jobs and all that. But the point is, you also have to be innovative to catch up with the trend.
When computers came out, people that were importing and selling typewriters, people that didn't innovate, people that
Yes,
didn't
they were
scale up,
stranded.
They were stranded. They lost out.
Even in our newsroom then, there was a time cut and paste people were the kings in the newsroom. You have to buy suya, bread for them. To
Bribe
hasten,
them. Yes,
you know,
their
but
production.
all of a sudden, something happened and the computers came, you could design your pages and all that. And all of them, they just fizzle out. Whether they were sacked or they left on their own, we didn't even understand. We just woke up one day and
Even
we couldn't find
page
them.
planners to their jobs are
Paid planner, yes.
no longer
And
there
in all
again.
of that, it's good. Moses, before we leave, you know, what is happening is that AI is also bringing another
it's
revolution.
disrupting, yeah.
You know, disrupting to the extent that AI helps you to practically do everything. And people are getting AI certified, you know. There was a particular ad that said, a young man came in and they said, how long have you been in this job? He said, 10 years, and, you know, and what you are still using Excel. And they said, well, what you do in 2 days, I mean, somebody that is AI certified can do it in 10 minutes or so. And they were like, you need to go back and get certified.
Oh, wow.
AI. So AI is
And
the
that's
new
the
revolution.
reality.
So
That's the reality at
if
the
you don't
end of
keep
the day.
up, if you think you are an expert this month, by December you are an illiterate.
That's true.
It's like
this is how far we go.
Do you know that photographers have lost their jobs?
Oh, they are losing their jobs.
They are losing
Not
their
losing,
jobs.
they have lost it.
Because I see somebody like Jay and take a lot of photographs, selfie.
Okay, now you're exposing Jay. You know. Well, that's how far we go. Thank you very much, Darlington Agumore, who's a lawyer and a public affairs commentator. Daily Fanimo, also a reporter, a public affairs commentator. Chukwuma Okoro, presenter, reporter, and all there is, professor in
Professor
practice.
in waiting.
Well, he makes a comeback later tonight, 6 p.m. on Political Lens. Promises to be an interesting time. He'll be taking you around the nation, focusing on happenings around the polity, and you don't want to miss out on that one.
All righty. See you tomorrow on VOP This Morning, bright and early. I'm Jane Ogoye. Thanks for watching.
I'm Chukwuma Okoro. See you at 6 o'clock. Bye for now.
I am Moses Humphrey. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.
encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide. More. Not be all show the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
News analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant.
One thing is certain, everybody knows pressure will always come. Definitely. You can't talk about life without a lot of pressures. And the way you handle the matter is what looks right. It's inevitable. You always come to play. And that's what we might be saying later today. Everyone has to deliver, every of the top players for the time being, because from tomorrow we begin to see the games that can replay from the Group A, the Czechia side, who were playing against the South African side. Now, I was having a chit-chat with a friend not long, and we talked about this. A lot of pressure tonight, you could say 6 p.m. Nigerian time this evening, with Ronaldo's side playing against DRC Congo. You could say the DR Congo side today. And just so you need to know, it's a game that we want to reckon with, because Kylian Mbappe yesterday stole the show. The brace was great. Olise, top-notch player at the time. We also did see quality from all of the players. Lionel Messi with a hat-trick. You can't talk about the show today without giving reference to one man, Lionel Messi. And then you talk about quality that we've seen at the World Cup. It's great to see. All of the players trying to put themselves in the map, and that's how great it's been. So will Cristiano Ronaldo, like a social media rant and talk as well, put himself on the score sheet today? Or will Cristiano Ronaldo have a fall-off with the national side, where Roberto Martinez will be having his last tournament with the Portuguese? All of this wrapped up just on this show today. I'll be looking into those various segments where the time is all good. But quickly, let's tell you that you're watching Voice of Television Lagos, Nigeria, and it will be a great time to let you know everything that's transpired in the world of football today, because the World Cup happens to be the biggest tournament in the football world, and that's what really trending, and you cannot say no when the time is all good. And a couple of times subsequently, we'll let you know how some transfer news has been in the market. The Marcus Rashford in doubt with his future looking so uncertain right now. We look into some of the players like Bernardo Silva, Antonio Rudiger joining Real Madrid, looking to Mourinho's contract, and then whatnot. What player will making some move when the time is all good? But we start up from the show on the show today with a tennis one, where two ladies, world-class internationals, Jamaica, Opeka, you call them, Serena Williams and also Venus Williams, two sisters that are evergreen that we can never talk about tennis without referencing them. What they've done in the world of tennis is top-notch. You cannot take away anything from the greats because right now they are back and it's a wildcat. They'll be competing in the women's game and that's about the Wimbledon. So you could celebrate the likes of Serena Williams and then Venus Williams. They are back. They will be doing what they love to do so well. American stars, or you could say American superstars. They've been handed a wildcat to compete in the women's doubles. And you could say our legends are back. Now, how can you say more about Serena Williams and Venus Williams? Now, let me talk a bit about Serena. Serena is quite talked about. Her Grand Slam champions, a lot of medals, a lot of laurels, cabinet, and they are both sisters that live to a high level. You could say world class, a milestone of a great class. And Serena Williams, one thing about her is the passion she's got for the game. I was on the show one of the days. I don't want to say, not ideally to say where I was, but in one of the media firms talking about Serena. And I said to people, this lady loves the court so well. She retired. She said, I'm done with the game, but she just found it very difficult to do away from the tennis shows. And right now, seeing her return, she's got absolutely nothing to lose because she's literally won everything. She's clinched every, Grand Slam medals for herself in the, talking about the court world and how tennis has been. But let's go back to the World Cup talk because this is evergreen for me. One man in the news. I am not happy about the scenario because I love him. I've watched him play at Atletico Madrid during his playing time. I've watched him play currently in Villarreal. Former Arsenal player, no other name but Thomas Partey. You can see on your screen out there, he's lost that appeal and he would not be available for the Panama game. It's likely just a possible talk that Thomas Partey just might not be in the squad for the Ghanaians in this World Cup. I don't know how, but I just feel so because this one is not even America. But then you can see Thomas Partey lost his appeal in court. Player not allowed to enter Canada and will miss Panama game. So Panama game comes up and Thomas Partey would not be involved in that game because if you look at the game coming up, they will be needing him in the midfield. But how can Carlos Queiroz find his way out on the game today? We'll tell. They've got a quality in the team. They can turn the table around, but playing against the Panama side and getting the result will be massive for the Ghanaians. They know how the Black Stars can play because Thomas Partey would have loved to be in this game, but it will be played in the early hours of tomorrow rather. It will be a new day, 12 a.m. That will be Nigerian time, so you could say midnight. So we want to say in the early hours of today. Anyone works for me. But for Thomas Partey, this was not the plan. This was not what he wanted for himself. This is still a case in court. This is still what you can say Alan Jones case or this will come to the justice should be done. I understand the PR. I know the market value. I know all of these things. I know how nobody wants to have negativity influence. I know about nations trying to keep themselves at bay. We understand all of those scenarios. But Thomas Partey being denied visa while the rest of the guys, the players, the Anthony Semenyo, the Inaki brother, all of them, the senior Inaki, in the team. So I don't know how Carlos Queiroz have done it because someone said, I recall one of the days on the show, someone said he's a negative influence because if you know, so let's look at it from two perspectives right now. Someone is saying, if you know Thomas Partey would influence the team in this bad way, why then bring him to the World Cup? Some are saying so. That's one. From this perspective, someone is saying the coach knows the case is still in court. And we know, last we checked, I had a video on social media, I posted that and I said, last we checked, we know of the court. You're innocent until proven guilty. Now, the case is still in court. So multiple counts of rape, sexual assault. Nobody's practicing. Nobody's saying that it's good. We're not saying it's right. But I'm just my opinion. I'm just thinking, what would have happened if Thomas Partey is given a green light to get game time in the World Cup, the biggest football tournament? He's been denied it. So we will not be saying Thomas Partey. Now, we don't even know what happens after the Panama game because they should win the game. We've seen African countries not really doing so well. We thought they would do well. The likes of the ones we've seen, South Africa lost to Mexican side. We did see Tunisia also losing that very game in a very massive result. Bad one for the team at the detriment of the African side, not American, African side. And we saw the results from the Moroccan side. Well, fair enough. I would say they were the best side against Brazil. And I think that was not enough. We saw the Egyptians holding down the Belgium side. It was a quality game. Ashaw with a quality goal out there, and Lukaku without finding himself in space, but even though it was an own goal. But also yesterday, we saw a Senegal game. They lost. Now we are envisaging Africans, in quotes, we want to see the Ghanaian side get to win tonight or Tuesday or in the early hours of tomorrow because we want to do the Black Stars. Trust me, repping Ghanaian side anytime in the day. The Kwado, the Asama, all of them knows how far I love them. The men's side, they know the Jiko guy in the team. They know we will be giving them all of the support. If not for any reason, West African connection. So we'll support the Ghana today, the Ghanaian side, our Ghanaians brother, if they can get it right against Panama. Who, for me, you will say they are the winners in the game. No disrespect. Now, we also just jumped to Thomas Tuchel, Three Lion team. The latest one is about Tino Livramento. He's Newcastle right back. He could play from the right, he could play from the left. His quality, he's been asked to leave the camp now because of injuries. And what happens when there's news about an injury news from Thomas Tuchel's team, they had to get a replacement, and they got one man. His name is Trevor Chalobah of Chelsea. Now, we are in the next one now, away from Thomas Partey. Trevor Chalobah will be the man to replace, Tino Livramento in the team, because Tino Livramento would not be part of the squad. He would have brought in that very big depth. Now, this is a big blow for the national team of the Three Lions. We know big questions and big controversial things have been laid out. People have been asking questions, who gets to play from the left? Well, Tino Livramento is a very big cover in the left back row. He's a very big cover in the right back row. There's a Rhys James we know. If you look at that very side, we definitely get the start. And you go to the left side as well. He could play that natural right back row, but we've seen him a couple of times playing the left back row. And also there's a Jet Spence as well, who can play both sides. So that's just the depth about the national team of the Three Lions. But this man, trust me, would be a big blow. But an addition from the center half, Konsa is there, Kwanzaa is there, Magay is there, Dan Bond is there. Now Trevor Chalobah is in the team as well. And also, a lot of players in that back line, leader quality. John Stones is in the half line again for the Three Lions. So hopefully, maybe Chalobah would have to wait for his game time. One big loss we would have loved to see is Lever Cowell, but he missed out of the World Cup. He returned back strong, but the manager doesn't think fit to say he's good enough to get the start for his side or to be possibly called up to the team. So he's out of it. Now, let's talk about African team again. I already told you, we had teams who have struggled. We've seen teams struggling in this World Cup. And 10 of them from the African Charles, we are waiting and counting how many would get the result. The Ivorian side happens to be the only side that have gotten a result, and that's 1-0, courtesy of Amad Diallo's goal, separating both sides, the Ecuadorian game. Now, they were not even really like the best side of the game. It was a special. Reynard will now be managing or coaching, any word works for me, the team, the Tunisian side, and that will be till the World Cup comes to an end. Will it be official? We will know. Reports will tell us. We'll have to find out. But right now, Javier Reynard, of a dream, you cannot say it's not a dream. It's a dream for Javier Reynard to be in the World Cup. An available coach out there for the Tunisian side, and they had to watch him and picked him up and said, yes, you are the gaffer, you're the manager, you're the one that can make it again for the Tunisian side. And we wish them all of the best. They lost their first game in a very, very detrimental and a very terrible result. Very terrible result. I don't know how they want to come from back or come from behind to get it right. But with Javier Reynard, who has an African quality, as a manager, African quality, African culture, traditional coach, an African firm, maybe he can, do the unthinkable with the Tunisian side. If he gets a 3 points, we don't care the scoreline. We care about the point, but we don't care about the fare of the game or how it happens. Sometimes in the game, we don't care about what happens in the game, but what is massive is results. 1-0, 2-1, 10-9, this result will count. And then Javier Reynard will be the man to do the job for the Tunisian side. We wish him all of the best with the North African side in this World Cup. Now, let's talk about what happened. 4 draws in a single. That's 4 draws in a single day. And then FIFA World Cup 2026 now happens to set a new record. And we must tell you, we saw the Cape Verdean side 0-0. You could say 0-0. Some say it was a draw. That was the first goalless draw we had in the World Cup, stopping the European champions. Now, when you look into this Portuguese national team, we saw their goalkeeper is 40. Vozinha, we know his quality every time. We know what he's done in the past. You look into that team, they are quite like the Portuguese, just a bit. Quite colonized by the Portuguese. They speak Portuguese language, you know. But a draw in that game was the most shocking one. A team that possessed quality like Rodri, a team that has Ferran Torres, there's a Gavi. I don't even care about who gets to start. I don't even care. I just think on a very good day, right, you would not compare the Spanish national team, favorite for the World Cup. Nobody's saying they can't go on to win it. You can lose your first game and still go on to win the World Cup. We did see that Saudi Arabia in Qatar against Argentina, but then Argentina won the World Cup. But Saudi Arabia, that's Saudi Arabia you call, they've been in this place before. They always involved in tournaments. Saudi Arabia, we know their story. Argentina, world-class team. But for Cape Verde's side, I don't know how they happen to get that result. And that's the biggest result they've ever gotten all their life in football. You could see after the game, the celebration out there. A nation that is quite small, 156,000 capacity, looking at the nation. And now we begin to count how many people came out. The turn-up was massive. These guys came out live and they got the result against a team that we felt would have been, celebrated even before the game. But it's just what football brings to the table. Saudi Arabia comes to be third in the league on the top right now, while Uruguay also, you can talk about both sides sharing that very point. So now, that have been 4 draws in a single day in a World Cup. And also, the first time it's happened was 15 June 1958, exactly 68 years ago, when 8 games were played. Now, this is for Zinha, our college right there, for the very first Fatina, right there for the Cape Verdean side. That's how much it was. And I also did see a footage out. I think was it a police lady or one of the security guards dancing, having a celebration time with the Cape Verdean side. And like I already say, that result would not be taken for granted. It doesn't matter if Lamine did not start. It doesn't matter if Nico Williams did not start. But at least people that started the game, we are good enough. If I'm correct in this, I saw the team, right? Sorry about that. I saw Kukurea on the left back row. We saw Pau Kabasi and that pairing as well with Laporte, I recall. And then you look into the midfield, they had quality right there. That was a Pedro Gonzalez. That was a Fabian Ruiz. That was a Rodri. So how can they not find a way around it? Just how? Against the Cape Verdean side. Well, that's the news for the African country side. Where they were ranked. Look at the ranking. They were 82nd in the world. 2014 and counting till this day, many years. It means a lot of things were put in place. Structure-wise, facility, it's just 100% from the Moroccan Charles. They got one of the best academy on the African Charles. What more can be said? They allowed their manager go, Walid Regragui. I also made a post about that one because I felt like you don't let Walid go. You should be in the team because these guys are Walid's boys. But they are not even thinking it that way because they have a structure. In other words, right, when the manager leaves, someone else comes to take place. When this one leaves, it doesn't feel hard. It's more like a plug and play. Just plug it and you play it. Now, with the quality they have there and what they have in this one, you can see that the new manager has a quality idea. Now, I think we were thinking we could see El Kabi getting the start. It was Saibari playing the first 9 role, and El Kounos was just extraordinary against Brazil. Brahim Diaz with the assist, Saibari quite composed, and then Alisson Becker couldn't stop him from, dipping that one past the goalkeeper. That's the quality in the team. You go to the midfield, we saw a team that has what it takes to break down everyone. That man is just 18. 18 years old that Ubradi stole the show. And he got the midfield off Bruno Guimaraes, he got off Casemiro, got off quality there, and found himself in space. Now he's most talked about in the Moroccan national side because, personally, I say, he got a call. Yeah. By Didier Deschamps, the French manager, saying you can play. You got a France connection, but Moroccan roots. You can play for the French side. Well, who would have known? This young man, Brady, said no to the team. He said, no, I'm not going to stay for the French side. I want to play for Moroccan side where I got a root. And guess what? It wasn't that so long. He showed up. Now, you're making your debut to show it's not a mistake. You made your debut in a very high level, high game against the Brazilian side, who, if you say they can even win the World Cup, because for every time the World Cup is involved, they're always part of it. So you cannot say less about this man on your screen. Ayub Wade, I will respect him all the time in the day, and then it's just what it is. He's a quality to be talked about in the team. Now, also we saw the back line. Masvari was just owning the game. Ashraf Hakimi, who for me, sometimes I would say he's more like a Denzel Dumfries. They don't really have that 100% rate in ball tackles. Yeah, but their goals, their numbers make them different from what you know. He was just a turn on the flesh on Vini Jr. Vini Jr., aside the goal, we didn't really see much of the Brazilians. That's the truth. Matheus Cunha came in, he couldn't change the game because Thiago got a start. They couldn't impress so well. Casemiro was getting a lot of tackles. They got him off with a yellow card, but Fabinho still couldn't change the game. You know, all of these things is not just, we did not just give us what we thought we would have seen, but regardless, the game is still quite open. 1 point, both teams sharing the same point respectively. And if you ask me, I think the Moroccan side still have a job to do because I don't think that will be a way the Brazilians will not qualify. Their next game is Haiti. Maybe Neymar Jr. will be returning and to find himself in the map. Rafinha also did not have a decent game in that very phase. But let's jump and let you know that football is still being talked about. FIFA, people are saying politics is really taking over the game because this doesn't say it's football. And this doesn't sound passionate, I tell you. Now we heard the news about the Iranian national side. They arrived in Mexico, Tirana, after the game, coming from Los Angeles immediately after the New Zealand game, which they got a draw. They got a point. But these players were not, I mean, they've told them already beforehand that you cannot be in America. You can't stay. It's more like politics taking over the game. Politics rose over football in this very phase because I like to say it from the scratch. I know the scenario. We know the saga. We know the Iranian, the American. We know all of those things. We heard it. We know it. We saw it in the news. We feel it. Because it's world football. It's global. But I like to still state it from the top. One would have wanted to say that if you know, because they were called up. I mean, Gianni Infantino played a key role with the FIFA president. He played a key role by letting them be involved in the World Cup. And then Donald Trump allowed it. Not just about him allowing it. It's a football team, but it's a nation. So a football played in a nation, a football played inside USA, you could say, and it works for me. They gave them the permission to play. And it wasn't long before we heard about the news, want to say the visa denial, a lot of people, the strict measurements of searching people. Even when the embassy clears you fit enough to go into the nation, they still find a way to stop you. A lot of money not refunded. It was a lot to be talked about. It was chaotic for me. But I'm looking at the part where they would have also said, Iranian people, you can't make it to the World Cup. There's no way. Like, this is why you will not be in the World Cup. By now, there would have been a talk of the past. But you allow them come into the World Cup because well-deserved. They should be in the World Cup. And then after every game, they will have to leave the city. We don't know if that will happen elsewhere, if they qualify. But I'm just looking at it from a different perspective, and I'm saying this doesn't sound good for football. If we respect the game, there's a strict measures, we understand it, but not allowing them camp where they play their games, one would say that is not right. But then we go on a very quick break. When we return, the show would continue. Guess what? We'll tell you about one man, Kylian Mbappe. Lionel Messi, how they stole the show, I don't even know. Please stay with us. We'll be back shortly. Come back from that quick break. Let's talk about one man, Kylian Mbappe, who stole the show yesterday. Even if we bring you the lineup for both sides, you can see that it was a very big game. I was quite impressed with the Senegalese in the first half. Quite impressed. Very happy. Diatta, Niakite, Khalid Koulibaly. You know, Khalid Koulibaly, Nyakite Malik Diouf, a very, very deep cross of the ball. It's quality when he crosses the ball. You have to get yourself involved and then score the goal. I saw the midfield. I saw Pap Gay. I saw Idrissa Gana. I saw Kamara. Yeah, Kamara, Monaco. And I'm like, this team is good to go. They know this boys so well. They know them. And I also looked to the right side. Ilman Ndiaye did not get a start. It was Sadio Mane from the left side. Ismail Assar, Conference League winner with Crystal Palace from the right side. And I looked up front. It was, Nicholas Jackson, who was, he had a good game. That's the word. Even though his goal got disallowed, marginal offside. But we cannot talk less about some man. This man on your screen, Kylian Mbappe has found himself a record and all-time top scorer from the French national team. We must reference him. He has also become the player with the most goals for the French people in the history. This is what it looks like. 57 goals, 99 appearances. And then Olivier Giroud said something about Kylian Mbappe. He said, for overtaking me, I'm proud of you. You really made me happy, and I'm happy. So Olivier Giroud used to be, I knew it was a record that would be broken. I know. And even up till date, you look at Mbappe's goal, his numbers, insane. He's got young. He still has more World Cup time to play. He still has more years to play, if not 2 World Cup, I'm just saying. Depending on how he watches his career. But then becoming the French national team all-time top scorer. Now, look at the one you have on your screen. Fontaine also in this one, Thierry Henry. This is the France all-time. This one is about France all-time FIFA World Cup top scorers, not the world alone. This is for the French national team. 14, just got back just 14, and Thierry Henry's got 6. I think Thierry Henry, Michel Platini, I think about 3 of them. Zinedine Zidane also, their numbers are just 6 like that. When you look into that record, and this is what it looks like. French all-time top scorers. Mbappe's got 58 to his name. Olivier Giroud is, I don't really think he can be called up to the national team. Still playing. He got a 1-year deal with the Lille side. He's got 57 goals to his name. Thierry Henry would be happy to see Mbappe, if you're saying, break that record. 51 goals, who is also giving his support. And Antoine Griezmann got 44 goals, quite a record for his national side. Now, you look into this one. Now, this is what it looks like. The one just coming beneath, France top scorers, goal scorers, Kylian Mbappe's got 14. 14, 13. Thierry Henry's got 6, and Zinedine Zidane has got 5, Platini 5, and Olivier Giroud has got 5 respectively. That's what it looks like right now. And the next game, we'll be seeing him play. I don't know if Mbappe can be stopped. That's the truth, because he's always owning it. I think I saw 50 minutes in that very game. He had just less touch than any other player on the pitch. But when you have some players around you, the quality Michael Olise brings, then you can be thinking aloud and begin to wonder, why would he not score? The first goal he scored, the assist was magical from Olise. How would we have known the ball could go past Malik Diouf, Khalid Koulibaly, and Mbappe's run was timely? He found himself on the right path with the right runs, making the right shoulder space, and then got off Khalid Koulibaly. One touch, he's scanning the man, he's scanning the goalkeeper, you're here. And then all he could do was just to find the back of the net. His run was suave. So there was no way you could have stopped him. But the pass, you can't say less of the pass. You can talk less about Olise's pass, because when I saw that pass, I'm like, this one will have to go in. Because Edward Mendy was lost with the ball. And then the way he had to bend his body, he came alive, he came so big. Edward Mendy had a very good save, he came alive all of the time. He was just, if they had won the game, he would have been the MVP of that game. But it was just a good one from Mbappe. Dembele did not really have his time in the game. Ian Cheki came in late on the game, and they were applauding him. They were screaming his name. They were screaming his name. And while they were screaming his name, he felt happy. And they are a team to be talked about. But let's go into that game proper, and let's talk about this one, France-Senegal. Let's have some review about the game. And we must tell you, Michael Olise was named man of the match in that very game. And then he found himself with assist-wise ratio. And you look at Michael Olise and what he has brought to the national team, you would say this man is a perfect replacement for Antoine Griezmann. He can play as a number 10. He can play as a number 8. He can play as a wild man. He can come from the right, from the left. It's just magical. You cannot stop Michael Olise. And he was on top form. So he didn't just come to the World Cup to just come and shy away or just to, have a feel of what the World Cup looks like. No, he came to the World Cup to win. and making a move from the the Bavarian side, Allianz Arena, Bayern Munich coming to the World Cup on top level. Brahim, what's his name? Luis Diaz, also on top level. Harry Kane, we're yet to see him play tonight, also on top level. If he continues this way, we don't even know what will be at the end of the day, because Ousmane Dembele happens to be a threat, to this man. But you cannot hide up the lights in a basket. It definitely will be seen. I would say the game is now slowly being built around Michael Olise, because he's just at the center of every game that they play. Whenever he gets his time, he finds the back of the net. Now, this is what it looks like. This is what the team looks like when they started the game. Now, Joe Conde, Theo Hernandez. So let me analyze this player so you understand. Now, Maina did well, but I looked at Joe Conde. He knows what a World Cup looks like. A La Liga winner with Barca, and coming to this very one, he just had to own it. He was a very, very big man trying to stop Sadio Mane, even though Mane didn't really find himself in that space. Now, you look at Saliba. I say it all the time. For every time William Saliba is fit, I will tell you, he always gets a start. Upamecano pairing with Saliba. Now, the role Saliba played, let's even talk about this. Let's leave it this way and talk about this in a while. The role Saliba played, right, was the role Gabriel Magalhaes do play in the French national team. Now, working with the team, working with the lineup, let's just have it on the screen as well, like a share. Let's talk about that quickly. I want to talk about the screen line, the way they started. Now, let's have it. The way they started, Joe Conde, Theo Hernandez, William Saliba as well, and Upamecano. I can work with that. Now, these stats look very, very compacted, right? Now, let me say, from Joe Conde's stats, he knows the role to play. He finds himself in the midfield when he needs to do so. But for yesterday, because of the way the Senegalese possessed the Camara, they said, no, let's not let Joe Conde make a move. Hold on to Sadio Mane. Now, Theo Hernandez came with a very different style, and I will tell you, he came physical. He's not usually a physical player. He's very strong when he wants to be. But his brother is not, didn't get a play in this one. Now, Theo Hernandez was just the man who was so visible. We could see how physical he was. Sometimes a lot of body contact. Now, you go to the center half. Upamecano was playing the role Saliba will play in Arsenal, if you understand what the 4 and the 5 looks like. Then Saliba, say he's been loved in French football. They love him so well. I saw a one that felt like Nicolas Jackson would have scored. And he saved it. How he did it, we don't even know. World class. They have got the pairs right there. We saw a different French national team. Upamecano and Saliba worked well. They connected so well. Konate will be scared to say, oh, this one, will I ever get the start? But time will tell. It depends on Deschamps because he has the power to rotate his team. Now, I say it again and I'll say it very well for every time on the record that William Saliba happens to be fit, he gets a start. Now, let's talk about the midfield, the way it is. Now, you can see for yourself, watch this. Tchouameni, Rabiot, and they have N'Golo Kante in the bench. They also had, what's the name? Manu Kone in the bench. But when you have a team that has the quality like this, these guys are favorite to win it. They showed up later on. That's just the superability, and that's just about the superiority that a team can have over a team. They were both decent in the start of the game, but the Senegalese showed threats. But when we started seeing the game oftentimes, we knew that they just couldn't. There's no way Chow could have contained these boys because Rabiot stole the show in the midfield. He came alive physically and trying to stop everybody. Then Belly tried to play like a number 10, having a swap with Michael Olise. Desiree Doué, quite young in the World Cup, showing himself not scared of what a player he is. Then Mbappe. So you can say this on, but we don't have to just talk about them alone. Let's give respect to one side again. The Senegalese, the way they started right there, Edouard Mendy. This is what it looks like. Edouard Mendy, Diatta from the right, Malik Thiaw from the left side. In the midfield, out from the center half, they had Kitty and also Khalidou Koulibaly, Pape Gueye, Idrissa Gana, also there, and then Camara. We saw Ismail Assar, Sadio Mane, and Nicolas Jackson. Respect to the Senegalese. I just feel, for one, they can still come out from this very group. We see how it goes. But away from that one, let's quickly let you know, there's been a big merger. One man you can talk about on the show today. I will be the most unhappy man, if we don't give reference to Oman. And that's the reason why I say you don't need to visit Inter Miami before God can have mercy on you. He stole the show. What a man, Lionel Messi. Miroslav Klose over watching that one. I'm like, oh goodness me, Messi has broken this one again. Messi got to measure yesterday. Lionel Messi is a man to be talked about. Lionel Messi does not have Messi on his opponent. 16 goals measure with Miroslav Klose. Ronaldo's got 15, right? John Muller's got 14. And also we have Kylian Mbappe 14. Mbappe can still make it all right. Now, this is a record that we have to look into. Lionel Messi now tees up with Miroslav Klose 16 as all-time men's World Cup scorer. And then most goals in the World Cup history, you can see. And as if that is not enough, Messi's 38. He has had a truly historic performance. Messi is now Argentina's oldest ever World Cup goal scorer. Messi is now the oldest ever player to score a World Cup brace. Messi gets his first World Cup hat-trick. Messi is now the joint highest goal scorer in the World Cup history. Messi is the first ever player to play at 6 World Cups. Lionel Messi, look at this one. The way the goals were coming, I said to myself, Messi will always steal the show. He steals show. He doesn't think about it. He stole the show yesterday. He knows it. But with his age 38 and scoring a hat-trick, I would have thought, I knew they would win. But I don't know what the scoreline was. I don't even know if he was going to get that, those kind of goals, those numbers for himself. This is just the first match. We're yet to see what happens. Don't forget, every time in the game, we talk about 2 names in the football world who has lived to a high level. Milestone achieved, evergreen players, Ronaldo, Messi. Or you say Messi, Ronaldo. Maybe just some pressure on Ronaldo today. Can he deliver the Portuguese against the GRC people tonight? Now, let's really talk about something else and let you know some transfer news away from the World Cup talk. Marcus Rashford's future remains in doubt. We don't know what is going to be for Marcus Rashford, but I think I have personal advice for Marcus Rashford. Now, Man United forward Marcus Rashford have now returned to Man United from loan. The buy option from Barcelona has expired. He will be available for a possible transfer after the World Cup. Now, Marcus Rashford, £40 million release clause at United is available to all Premier League clubs except Liverpool and Man City. Now, this is my opinion about Rashford. I really need Rashford to sell himself. He's still got the potential to play in a big club. If he steps up the game and get a more consistent performance in this World Cup, it just might be next big thing. 40 million release clause, 35 million fee negotiable is also an option. He's much affordable and his quality in today's market. I think he has a good World Cup. If he just have a good World Cup, if he that's the word. If he gets a good World Cup performance, then just maybe he might be on the sellout. Just hopefully, wish him all of the best, Marcus Rashford. The big competition for him. Will he take a pay cut? Time tells. Now let's look into one man, Antonio Rudiger, who will be extending his contract. He has rarely extended his contract. He'll be joining the Madrid side again. That's the club side where he plans to trade. The 33-year-old deal at Real Madrid was due, to expire at the end of this month. But this is what it looks like. He would now be staying with the club side at Real Madrid for one more season. So Rudiger agrees to 1-year contract extension with Real Madrid. And also from Real Madrid to Real Madrid, Bernardo Silva walking down the tunnel, seeing the cabinet for himself. He's officially now a Real Madrid player. That was a torn somewhere. We don't even know. I thought he was making a move to Camp Nou, or Nou Camp, anyone. But Jao go now. He made a move, and he is now a Madrid player that you can see walking down the tunnel for Real Madrid. So it's confirmed that the Portuguese midfielder now will be playing for Real Madrid come next season. He will definitely control the middle of the park, and that's a depth for them. Tchouaméni will have to enjoy himself this time around. For everyone at the Goulet, all of them have to see themselves through. With Jose Mourinho being the manager, a Portuguese, also manage a Portuguese player, he knows the quality this man, Bernardo Silva, brings to the table. And lastly, let's talk about the man. Sometimes your dreams don't come true. Sometimes bitter truths that you're working hard every day doesn't really mean you'll make it. Just a bitter truth. Doesn't sound good to know, but this man said he wants to be in United for 20 years and never stayed up to didn't even stay long. But regardless, he's now appointed the new manager of the Rossoneri. And you can see AC Milan, my lifelong ambition and also exciting challenge. Well, let's talk about this. AC Milan have appointed Ruben Amorim as their new head coach on 3-year contract as the head coach in this phase. Now, according to the Portuguese, Ruben Amorim, he said, they're ambitious that stay with you throughout your career. And coming to coach AC Milan has always been one on my mind, I know exactly what this club means. History, prestige, and also extraordinary fan base around the world. It's a challenge I embrace with pride and enthusiasm, fully aware of what this colors means and what it represents. I can't wait. I can't wait to get started. That's about Ruben Amorim. So, what do we want to say from here, from the show, Sports Republic? All of the best. We wish Ruben Amorim all of the best. Does he have a style? Yes. He has a football methodology, but just that he was not implementing it with the right players. That's what it is. I don't know if he was given more time, if it would have changed. Maybe, just maybe, but you can never tell because he was quite stubborn. He wanted to play his way, not the United way. So there was a style United had. There's a structure. There's a plain role that everyone would have worked, not going narrowly. And that's why Ruben Amorim actually struggled with United. But regardless, we wish him all of the best. And then the World Cup continues. Make sure you see all of the games that will be coming up today. But from me, I'll have to say we'll be celebrating and supporting our own brothers. I don't know of you, but my own opinion, they are also side anytime. I will just give them support because I'm liking a friend there. His name is Mbuku. He's in that team. And also for the Ghanaian people, I'd love to see Antoine Semenyo find the back of the net against the Panama side today. Tomorrow, in the early hours of tomorrow, that's 12 a.m. While some are sleeping, remember, Messi was somewhere not having mercy on the people because he's merciless. And that's what they call him Messi. Yes, up until then, it's time for me to go. It's time for us to call it the close right here. You've been watching Vop Tv Lagos, Nigeria, and it's been the Sports Republic show. We have the media news coming up next, but do well to join later on. The guys, 5 p.m., a very bigger time, a spacious time for the world of football. It's a locker room show, and I'll be returning on your TV screen again, and that will be hopefully by Friday to take you through. Our physical bunch will be here to talk about World Cup talks, and that will be for tomorrow, which will be Thursday. Up until then, please have yourself a great day, and I must say, much love from me, myself, Messi.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFL. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, The truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say,
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. First, the headlines. Senate President Godswill Akpabio convenes emergency session over security and others. Adams Oshomole alleges forged signatures in Natasha's suspension. Governor Seyi Makinde vows to ensure release of Orire abductees. Igbo Congress plans Washington rally on Nigeria's insecurity. Federal government's free TV to bring free digital TV on mobile phones. Apapa Customs intercepts drugs expired pharmaceuticals worth 12.7 billion naira. In business, IMF flags monetary policy risks as Nigeria's crypto assets surge. In sports, Lionel Messi's hat-trick sinks Algeria as party loses Canada bid. In entertainment, Mr. Bigger released new song, Japa. And now the news in full. The Senate has scheduled the emergency plenary session for Tuesday, June the 23rd, to deliberate on pressing national issues, including security matters. This comes as the Red Chamber also announced plans to investigate allegations by Senator Adams Oshomole that some lawmakers' signatures were forged or improperly attached to the report recommending the suspension of Kogi Central Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. In a notice to all senators, Clerk of the Senate, Emmanuel Odo, said the emergency sitting was convened on the directive of Senate President Godswill Akpabio, adding that the plenary will hold at 11 a.m. in the Senate chamber of the National Assembly complex in Abuja. The notice explained that the purpose of the emergency sitting is to enable the Senate to consider matters of urgent national importance, particularly issues relating to national security and other critical concerns that require immediate legislative attention. The development comes amid growing concerns over security challenges in parts of the country and the increasing calls for legislative actions on several national issues. Meanwhile, Senator Adams Oshomole has alleged that signatures of the committee report that recommended the suspension of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan for 6 months were forged. However, while he alleged that the names of no fewer than 3 senators were improperly included on the report,
The Senate said no signature was forged in the suspension report. The Edo North senator was reacting to Senate Leader Kwame Bamidele's description of Akpoti Uduaga's suspension as one of the lowest moments of the 10th Senate. According to Oshomole, several lawmakers whose names appeared on the report, including Ireti Kingibe, told him that they neither signed the document nor endorsed its recommendation. Moving on, in another development, former governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, says he is prepared to make any sacrifice, including risking his life, to secure the release of the Orire school children and teachers who were abducted by gunmen on May the 15th. Makinde made the declaration at his Ikoloba residence in Ibadan during a peaceful protest led by activist Martins Otse, popularly known as Very Dark Man. Acknowledging the protesters' concerns over the victims' continued stay in captivity, the governor said his administration was deploying every available resource to ensure their safe return, adding that ongoing security operations were being carefully coordinated to minimize casualties. However, the governor stated that though he could not disclose details of the ongoing rescue efforts for security reasons, the state government will spare no lawful efforts to secure the abductees' freedom. Commending the protesters for their peaceful conduct and advocacy, he added that if the efforts to free the victims get to a point where certain people have to be sacrificed, including himself, it will be done. Still on insecurity, the World Igbo Congress, that's the WIC, has announced plans to hold a mass rally in Washington, D.C., in the United States, aimed at drawing international attention to the rise in insecurity in Nigeria, including the killings and kidnappings in several communities. In a statement, the organization said it has mandated its vice chairman, Basil Onwukwe, to lead a delegation to the United States Capitol for the rally being organized in collaboration with the Save Nigeria Advocacy Group led by Stephen Osewigwe. According to the organizers, the event is intended to raise awareness on the security challenges affecting Nigerian communities and seek stronger response to ongoing violence and criminality. They added that the program will include discussions on insecurity and an awards ceremony recognizing members of the U.S. Congress who have contributed to raising awareness on Nigeria's security situation. In another development, the Lagos State Police Command has said it has apprehended a medical doctor, a traditional birth attendant, and the parents of a newborn baby over the alleged sale of an infant for 2.5 million naira. The 28-year-old mother and her boyfriend allegedly decided not to keep the baby, so they sought individuals who could facilitate the sale of the child after birth and were reportedly linked to a prospective buyer in Ikorodu through intermediaries. However, the pregnant woman was initially taken to a traditional birth attendant for delivery, but labor, however, complications were said to have necessitated her transfer to a private hospital in Ikorodu, where the principal suspect performed a successful cesarean section to save the lives of both the mother and child. Afterwards, arrangements for the sale of the newborn were conclusive within the hospital premises shortly after the delivery, with the unidentified buyer paying 2.5 million naira. Meanwhile, the Commissioner of Police, Fatai Tijani, has directed that the case be transferred from Area E Command Festac to the State Criminal Investigation Department, SCID, for further investigation. Away from that report, the federal government has unveiled a new digital television platform called the Free TV in its bid to usher in a new era of free digital television for millions of Nigerians and expand access to quality broadcasting. It said the initiative forms part of Nigeria's digital switchover program and is designed to provide households with access to over 100 television channels without monthly subscription fees. Accordingly, viewers will be able to enjoy a wide range of content, including news, sports, movies, music, educational programs, children's content, and dedicated indigenous language channels. According to the National Broadcasting Commission, that's the NBC, the platform aligns with ongoing efforts to deepen digital inclusion and ensure that more Nigerians benefit from technological advancement regardless of location or income level. The initiative is also expected to boost local content production and seize and create employment opportunities across the creative and broadcasting industry. It added that the platform will be accessible through satellite and terrestrial transmission, as well as the Free TV mobile application, with coverage extending beyond major cities to rural and undeserved communities. Still on governance, the federal government has called for global cooperation and strategic deployment of innovative financing mechanisms to bridge the massive development funding gaps hindering emerging economies, particularly Nigeria. The Minister of Solid Minerals and Development, Dele Alake, disclosed this virtually during the Green Guarantee Group Stakeholders Roundtable on mainstream financial guarantees in Nigeria. He said strategic collaborations among governments, development financial institutions, private investors, and are critical to unlocking massive investment required for green industrialization, small business expansion, and sustainable economic growth. According to him, realizing this vision requires substantial investment across financing constraints. He explained that many viable projects struggle to attract capital due to concerns around market uncertainty, adding that this is where guarantee instruments and innovative risk sharing is in the country are so important. The minister explained that Nigeria was actively positioning itself within the global market by intentionally pursuing policies that champion climate action, renewable energy, mining, and agriculture. Meanwhile, the Federal Capital Territory High Court sitting in Maitama, Abuja, has dismissed an application by former Governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, challenging its jurisdiction to hear the alleged 110.4 billion naira fraud filed against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. In her ruling, Justice Marilyn Anene held that the court had the requisite jurisdiction to entertain 16-count charge bordering on criminal breach of trust and money laundering. The former governor had asked the court to strike out the case, during arguing that the FCT High Court lacked territorial jurisdiction and that the proceedings amounted to an abuse of court process due to a similar charge pending before the Federal High Court in Abuja. However, prosecution counsel Kemi Pinero, SAN, argued that the alleged offenses are properly before the FCT High Court because they relate to provision of the Penal Code in the statement. He added that the property allegedly acquired with the proceeds of the offenses was located within Abuja. He also maintained that the two cases before the FCT High Court and the Federal High Court were different in substance and law, noting that while one involves alleged criminal breach of trust and conspiracy, The other relates to alleged violation of the Money Laundering Prohibition Act. Moving on, a former chief of staff to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Ibrahim Gambari, has urged African nations to return to indigenous governance systems and cultural principles, arguing that the imported democratic systems have failed the continent because they lack African values and characteristics. Gambari made the remarks in Abuja during the launch of a book by diplomat and former United Nations official Mujib Jinaidu, who is the founder of the Tumor Institute in Port Novo, Benin Republic. Sharing the launch, Gambari stressed that sustainable development in Africa can only be achieved when policies and institutions are rooted in the continent's history, cultural heritage, and collective aspirations. According to him, the external cannot love the people more than they love themselves. The people know where the shoe pinches, since they are the ones wearing it. He added that the book raised a fundamental question about Africa's development challenges. Meanwhile, residents in Benin City in Edo State have expressed mixed feelings about the federal government's resumption of the mass trial of 600 terrorist suspects. While many see the move as crucial to justice and improve security, others have called for transparency and fairness in the judicial process. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Jenny, has more in this report.
Residents in Benin City have reacted to the federal government's decision to resume the trial of 600 Boko Haram suspects, describing the move as a significant step in the country's fight against terrorism. Some respondents said the action shows the government's resolve to ensure justice for victims of insurgent attacks and hold suspected offenders accountable through the legal process.
You can't just pick anybody and start dealing with him like that. You go and try him. In a civilized society, anywhere in this world, that's what they do. They try you. Except in the Banana Republic, where they do anyhow. They can kill you, they can extrajudicial killing can go on. But this type of thing, they will get them as suspects. As suspects, they are presumed innocent until proved guilty in the court of competent jurisdiction. Until proved guilty in the court of law. So they are innocent. They have to be tried. They must be tried.
Others called for fair and transparent proceedings, stressing that while those found guilty should be punished, the rights of the accused must also be protected.
For me, I have to ask them, what is the trial? Did they not call them in the arts? Did they not call them in the arts before they handle them to the Federal Republic in their custody? Why are they not going to give them trial? That's what I have to ask the federal government. That giving them trial will give many of them morale that when they get there, they will have the time for trial. They should give their trial. By then, they might release some. They will not release all of them. Out of that 600, they might release 300 are innocent, 300 are victims. Okay, and right now, what about the people that those 300 people Boko Haram have killed? Will they still restore the people, the family? Will they still restore their people back? No need of giving them trial. They should persecute them. That's what we want in our country. Justice should take its course. That they should persecute them because they have already found them guilty.
It can do that. It's a very, very good achievement. Is number one is not to try them and put them to Nigeria Army. That is a very, very bad disease. If the federal government can do very important thing, those men sentence them to life in jail or death penalty. Don't give chance.
Many believe the trials could strengthen national security and serve as a deterrent to terrorism, while offering hope to communities affected by years of insurgency. Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Well, thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. You are still watching the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumo. He is a lawyer and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator A very good afternoon to you, Barrister Dance, and thank you for joining the conversation.
Afternoon, David. How are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
All right, then. Well, let's jump up from this story and, of course, the reports from Benin City, where some Nigerians have shown concern about the ongoing renewed trial of the resumption of mass trial, really, of the 600 terrorist suspects that were apprehended by security operatives. From your perspective, Barrister Darlington, what do you make of this trial? Because, again, some are saying it's the fundamental right of these people to be tried once they have been apprehended first by the security operatives. What's your position?
My position is that the right thing is being done, but it was too late in coming. They ought to have started this thing at least as early as 2010. Because this thing started in 2009. And so since that time, we are hearing they have apprehended, they have arrested, they have apprehended, they have arrested. At the end of the day, you rehabilitate these people with all the heinous crimes they have committed, including killing our soldiers, ambushing them, killing them. And then when you arrest them, you say they have repented, they have sworn with the Quran, and so they are now, all those things, all the things they have done so far in the past is not too cheering. The government ought not have delayed this matter up to now. That is just the truth. Besides,
Why do you think it was delayed up to this time, Barrister?
I think the government is not telling us the whole truth, because it's from among these people that they took the one that have been rehabilitated, the one that they have returned back into the society and all that, the one they are paying money. And so, if you are now prosecuting some of these people, these other ones that you are rehabilitating, what is the difference? You can as well rehabilitate all of them now and start telling us that you are prosecuting some people.
All right, now let's talk about the rehabilitation. But then, before we do that, is there the possibility that these ones that are presently going back to trial are being kept for the fact that the Nigerian security operatives want more intelligence gathering with them in their custody? Is there a possibility for that?
Please, when you are talking about intelligence gathering, count me out. Because as far as I'm concerned, there are enough intelligence in the custody of the government and security agencies. The intelligence is there.
If there are so much intelligence, when you say this, how come we're still having consistent level of kidnapping, attacks by these bandits and all of that?
There is no political will to do the needful. That is just the problem Nigeria have. The government is not too keen or is not willing to do the needful concerning these people. They are treating them with a kid glove. They are pampering them. And so when people come and tell me about intelligence, no, it's not a matter of intelligence.
Then when you say they are pampering them, what would you expect the government do? Because right now there is the current conversation, which is ongoing as well, of the state police, and that is one measure on the part of government. Don't you think so as well?
How do you rehabilitate somebody who have committed all the crime in the book? In the name of what? De-radicalization. Is it fair to those that have murdered, those that have rendered useless, villages that were sacked? Are you being fair to them? And so when government is carrying out this kind of action, it tells you a lot. And they are not even holistic about it. They select those they will rehabilitate and those they will prosecute and all that. So there is no sincerity or purpose here. These guys, you don't need to messy them. I'm not joking. That is the only way you can send a strong message. You don't need to messy them. You are not going to spend money.
Now, the people who are being de-radicalized, as it were, and pushed back into the society. Some say that there are some quarters that said that this were the young people who were forced into that system and were not part of them from the inception. And of course, we're talking about young people who were picked from their villages and forced into the system. Thus, the reason why they are being de-radicalized and returned back to society. Do you share the sentiment that this is the major reason why these young people are being de-radicalized and pushed back into the society as against the ones that are facing trials?
I do not believe this type of argument. A crime is a crime. Whether you did it willingly or unwillingly, it is a crime. You have committed it. Don't come and give me any other excuse. Please. Don't come and tell me you are forced, you are not forced and all that. No. That is not a valid reason at all. If you begin to do that, then nobody will go to prison. Oh. That's why it is said that there is no excuse in law. That you don't know, I don't know, is not an excuse in law. You have committed a crime, you have committed a crime. Don't come and give excuse later. That one will be medicine after death. Go and serve your term.
All right then. Now, still talking about insecurity, Sheikh Ahmad Gumi, who's been a representative between the federal government and, of course, some of these bandits and all, has asked for same package given to the riverine boys who are, again, at this point, protecting the Nigerian pipeline. Looking at that particular suggestion by Sheikh Ahmad Gumi, do you also think that that might, to some level, quell down the agitation by these bandits across Nigeria?
On what ground should that happen? Look, this Sheikh Gumi, the arrogance of this man is annoying me, seriously. The arrogance of this man, the way he talks and behaves, is so annoying. It can only happen in Nigeria. Seriously. This man has been declared persona non grata in Saudi Arabia, and that's the seat of the Islamic world. He cannot enter that country today. But here, look at what he's talking. On what ground? Did he give us reason for what he suggested? In the Niger Delta, the environment has been devastated due to what? The oil drilling activities there. They can't go to farm, nothing. And the government is saying, okay, help us protect this pipeline that run across your region. In the case of the bandit, this man was trying to talk on their behalf. What did they lose? Remember, they told you that these people are not from Nigeria. So how can you give such a favor to non-Nigerians? Considering what they have done. The man just wake up and talk anyhow because he knows that Nigerians cannot do anything to him.
But then again, he interfaces with these people. Isn't that a yardstick for more conversation on the part of intelligence gathering?
It is left for government. I don't know. When you are talking of intelligence, Sheikh Gumi told you that whenever he's going into the bush to go and commune with his children, whom we call good and bad bandits, that the government official used to go with him, that they used to give him security backup. And so you didn't get intelligence from him, Abi? I just told you here that count me out when they are talking of intelligence. We have more than enough. Tons. Bayo Nonoga told us that he talks to them. They have their phone number. He told us that he spoke with them. El-Rufai told you that they know where they are. They have their phone. They hear their conversation. This same Sheikh Gumi have told you that government knows their phone numbers. They know their location. They know where they are. So, David, please, who is talking of intelligence here? Please. Look, they can mess with other people's brain, not me. Oh. I will not allow that. Seriously, I will not. Let nobody come and tell me about intelligence. They have more than enough. They refuse to use it.
All right, now, let's go to the courts right about now, where the Federal Capital Territory High Court in Maitama, Abuja, has dismissed the application by former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, challenging his jurisdiction to hearing the alleged 110.4 billion naira fraud case against him by the EFCC. At this point, Barrister, do you think at this point the Federal High Court in Abuja has done right by dismissing that application? Because again, their concern is the fact that that particular application clearly is relating to offenses located within the Federal Capital Territory. So is that a legit judgment on its own?
I think, or rather, I am very, very happy with what the Federal High Court have said. Because, David, if you begin to admit such application, everybody would want his case to be prosecuted by his kinsmen in his village. What do you think?
You think that is what this is all about?
You want it to be done in Kogi, where you have where you are the lord of the manor. Is that not what is going on here? Why do you think that those who started the court hierarchy, they created the federal and the state high court and all that? When you come to federal matter, yes, this is a federal offense, so it can be prosecuted anywhere. You cannot choose a jurisdiction. It is a non-issue. The man is not even talking about the crime he committed, though. It is where he will be prosecuted that he's interested in. Can you imagine? He's not bothered. He's not even saying, I did not take such money, this and that, though. No. He's only interested in the jurisdiction. And because he's ignorant of how these things operate, that's why he could make such a noise. But I thank God, the court know better. The court know better.
How much of an impact would this decision by the Federal High Court in Maitama have on the case itself? Because we've heard that this case have been ongoing for a while and yet no expedited action towards judgment or even the case itself seeing the light of day in court. How much of an impact is this judgment going to have?
It is because of this application. You know, most times when a case is ongoing and you bring this up, yes, the court will entertain it. The court will entertain it before the substantive matter will be entered into and the trial will begin. Now that the road has been cleared, I don't think he will come up with any other thing that will be an obstacle to the case. The trial will definitely continue, whether he like it or not. That's the truth.
All right,
because the evidence on this matter is in fact is an open and closed case. How do you go and pay money in a school for children yet unborn in your family, so that whenever they just born them, schooling will not be, they just go to that school? That is yet unborn, with whose money? Thank God the evidence is there that the school returned that money back. So he will tell us.
Oh, well, definitely, as that particular story progresses, we will be talking more about it. But let's move a bit back to insecurity. The World Igbo Congress has announced plans to hold a mass rally in Washington, D.C., in the United States. I mean, this is aimed at drawing international attention to the rising insecurity in the land. Barrister, what's your position about this? And to think that these individuals clearly are also going to be having some sort of award ceremony to some of the congressmen in the U.S. that have chimed their voices on the insecurity situation in Nigeria. But then, would these level of rally in Washington maybe have an impact at the global stage as concerning the insecurity in Nigeria?
I would advise them to concentrate on the Southeast. Talking about the whole country is unnecessary because the federal government of Nigeria is not interested in punishing the culprits here. They are not interested in addressing this issue. So they should, since it is the World Igbo Congress, they should concentrate on the Southeast. Draw attention to what is going on there. Because in the Southeast, we are not terrorists. We don't know what is called terrorism. So those people that are in the Southeast, where are they from? Who are they? They should concentrate on that to remind the whole world that, look, the people that are terrorizing the Southeast, the federal government should explain to us. Because they have sent in Nnamdi Kanu to Sokoto prison, Simon Egba in Finland. So, who are the people causing problem in the Southeast? They should draw attention because all the security agencies that they brought into the Southeast, what are they doing there? What are they doing there? That is the issue. The people they imported into the Southeast that they claim to be hunters, where are they hunting? Where are they hunting? Where are the bushes where they are doing hunting? These are things they should look into and not the generality of Nigeria, because it is now clear to everybody that some region in this country, they are very much in bed. They are very happy with the terrorism. Well, that's why they are not making any effort.
Well, I would say on the contrary that the Senate seem to be having some level of sleepless nights when it comes to the insecurity situation in Nigeria, because the Senate has scheduled an emergency plenary session for Tuesday, June the 23rd, and that precisely next week, to deliberate on pressing national issues, including security matters. Now, you think something very solid might come out from that emergency plenary session?
David, please, I want to ask you a question. Is it the first, second, third, fourth, or fifth time they are holding such a session on insecurity? Please answer me.
Changes the only constant.
Is it the first time they have invited security chiefs to come and explain why the thing is rising, yet nothing came out of it? Look, they are just doing all these things for what? For the optics. They are not serious. Nothing will come out of it. They just want to tell you that they are doing something. Was it not Akpabio that told you that this thing will not end until 2 weeks after the election? Please tell me now. Akpabio told you that 2 weeks after the election, the insecurity will stop. So why are you...
Barrister, Akpabio is just an individual.
No, he's the leader of the National Assembly.
He doesn't speak for all of the States.
He's the leader. The third person in Nigeria. He's the leader. So he should know. He should know better. So what they are doing now is to just, small screen, showmanship, that we are doing something. Okay, after the talk shop, what will happen? No, tell me, after the talk shop, what will happen? What is that thing they are going to talk now that they have not talked since 3 years ago?
Maybe finally approving the state policing bill. Don't you think so?
David, hold on, please. To fight this insecurity, you need the resources, Abi. You need money to buy equipment, Abi.
Right.
Good. Please, all the money they have been approving for security, how much have they received out of the money? 7%. It's on record. 7% of the money. They have not asked the executive, where is the rest of the money going into? You can see deceit of the highest order. They have not asked the executive, all the money we have been approving for you here, where is it? Are you giving it to the security agents to buy weapon and order? Are you playing your own role? David, let me shock you. Because this National Assembly, I've told you, I don't have faith in them. Since 3 years ago, since Tinubu came into office, all the budgetary allocation for infrastructure development 3 years ago amounted to 54.9 trillion naira. But let me now shock you. Out of this money, budgetary allocation, out of this money, only 2.5 have been released for the so-called infrastructure. Where is the remaining money? David, where is the remaining money? This National Assembly, can they ask questions? They will not ask. Just recap people. You want to discuss insecurity, this as if they are serious. Which seriousness can you adduce to this? Nothing. They just want to tell you that they are working. They are not doing anything.
Oh well.
This thing I told you now, is it not enough for them to wake up and say, look, this must stop? The 210 trillion naira that is missing for NNPC, have they talked about it? Have they called the emergency session for it? The answer is no. Even the Committee on Public Accounts, who wanted to do something, didn't you see how Akpabio stopped them? No, didn't you see how Akpabio stopped them? And the Oshomole, and now there is look, when these people want to play this plan, they should not play it to me. I've said it. I'm not joking. They should not try it. They can try with Nigeria, not me. Want to call emergency session. So that what will happen? The other ones you called, what came out of it? What came out of it? Nothing. So is this one now that something will come out, Abi? No, this one now, Abi. Have they ever called the president? They come and explain to us what is going on with this insecurity. Have they ever? Even this money that was missing in the NPCL, have they called him as the Minister of Petroleum? Nothing.
Quick question, Barrister. Why do you think the National Assembly cannot call the presidency to ask questions as concerning the budgetary allocations?
David, can an errand boy challenge his master? I mean, errand boy. You saw how Akpabio become while he came into that National Assembly. He was appointed, though. He was appointed.
But he's the president of the Senate.
When you came into an office through this means, there is nothing you can do. This Akpabio, forget it. He told you here that whatever the executive will bring, he will sign it without even going through. He will sign it and tell the man to return it back to the president. Is that not what has been going on?
Well, Barrister,
mention anytime they have challenged anything the executive have done. Just once. Say, the executive, Mr. President, this one, no, is not good, though. Mention just once. So it is not they are going to act, Abi. They are all the errand boy of the executive. That's what they are there for. They said it.
Unfortunately, we're pressed for time right now. I would have loved to have your take on the plan to investigate the allegations tabled by another senator, Adams Oshiomhole, particularly on the forged signatures of some of the members of the Senate. So much to talk about, really. But then, because of our time, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment.
A word.
Yes.
Oshiomhole should shut up. Did you hear me? When he was there, when this infraction was committed, why didn't he talk? Now that the heat is on between him and Akpabio, he's not telling us so that we'll do what? When they were harassing that woman, didn't some of us raise our voice and say, no, this is not right? Why didn't Akpabio talk? I mean, Oshiomhole talk that time.
All right.
So what is he telling us?
Well,
so that we'll not do what?
Barrister finally had its voice on that particular story.
No, it was too late in coming.
Thank
in fact, it's behind time. So you should close his mouth and talk other things.
All right, then. Well, like I said earlier, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the media news. I want to say a big thank you to Barrister Darlington Agumo for chiming his voice. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories in business, sports, and entertainment will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the business angle of the news. The International Monetary Fund, that's the IMF, has warned Nigeria of risk to monetary policy effectiveness, financial stability, and monetary sovereignty over the country's rising use of dollar-backed stablecoins. In its country and regional focus report released in Washington, D.C., the IMF noted that the Naira's sharp depreciation, high inflation, and limited access to foreign exchange in 2023 and 2024 significantly increased demand for dollar-linked digital assets. Citing China Analysis 2024 Global Crypto Adoption Index, the institution said Nigeria ranked second globally in crypto assets inflows between July 2023 and June 2024, with inflows estimated at $59 billion. It also noted that Nigeria ranked 6th in 2025. According to the report, stablecoins have become a hedge against currency volatility and a tool for facilitating payments to overseas suppliers, especially amid foreign exchange constraints. It added that following the restrictions by the Central Bank of Nigeria on bank servicing cryptocurrency exchanges, crypto-related activities increasingly shifted to peer-to-peer and other less regulated platforms, while acknowledging benefits such as faster and cheaper cross-border transactions that can enhance trade, remittances, and financial inclusion. The IMF also warned of broader risks. And from business, we move straight to sports, where Lionel Messi became the World Cup's joint all-time leading goal scorer on Tuesday with a hat-trick in Argentina's 3-0 win over Algeria in Kansas City, United States. The 38-year-old Argentinian captain had a hat-trick, his first ever at a World Cup, pushed him alongside Germany's Miroslav Klose as the top scorer in the tournament's history with 16 goals. Trailing on the list with 15 goals is Brazilian great Ronaldo, one ahead of Gerd Müller and current France star Kylian Mbappe. Meanwhile, on the flip side of Messi's glittering honor, Ghana's midfielder Thomas Partey has lost a court challenge to be allowed entry into Canada for his side's World Cup opener in Toronto over his trial on rape charges in Britain. Ottawa denied the Villarreal player a visa over the British charges, blocking him from playing for Ghana against Panama today. Accra has filed a request for an injunction in federal court on Tuesday, seeking to set aside Ottawa's decision. However, Judge Roger Lafreniere was said to have dismissed the challenge, with coach Carlos Queiroz telling newsmen in Toronto that his side would be ready regardless of the court's outcome. And to wrap up the media news, we go straight talking entertainment. Veteran songwriter and theater artist Biga Ibekwe, popularly known as Mr. Biga, has released a new hit song titled Japa, which raises concerns about the spat of Nigerians migrating abroad. Presented in Afrobeats, the artist explained that Japa, which is a Yoruba word for immigration, is a single that discusses the dilemma from Nigerian youth's ambition to relocate to foreign lands. According to him, the song was prompted by concerns about the implication of the mass exodus of the youths who are supposed to be nation builders and leaders of tomorrow. He emphasized the need for all to stay back and rebuild the country. Stating his worries, the artist noted that though Nigerian youths are leaving the country in droves, nobody seems to care. He described the song as a wake-up call to the country's leaders to create an enabling environment that will attract and retain the youths, warning that the consequences of a continued neglect would be enormous tomorrow. A gospel artist of repute, Mr. Biga, has consistently used his secular songs to express concerns about Nigeria's social maladies. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's happening here on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shed the light on culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, it's another day to stay inspired and grounded. And yes, I'm still your host, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. I see they waiting. I see they be. We have brought the energy this morning. And let me tell you the truth. I always say, on the Spotlight Show is always a special time. So yes, get ready everyone, because we're about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And first on our list today, we're going to talk about a lot of things because it's always a special time. But this particular story, you know, when I talk about things like this, I'm always happy. So yes, and when it comes to things about Iyabo Joe, yes. So Nollywood actress and filmmaker Iyabo Joe has taken her latest movie, The Return of Arinzo, to Dallas, Texas, as part of its US premiere tour. So the film, which had its official world premiere in Lagos on March 29, 2026, continues to gain international attention through special screenings targeted at the Nigerian and global audiences in the diaspora. So the Dallas screening formed part of the movie's overseas promotional campaigns and provided fans in the United States an opportunity to experience the film on the big screen. Although, you know, the US premiere, the movie's first official premiere, took place in Lagos. So with the American tour serving to broaden its international reach and strengthen its growing popularity. And I love things when it comes to Iyabo Joe. Let's tell ourselves the truth. This woman has the energy to pull. When she has actually a movie, she puts in the energy. I'm serious. When a person don't do something, you know that your work is good. You always want to put in that much energy to advertise and everything. And come to think about Iyabo Joe, see this sweet glamour. She's a glamour for a reason, like the body glamour, not the normal glamour, you know. But seriously, I really love the fact that she's actually taking this particular movie to, you know, another different level apart from the ones we already know. And talking about The Return of Arinzo, I mean, that movie is insane. So yes, you know, fans of the body glamour has actually come out. A lot of fans are excited about Iyabo Joe's movie, which premiered in Dallas, Texas, and it's a lovely thing. And who knows where is the next stop? But I mean, this is really lovely. So let's take some comments and see what people have actually said concerning Iyabo Joe. Let's take some comments and see. All right, somebody said Queen Mother, and yes, somebody Houston Vibe said send me this post. Why they won't send you the post? Okay, Ifeco153 said, this woman fine, oh God. Imagine, like, you know, when beauty runs, it's always visible. You know, they hide. Imagine she at this age, grandmother. It says a lot. I mean, all right. And La Vida Dia said Georgia's queen mother. Actually, and let's take more comments. A lot of people are happy about Iyabo Joe's movie that actually premiered in Texas. And yes, somebody else said, Lady in Red, her energy is always joy and positivity. Hope to see you in Los Angeles. Oh, okay. And Violet Sainia said, a queen and more. All right, King Lamy said, Queen Mother of the Most High. Abio, I'm the only one and only Queen Mother. All right. And Fabric by Fab said, that dress on her. Actually, let's clock it, all the ladies. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people happy about Queen Mother's movie that premiered in Dallas, Texas. And yes, I am favor unusual said Queen Mother is just too beautiful. Oh, now wow, people just they see beauty. Beauty runs in the blood. Okay. And Prinkles NG Limited said bye baby. Okay. All right. T Babe 2 Real said Queen Mother for a lot of reasons. For a lot of reasons. And yes. Another person said, thank you all for supporting our Queen Mother. Okay, God will replenish your pocket. Okay, at Olatunde Morire. All right, let's take more comments. The Queen, see, I love the fact that Iyabo, any movie that she actually drops this period has been really a banger. Seriously, like I love the fact that I'm not saying this basically because of Queen Mother, but I'm saying this basically because of people that have put in so much work in their movies, producing, and the rest of them. I think this our producers in Nigeria here, they deserve the flowers any day, anytime. They are doing a lot. I mean, they are doing a lot. I'm really impressed. Some of the movies I see, this period has been. I mean, those times I would say I'm not I normally not be I'm not the kind of person that always see Nollywood, see all this kind of movies, but to be sincere, when I started viewing this kind of seeing this kind of movies, I got more interested. There has been a change that has been speaking very well. There has been a serious change, and I love the fact that those changes were made. And when I talk about movies this time around, it's something that I'm so excited about talking about movies, because seriously, the producers, all producers, you people deserve your flowers. Like people that know what they're doing, good ones, and I mean that. Yeah. All right. And Queen Mother, somebody said, Adebank said, Queen Mother they give us beautiful looks back to back. Okay. And the Prominent said, a very strong woman I am seeing. May God Almighty keep strengthening you and crown all your efforts. Amen. Keep winning, mama. And yes, somebody said, I just pity your enemies. Queen Mother. Is the pity your enemies for me. Okay. And Dashlocks Innovation said Queen Mother herself. And yes, another person said, I love this woman in particular. Oh, well, a lot of people love her in particular. Okay. Let's take one more comment before we go over to our next story. Yes, and yes, we have a lot of comments, a lot of people really saying a lot about Queen Mother. Yeah, and yes, we have more comments. People are really okay. Simply Novana said she's so beautiful, and Nifemi said Queen Mother for a reason, and Kathy Lopez said my mother, you look so beautiful. Okay, and somebody else said, where is my brother Paulo? You are in Texas now. Okay, a lot of people when I know they put eye for Queen Mother. I want to leave this one, make she rest. Okay. And yes, over to next story. We're talking about Nollywood actress Judy Austin has denied claims by her former husband, Emmanuel Obasi, that she was involved in a relationship with Lil Edochie before their marriage ended. So the actress maintained that her previous marriage had already been dissolved before she met the actor, describing the allegations linking their relationship to the period of her marriage as untrue. So according to Judy, her marriage to Obasi ended in March 2013, while her first meeting with you occurred years later. So her response follows renewed allegations by her ex-husband, who claims that the relationship began while they were still married. So the actress, however, insists that she met you after the marriage had ended, a position she had consistently maintained. It's a lot. When this whole issue between Judy Austin, Yul Edochie, and a lot of things that has been going on. I mean, For years now, she has been with you, and I feel everybody should just move on. That if you ask me, that's my own thought. But the truth is, are things like this, really important anymore? I mean, everybody has moved on. Is there any need to, bring up old things? I don't know. I mean, but that's just my own observation. So, but then, fans are fans of Judy, and also fans of the Hackers band, and also fans of you. A lot of people have, brought out their own, advice on what this whole issue is all about. But then, let's just see some comments and see what our comment section people have for us concerning Judy Austin, her ex-husband, and Yul Edochie. Let's take some comments and see. All right. And Kevin Gift said, later men will say they don't marry single mothers. One will left his family to be a perfect stepfather for a single mom. Proud polygamist, my foot. Okay. And the Ruth Albert said, was he single when he met him? Okay. And Yaron Zeus said, women are amazing characters. You met you 3 years after your marriage ended, and you put an end to his own marriage, and it's not a crime. I be this life. All right, Beat by Ami said, you should praise him for being a kind and awesome man to your kids. Did we send him? All right, before we take more comments, I would love us to see this video and hear what Judy Austin actually said concerning her marriage. Her marriage actually ended before she moved over to you.
People should praise him for being a kind and awesome man, not insult and destroy his name for what he didn't do. I met him 3 years after my marriage ended, and that is not a crime. If we continue to allow deadbeats to come out and lie and destroy someone that should be praised, what will be the fate of all the single mothers out there that are praying for God to send somebody their way to help them? If a single mother today is looking for somebody to assist her in taking care of her kids, and the person actually does that, and then the people are now against this man, do you think other people would love to help? Do you think other men would love to have anything to do with single mothers? How can a deadbeat come out and lie and people will not think? If anything, you people should praise him for being a kind and awesome man, not insult and destroy his name for what he didn't do. I met him 3 years after my marriage ended, and that is not a crime. If we continue to allow deadbeats to come out and lie and destroy someone that should be praised, what will be the fate of all the single mothers?
The truth I will always say is, I mean, anything when it concerns marriage, please just marry somebody who loves you. I mean, it's a lot when people say, oh, that they come into a relationship, they've been in a relationship, and in the twinkle of an eye, marriage will get up to 10 years. You just, you say, I'm done, I'm this, I'm that. I feel, I always say, I said marriage is more, the normal eyes people see it with, it's not how it is. There has to be prayers. You have to ask questions. Is this, because sometimes love is not enough. Yes, love is not enough in a marriage. It only takes the grace of God to help you to pass through. Because a lot of times you might get tired of the character. You might not know how you feel, but seriously, a lot of all these things that continue happening, and I'm like, okay, I'll have to pay for a particular Ashwebi, buy this, buy that. And later you will tell me, oh, praise you, we're no longer together. Why? As how now? It's not funny. All these things when I hear about divorce, it's crazy. It's so much. This time around, I don't know why it's so much that those days when our parents get married, it takes time. Like those days our parents understood themselves. Seriously. I just feel this time around, people just want to give because of they see themselves, they just want to be on a ring, or they just want to wear rings, and they just want to say, oh, I'm a married woman, I'm a married man. I mean, it's way more than that. It's way more than that. All right, let's take some comments. A lot of people, still, having issues between what Judy Austin has said. People don't believe her. Some people say, okay, they do. And Keith Gift said, later men will say they don't marry single mothers. One will left his family to be a perfect stepfather for a single mom. Proud polygamy is my foot. Okay, and Ruth Roberts said, was he single when you met him? All right, and Yaron Zell said, women are amazing characters. He met you 3 years after your marriage ended, and you put an end to his own marriage, and it's not a crime. I be this life. All right, and Beat by Ami said, we should praise him, Ke, for being a kind and awesome man to your kids. Did we send him? All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are still, talking about Judy Austin's comments concerning the allegations her ex-husband has made. And Clara Mandlow said, Judy, don't make this about other single mothers. This is about you, Obasi, and you. Stop trying to solicit for sympathy. And Meet Ma said, how can a man leave his own family for this kind of complications? Was he even thinking, like, waiting she give him? Because this all the scenery is senseless to me. Okay, let's take one comment. A lot of people are, are still, questioning if Judy knew what she was saying, basically, because, I just feel that everybody deserves love. That's it. If you feel that you're not okay in a particular marriage and you are done, it's fine. But I don't like the fact that when a marriage has come to the stage where you have to say, oh, that it's about violence, and I don't support that type of relationship. I never support that type of relationship. And I always say, if a marriage has come to the stage where you have to, beg, you have to cry, it has turned violent. But violation might not be, beating and stuff like that. It might be emotional trauma. It might be words. It might be in any way. But when it comes to that stage, please, it's best you leave for your peace of mind. It's important. For your peace of mind. And Clara Mendy said, Judy, don't make this about other single mothers. This is about you, Obasi, and you stop trying to solicit for sympathy. We have more comments. A lot of people are still questioning if Judy, if this was right. People are still accusing her. So I always say that people deserve love. And if you and obviously have decided that they found love and it is what they found, okay, it's fine for them. And yes, let's take more and more comments. We have more comments from our comment section people. Let's take more comments from them. And Izuna said he helped you take care of the kids. Come help the man take you. Helping hand. Okay. And Pretty T said you met someone else's husband with 4 kids. It's okay. And Lady B011 said, but is you single when you met him? All right, and Thrift Vendor in Igando said, they will invite you next to the podcast. Just hold on. Okay. And Chiamaka said, the simple question still remains, was you single when you met him? And Mabel Map said, you go share explain tire. Okay. For people will explain. Go put that. Let's take more comments. We have more comments. We have a lot of people, really talking about Judy Austin and Yule's being together, while the ex-husband has actually laid allegations saying, oh, that Judy Austin was, attached to Yule before she broke up with him. And Herbert Jr. said, but you waiting you see for women we don't born 2 kids. Okay, is where we see people. And Bolua Tife Shola said, he has helped you be a father figure when the father is still alive and not deadbeat. Judy Joa. Okay. And Sharon Kerouac said, please, people are still in captivity. I don't know how these people are of much importance. And somebody else said, I see many side chicks here throwing stones to Judy. Though many of his ladies bashing her are being bankrolled by married men. Quote me. Okay, and Stephen Matt said, you are a very silly woman, Judy Austin. Really? You are not getting any sympathy from genuine, hardworking women who life has given the title of a single mother. It's well. I always say, Biko, it is important that you end up with somebody that cherishes you, that values you. It's important to do life with somebody that really, really loves you. Really, apart from the love, because love will fade. but that it's really, really intentional about you. I always speak about intentionality, and it's not even about the men and the men. I'm generally saying it. And please get married to someone that is very intentional about you, not somebody that you want to just wake up one day and say, because your parents have, pushed you to get married, I want to get married, and you just end up with somebody that you will regret years later. Because trust me, in as much as we have marriages that have, crashed, marriages that have not been okay, we still have people that have been, celebrating their marriage years, and things becomes more sweeter if there's anyone like that. And it's beautiful to see that marriages, lasts for a very long time. And see, love is sweet too. Yes, but the video say when money enter, love is sweeter. So everything has to balance. But the money, but the love, but the care, but everything has to be balanced for you to enjoy marriage. Because seriously, nobody wants to settle for less. Yes, that's just the truth. That is just the truth. Nobody wants to settle for less. If you're going to be putting up your A game, please, it's important. And to all the ladies, they find Odogu, I want to settle down with. This is the time for you to. You might get married to Odogu and you end up getting married to Tofia. So it's best you take your time to observe what marriage is, to know what marriage is. Because seriously, it's better to stay single than ending up with somebody that would, deter your life. Because the person you end up with still has, a role to play in your destiny. He has a role to play in your life, has a role to play in every aspect of your life. Yes, because it speaks about you being out there. It says about a lot of things. I'm not basically saying this for ladies. I'm saying this generally. So please, you will want to go marry. Shine your eye well. If you see, and you that is in a marriage and you feel that, when it comes to violence, I will always tell you, please leave. It's very important. So that they will not use you as a bait. It's a lot. All right. Let's let's take one more comment before we go over to our next story. Trust me, we have a lot of stories, and right now we're still talking about Judy Austin and Yul Edochie and her ex-husband Judy. And Steph said you are very all right, and then IT Suli said you are making single mothers look bad. So we should praise a married man for abandoning his family because you are a single mother. So single mother only go after people's husband. All right, Big Oma said, but you they in own marriage when you meet him, Abi. I beg no vex me this night. All right, and Edith Okoye said, Project Oversee is dead on arrival, just like Project Austin and Project Hermaphrodite. Next, please, Mary Aligwe and her Madination are working overtime. Is well with you people. I just always say this, I beg. We want to live love for love people. And when it comes to anything that concerns husband and wife matter, please, not even put mouth, because when they go settle, they go feel use you set to join. All right, guys, we are going over to our next stories. Yes, we're having this one, and it says organizers of the Headies have announced that the 18th edition of the prestigious music awards will be held in Toronto, marking another milestone in the event's international expansion. So the award ceremony themed Africa to the World is expected to bring together leading figures in the African music industry as well as the global entertainment stakeholders. So foundation of the Headies, Ayo Ne Shaun, said plans are also underway for a watch party in Lagos to enable Nigerian fans to participate in the celebration. So the Toronto event follows previous editions held outside Nigeria and is aimed at further showcasing African music and talent on the global stage. This is really, really fun, lovely. And I love the fact that the 18th Headies Award set to hold in Toronto. And yes, when we talk about the music award, see, I love music. When it comes to Nigerian music, it's a top notch. I always say our musicians, our celebrities, the music stars, you people are doing amazingly well. Yes, trust me. A lot of songs that have been evolving over time recently has really been putting me, on the dance hall. And when I talk about music, I love the fact that I always speak about that. It's lovely to really see music is life. I mean, anybody that doesn't just hear that, it's life, it's everything. I don't know how you will stay without listening to music. I hear people say, oh, I don't love music. I don't love this. Come on, come to think of it. It's a lot. You don't love music. You need to be checked. Like ASAP. All right, yes, let's go over to the comment section. We have a lot of people, excited about this one. So let's go over to the comment section to see what they have for us. And yes, the Chinenye Achebe said, we may need another award to be created by another person or organization because this one is 10% almost dead. When they get mind, all right. And the Chinenye said, now, wow, okay. And the Know Nothing said, them don't ever host Grammy for Lagos. Hey, God. It's well with you people. All right. And Baba Chide said, huh? Okay. And Vigo Fabric said, floppy disk on arrival. Okay. And Bobby Brown said, Kenya is even better. Hey, God. Well, I don't start. What's all this? And Erenjo Godwin said, I thought they said they brought it home. Okay. They don't carry and go back. It's well with you people. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are excited. Some people are still, in shock. Why is he held in Toronto? So let's Ashake said, why is it an African award held in a non-African country? On our why so as well. And Vibe Goddard said, yes, sir. And Baz Michael said, this is bad, really bad. It's an indigenous award. Why is it happening on a different continent? Ever heard of the Grammys in Abuja? And T for Tire One said, all these dry cleaners that are just washing and settling, it is well. And Lulu, the one first lady, said, Lemo Nigeria, stop. Okay, Skrill said, if you like, hold it in Turkey. Why you paid? Okay. And Call Me Mufasa said, Africa to the world, you carry the events, go to Toronto, waiting do Egypt, Kenya, Tanzania, Botswana, Ghana, okay, and other African countries as well. All right, let's take more comments. People are still in question. Why is the event going to be held in Toronto, and why not in any African country? And Vigo, we have more comments. Let's take more of what people are still saying about this. It's a lot. I mean, no matter how it is, I love music. I love African music. I love the fact that music is evolving, over time. It's a future thing, and it continues to evolve better, bigger, and better. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are still talking about, this. And trust me, I love music. When I talk about music, I love the fact that our artists are bringing up their A game. Yes, to the show, they are bringing up their A game every time and every time. They don't know dull moments. Yes, songs always a banger, and it really talks of how it does, and it's cool. All right, let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people still talking about this. And somebody said, rubbish, you carry Africa awards to Canada, slaves. And yes, somebody else said, I thought they said they brought it home. They don't carry and go back. It's well low. And Bobby Brown said Kenya is even better. Go Epona for people that are always, sometimes you don't, you will not, make everybody mustn't be happy with what you do. It's a different thing. That's just it. You might do this and people would always say, why did you do it this way? You do that, people always say, why did you do it that way? So it's a lot. Like, I feel like people need to start, be kind enough. Not be everything be gaga. You just want to say, why must you relax? A lot of things are basically happening this time around. And yes, so in all those energy and everything, I mean, you deserve to just calm down. People BP they rise too much these days. We just need to be more kind and more gentle to people. And, with the choice of our words and the way we put it and the way we act it. So it's a lot. All right. Yes, guys, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we still have a lot of stories to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with me, Prezi. We're coming back.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing, And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television.
And yes, welcome back to the Spotlight Show. It's still happening here on Vop TV, your favorite hub. And I'm still your host, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. You know, we don't talk about plenty things. And yes, this time around, I love the fact that I always talk about, achievements of young leaders that are really, changing this world. And it's lovely to talk about this particular one. And yes, Pastor Jerry Eze's daughter, Samara Eze, has reportedly emerged as the world champion at the Future Problem Solving International Competition. So the achievement has attracted attention as she represented her school and competed among students from different parts of the world. So the proud father and his family celebrated the success, describing it as a remarkable milestone, and the victory has continued to generate congratulatory messages from supporters and well-wishers. Let's see this video.
Amanda Genovese. Everyone, my name is Amanda Genovese, and I'm the Vice President of the Board of Trustees. I am an alumna of Future Problem Solving. I competed in global issues and community projects in my hometown of North Haven, Connecticut. Proud to announce the 2026 Future Problem Solving World Finals champions. In third place, Matilda from William Clark College in Australia. In second place, Ryan from Canyon Crest Academy in California. And in first place, Samara from Prestonwood Christian Academy in Texas.
Time when you see as I dey smile as I dey see this thing now, joy just dey my body. See, lion no dey born waiting. When you use your hand complete am. I love the fact that young ladies, not even, I've been talking, I've been saying more of ladies, ladies, young ladies, but this one is something really that I really love talking about. And come to talk about this achievement from Samara. It's a lovely one. See, lion no dey born goats. They like I go put am no be like father like son and like father like daughter. And come to think of it, the closeness between fathers and their daughters is something that you cannot battle with. And come in the first place in the future solving problem. That's a lot. That's a lot. All right, yes. A lot of people are excited and happy for Pastor Jerry Eze's daughter, and people are really commending and saying, "Sir, you did a good job," and this is actually one of them. All right, let's go over to the comment section and see what people have actually said concerning Pastor Jerry Eze's daughter. And yes, Lillian Peter said, "Congratulations, princess." All right, and Stancy Snow Gift said, "Thank you, Elroy." And Pretty Chinelo said, "Congratulations." And Miss Onye said, "Yes, Elroy did it." And Jumi Ite said, "The God that sees me." Okay, a lot of people have been chanting the Elroy. Okay, and Itzmal official said, "Congratulations." And Nelly 205 said, "Our star girl Samara, congratulations and continue to shine." Let's take more comments. Choma Clary said, "First place, Roy." Okay, and yes, it's always the first place. Let's take more comments. We'll have a lot of people still talking about this, and it's really lovely to see that Samara, Pastor Jerry Eze's daughter, came in first place for the future solving problem. And Kelex Bassi said, "A classic representation of this verse. I and the children the Lord has given me, we are for signs and wonders." Okay, and Real Talk with Mommy J said, "I love the fact that she was trying to bend as she received the gift. Congratulations to the champions. Nigerians are powerful and a force to reckon with anywhere in the world." And I agree with that at Real Talk with Mommy J. And Chibu IJ said, "Jesse and Janelle will make me this proud in Jesus' name." Amen to that. To all the people that are expecting their own child or children will do the same. Amen to that, to your prayers. And Sexy Queen Chinedu Ben said, "Congratulations, Samara. I tap it from my baby Zara and her siblings in Jesus' mighty name." Amen to that. And let's take more comments. A lot of people are so happy about Samara coming in first place for the future solving problem. And Laptex Distributor said, "That's the anointing we stand for." For those wondering, the Pastor Jerry Eze's precious daughter Samara, Pastor Jerry is the lead pastor of Streams of Joy International and the convener of NSPPD, the originator of "What God cannot do, does not exist." Now the daughter represented the whole of Texas in this competition, and she still came first. What's best? The champion. What's problem solver? And you are wondering what we are doing on the altar of the fire every morning. Are you seriously kidding me? Don't play. You better start joining us now. We love it there. Okay. And Hey Maho said, "The seed of the righteous shall be mighty on the earth." And Beautiful Beauty 5 Duruth said, "Congratulations, champ." And we have a lot of people so happy about this particular one. And Lapex Text Distributor said, "We are grateful, Roy. It will reach my turn." Let's take one more comment before we go over to the next story. And Margaret said, "God is so good." And Peace Otunye said, "The fruit of a righteous man shall be blessed." Congratulations, Pastor Jerry. This is great. And Ivy Supermom said, "And she walks like her dad." Actually, you are really seeing that. Okay, congratulations. And Baby Pink said, "The clear case of her father solving spiritual problem through prayers and daughter solving physical world problems." Are you serious? Are you guys serious right now? Okay, you are saying that the father is solving spiritual problems while the daughter is solving the physical problems. Okay, we dey pray in the show, no problem. Okay, and Dallas Scripture said we dey pray in the show. Okay, congratulations once more to Pastor Jerry Eze and the family. Her daughter, also Samara, for coming in first place for the Future Solving Problems competition, which she, did for Texas. And yes, this is over to our next story. We're talking about Afrobeat singer Mr. Easy and actress Temi Otedola have shared details about the moments they discovered they were expecting their first child. So the couple revealed that the pregnancy news came during their honeymoon in Korea and Japan after their 2025 wedding celebration. So the Temi explained that she and Mr. Easy found out about the pregnancy during their 2 months digital detox honeymoon, describing the moment as a special and unforgettable experience for the both of them. So the couple later shared the news with family and friends, using ultrasound printouts as a surprise before making the announcement public. All right, let's hear what Mr. Easy and Temi Otedola had to say concerning in this video.
What was your immediate reaction? Because I don't think, when did you process that I'm pregnant and you're going to have a child?
I mean, once we went to that hospital and the woman said, you're pregnant, I was like, oh, okay, she is actually pregnant. But you weren't showing, but you were tired, all of that. I think when we got back home to Dubai and we went to see the doctor, and this time I saw, because that time it was very small. And then it was, every time we would go back to the doctors and I'll see those scans, I'll be like, oh, wow, this is real.
Yeah.
And when we had the heartbeats, but I was just, because they say like the first trimester. So I was just like, sort of like not really thinking about it.
Waiting it out.
Until it passes the
Yeah, and we'll talk about that next
we'll
episode.
talk about all of that.
But so, I kind of wanted to, what was your immediate reaction? Because I don't think, when did you process that I'm pregnant and you're going to have a child?
I mean,
talk about love, I just love the fact that I see the both of them in their love and it's beautiful. Like, I love this and I'm always smiling about it. Please, marry well. It's very, very important. It's important. I always say this. I said the person you end up with really, does a lot in your life. Because tell me, if it's someone else you're getting married to that does, you won't even be happy that you even get pregnant. But I mean, these two people, this couple have not ceased to continue to amaze me. But I'm so excited about them and, always happy the way they share their love and talk about themselves. It's lovely, for couples to always know themselves, know what they cherish, know their moments and all those kind of things. Because a lot of people nowadays, get married and just because of the fun of getting married. Maybe they don't want to know what they love. They don't want to learn themselves. So there's a lot of things. So I actually love Temi Otedola and Easy for this particular time out to, talk about themselves a lot. And yes, we're going over to the comment section. Comment section people don't give me the vibes already because some people don't talk say poverty that waiting, poverty that bastard. Say this one, this one for Texas. They calm down. Now blood to the hot. But then let's go over to the comment section and see what they have for us because trust me, people don't talk basically for Temi Otedola and Mr. Easy's love life. And Celebrity Lowe's Thrift PH said, Ajay, poverty that bastard. Okay. Like I said before, and Tasha said, men out here comparing their wives, sisters, and women in general to Tenny, but none of them compare themselves with Mr. Easy or Otedola. Okay. And B. Umar here said, and some are complaining that their women are not doing the same while pregnant. See, pregnancy is not a joke. The truth is, it's not a joke. I cherish the women that really go through those stages. I always say women are strong. Women, apart from the fact that people will now say, oh, Prezi, you always like supporting the women supporting women. No, it's not women supporting women anything. If it's easy for man now to carry pregnancy now, okay, make we just switch, gender. Everybody, seriously, men cannot even stand it. It's the truth. They can't stand it. So I love the fact that when I see a woman, going through her 9 months journey, I raise hand for them because trust me, women were really strong. And all those times that when you're pregnant, that's the time they need all the care. So for you, when one go marry, shall know the best way they marry so that when you go to get pregnant, when you don't, they carry your own pikin, they know they show you pepper because the pepper where you do on top, say pass the where you won't come they see. So it's a lot. All right, and Celebrity, we have more comments. A lot of people are still talking about Mr. Easy and Temi Otedola. And yes, the Tina Effect said, men on Twitter didn't see this video. Okay. Okay. And the real Dave said where they discovered about the pregnancy is different from where they do the scan. Poverty poverty raising. Okay. And Olusegun official said, but how is poverty related to this now? Actually, what they're trying to say is that basically they go different places and different countries to, think about to check their pregnancy. If she's pregnant, go for scan, go for honeymoon. So it only requires money, to travel out and do all those kind of things, actually. So that's what he said at Olusegun. I hope I replied you. And Joy Team 34 said, the baby don't turn tourist inside Bele God, I beg you. Don't be lie. Baby don't they fly out even before they don't even born them. Okay. And Hen Bobo said, baby shower USA and baby delivery. I can't even think of the country safe, but maybe is where we see your prayers. Amen. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people, so keen about the last marriage with Mr. Easy, talking about their love life and talking about the love they share. And Rebe Nova said, I think say not only me, they think I'm me. God punish poverty. Okay, and Chew Baby said, and the poor man Pikin wants his wife to be like Temi when he can't like easily. I don't know what you mean by that. That's Chew Baby. Okay, and Tons Empire Brand is the top for me. Are you happy or you are in the middle? Which one? Okay, and your Tech Baby said, and Nigerian men they compare. Okay, is where. Let's take more comments. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people, really happy about Temi Todola and Mr. Easy. And Kemi Magun said, I don't understand what the poverty talk is all about. And Mabel Boss Lady said, which country gone, them they live. And Starrise Empire said, and this is the people they are using as pregnancy standards on Twitter. Make sure you check a man's social media footsteps before you say I do. Make signs and wonders with a sprinkle of red ocean. Okay. And Melissa Oge said there's a level to these things. I'm telling you, you get it? There's a level to these things. Don't just marry. Please, to my ladies and my men, I'm going to generally say it. Don't settle for less. It's important. Yes. And before you're going to marry, know this person. Because you can't just jump into a relationship and feel that, because I want to get married and that's it. No, it's not done that way. And yes, Reverend Novena said, I think say not only me, they think I'm me. Okay, let's take more comments. A lot of people are so happy about Temi Todola and Mr. Easy. See, pregnancy is not an easy thing. Pregnancy no easy. Women will they try. At this moment, sometimes there's a story I even heard that when a lady was actually giving birth in the labor room and the man, instead of him to be there for the wife, taking care of it, the man does stun, they look nurse, trying to, play such games for lick with the nurse. And I'm like, what? Is this what people get married to? Like, you gonna settle down and say, oh, my wife is in the labor room. You don't even think of the pain when your wife is in there. You see, sometimes I don't blame women that actually get to the labor room and start beating their husband. Yes! But I don't support that. But the truth is that marriage is supposed to be, it's a lot. It's a lot. I always say there are times when your kindness speaks, when your love, your care, especially when you say you don't marry, you won't settle down with, say you love him, that love has to speak. You don't just come up and say you just love somebody and you don't put all those things that you say. You don't do those things you say. You just say them maybe for saying sake. But it's a lot. I just still tell people, say people where they marry, more wanna shine on our eyes. Good men day, better women day too. Let me just generalize it. Because they say precious, don't they talk about women too much? Don't they support no? And they talk true. Men day, good women day, bad men day, and bad women day. But now the one way you marry, now it matter. So if you want to get married and you want to stay married, please do it with the right person. Maybe go does they enter one problem from another one. You go come they complain. Wahala too much for the country before you enter another wahala. So that's just the truth. All right, guys, this is where we draw the curtain. I want to say thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. Trust me, it was a blast. And remember, if you are going global or going, viral, please stay true to your stories and don't forget to tell them we had. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at Vop Tv Live. And please subscribe to our channels for more exciting updates and stories. See you next time. I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time. Bye for now.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, The truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is good.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from South Africa, where South African President Cyril Ramaphosa has urged citizens not to blame migrants for the country's challenges, warning against efforts to exploit public frustration amid a recent wave of anti-immigrant unrest and violence. Speaking at Youth Day commemoration marking the 1976 Soweto uprising, Ramaphosa paid tribute to the more than 200 students killed by apartheid police when protesting against the education system imposed by the white minority government. Addressing recent anti-immigrant demonstrations, he said some groups appeared to be exploiting legitimate public grievances in an attempt to destabilize the country. The annual commemoration comes as a June 30th deadline for undocumented migrants to leave South Africa, promoted by opposition party Action SA approaches. Ramaphosa also rejected claims that South Africans are xenophobic, accusing some groups of spreading misinformation about the country. Nearly 5 decades after the Soweto uprising, many young South Africans still face high unemployment, poverty, and inequality alongside growing social problems such as drug and alcohol abuse. Still in South Africa, the leader of Democratic Alliance has asked President Cyril Ramaphosa to reshuffle the party's cabinet representatives, including demoting Agriculture Minister John Steenhuisen, his predecessor as party leader. DA leader Gordon Hughes Lewis said he had written to Ramaphosa requesting that Steenhuisen be moved to the post of Deputy Trade Minister. The DA secured 12 cabinet positions under its agreement to join the government of National Unity Coalition in June 2024 and can request changes to its representatives. Steenhuisen led the pro-business DA from 2019 until April this year, when Hugh Lewis succeeded him. His tenure as Agriculture Minister has been dominated by efforts to contain a severe foot and mouth disease outbreak. The DA has proposed that Forestry, Fishery, and the Environmental Minister Willie Ocamp take over the agriculture portfolio and, in Hugh Lewis' words, bring the crisis under control. Meanwhile, the AIDS Healthcare Foundation has called on African leaders to end debt injustice and invest more in youth health, education, and social protection. The appeal came in a statement marking the Day of the African Child 2026. AHF said Africa's young people cannot thrive when governments prioritizes debt repayment over investments in their citizens. The organization said youth needs are interconnected, including HIV prevention, youth-friendly healthcare, quality education, gender equality, protection from violence, and economic empowerment. It argued that the global debt systems limits government's ability to fund these critical areas. Observed every June the 16th, the Day of the African Child commemorates the 1976 Soweto uprising. AHF said that 50 years later, the occasion remains a reminder for leaders to ensure every child has the resources and opportunities to build a better future. The foundation, the world's largest HIV/AIDS organization, provides services to more than 3 million people in 50 countries. And in West Africa, Ghana is hosting a major international conference aimed at advancing Africa's push for repatriatory justice. The event follows the adoption of landmark United Nations Resolution declaring the trafficking of enslaved Africans the gravest crime against humanity. Heads of states, ministers, civil society representatives, historians, and legal experts from more than 80 countries have gathered in the capital, Accra. The three-day conference, titled Next Steps, is the first major global gathering on the issue since the resolution was adopted. Expected speakers include African Union Commission Chair Mahmoud Youssef, Barbados Prime Minister Mia Mottley, and French President Emmanuel Macron. Ghanaian President John Dramani Mahama, Liberia's President Joseph Boakai, Namibian President Netumbo Nadi-Netatwa, and Senegalese President Bassirou Diomaye Faye are also scheduled to address the conference. In another development, Equatorial Guinea's government has resigned after failing to meet its objectives. According to Vice President Teodoro Nguema Obiang Maguire, Obiang, the son of President Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbansogo, said the Prime Minister submitted the resignation of the entire cabinet after it achieved less than 10% of its targets. While he did not specify the target, a ruling party statement said the president had criticized the government for fostering corruption and failing to diversify the economy. President Obiang, the world's longest-serving leader, has ruled the oil-rich Central African nation since 1979 and has appointed several family members to key government positions. The outgoing administration was appointed in 2024 with Manuel Osa Nsue serving as Prime Minister. The Vice President said the resignation reflected the principle that public officials must be held accountable for results. And back in West Africa, Sierra Leone's First Lady, Fatima Mada Bao, has denied supporting female genital mutilation amid growing criticism over her perceived stance on the practice. In an interview, the wife of President Julius Maada Bio said she would not publicly condemn FGM until she sees what she described as reliable evidence that it is harmful. The First Lady, a former actor and film producer, has also faced scrutiny over her family's use of a council flat in Southwark, London. Southwark Council this week confirmed it had repossessed the property. A prominent advocate for women's rights and the fight against child marriage, Maada Bao leads the Heads of Our Girls campaign in Sierra Leone. However, she has declined to condemn FGF since her husband took office in 2018. Sierra Leone has one of the highest rates of FGM in the world. A national survey found the prevalence among women fell from 90% in 2013 to 83% in 2019. And in East Africa, African and Commonwealth nations have called for the swift implementation of a landmark treaty to protect the high seas, warning that much of the world's ocean conservation remains only on paper, despite record commitments. The appeal was made at the 11th Ocean Conference in Mombasa, Kenya, the first time an African country has hosted the annual event focused on climate change, biodiversity, and marine pollution. Hundreds of delegates from Africa, the United States, the European Union, and the Caribbean and Pacific Islands nations attended the conference, where leaders sought to position Africa as a key player in global ocean governance. In opening remarks at the Commonwealth Ocean Ministers Roundtable, former U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry described the High Seas Treaty as a historic breakthrough. The treaty came into force in January after being ratified by 60 countries and established for the first time a legal framework for creating protected areas in international waters. More than 1,000 chief executives in Kenya have, in the meantime, urged the government to take urgent steps to lower the cost of doing business, ease credit constraints, and improve private sector liquidity amid growing economic pressures. The concerns were highlighted in the Central Bank of Kenya's CEO survey for May 2026. Business leaders called for greater transparency and competition in credit pricing, as well as wider access to affordable loans and alternative sources of financing. They also urged the government to invest in infrastructure and streamline permits and fees to reduce operational costs. In addition, the CEOs called for the prompt payment of outstanding government debts to suppliers and stronger governance and accountability in public institutions to boost service delivery and investor confidence. Chief executives also warned that inflation, rising fuel and energy prices, and global uncertainty are weighing on profitability and investment. And to some health matters, doctors at Kenyatta National Hospital have successfully removed a 4-kilogram liver tumor during a complex 7-hour operation, giving the patient a new chance at life. The procedure, known as right hepatectomy, was among the major highlights of the hepatopancreatobiliary surgical camp held at the hospital from June the 10th to 12th. Hospital officials said the operation restored hope to a patient facing an uncertain future and demonstrated the growing ability of local specialists to manage highly complex cases. The milestone was achieved through partnership involving Kenyatta National Hospital, the Europe-Africa Hepatopancreatobiliary Association, the University of Nairobi, Aga Khan University, and visiting surgeons from Egypt's University of Science and Technology Hospital. You're still watching the African news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumo. He is a lawyer right here in Nigeria and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister Darlington, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
My pleasure, David.
Also joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Irere Enjoy. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, a financial advisor, and also the CEO and founder, Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. David.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Also joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Nicholas Oyor. Mr. Nicholas is the Secretary General, Free Kenya Movement, a human rights activist, and also a businessman and political leader. Well, I understand that Mr. Nicholas hasn't joined the conversation yet, but we expect him to join the conversation in the course of it. Well, let me start off this conversation from Kenya. Mr. Martins, looking at, first off, let me say congratulations to the people and, of course, the health practitioners in Kenya over the successful removal of a 4-kilogram liver tumor during a complex 7-hour operation. Giving the patient a new chance to live. First of all, congratulations to the health workers in your country. How does that make you feel as a Kenyan, first off? And then looking at the fact that your country is adjudged to be the strongest when it comes to the health facilities across East Africa.
Thank you, Mr. David, and the commendable credit to the physician, to the doctors at our medical facility. We call it KNH in short form, Kenyatta National Hospital.
Okay.
Is one of the regional facility in matters of health and even in the referral across the states. As secondary to say is that this brings the trust in our medical facility, and as well this is a sort of government to support our medical facility. Instead of these officials going to seek medical services abroad,
Okay.
they should support our local medical facility, so that we can enhance the ongoing concern. We can address critical issues. Basically, this is to show that there is development in science technology,
Right.
whereby till when more funds are brought together, resources are bring together, it's gonna address a broad spectrum of conditions that are affecting our people. Secondly, this shows the development in matters of health conditions. So our doctors have the power, capacity, education, skills they deserve. It is just resources to be brought together, expand the network, and we're gonna see the future of our health facility addressing issues that are procured overseas. So this shows that we have the skills and this capacity, but government is ignorant to fund the process, and we appeal to the government to bring more resources in our health facility, in our Ministry of Health, so that the development of technology, health facility, broad network can be in place, so that we can cherish the health that we admire.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation to Nigeria here, Barrister. Looking at these developments, I mean, this particular operation is carefully a very complex one that took about 7 full hours. I mean, giving the patient a fresh, chance to life. And we're talking about a 4-kilogram liver tumor that was successfully taken away by medical practitioners in Kenya. Now, this also was in strong partnership with the Europe Africa Hepatopancreatal Biliary Association, the University of Nairobi, Aga Khan University, and some visiting surgeons from Egypt's University of Science and Technology. Barrister, how much of an impact is this going to be having to the health sector of Kenya?
It shows that with the sustained efforts, African scientists can stand their own anywhere in the world. It shows that we have the manpower needed in Africa to champion our health development. It shows that Africans are among the best all over the world. It shows that if African leaders were to look in West, nobody in Africa should go for medical tourism anywhere in the world. It shows that Africa has what it takes to manage their health reports and the health need. That is the outcome. That is what I can take away from this development, from this feat performed in Kenya.
Now,
but can it be sustained?
A huge question there, if it's going to be sustained. But then let me also bring this figure that I uncovered just a couple of minutes ago. Now, Kenya did have a record-breaking 500 billion Kenyan shilling when it comes to total tourism revolution that has been uncovered in that country. Now, Kenya is, George, one of the biggest when it comes to health facilities across the East African countries. Just opposing that reality of health infrastructure with what we have in Nigeria, Barrister, can we say Nigeria, being the most populous black nation in the world, can also replicate this? Now, once upon a time, the UCH in Ibadan was also a major hospital. But then, how time flies, can we say this kind of story in Nigeria as well?
With the right leadership, we can. But with what is going on today, we cannot. That is just the truth. With the right leadership that knows what to do, that knows the priority of Nigerians, yes, such a feat can be performed and even surpass it. But with what you have today, I doubt it. It can never happen. It's not possible. That is just the reality. And so, if you are thinking of making progress, you can only make progress with a good leader that is a visionary. It is only a good leader with a visionary positions that can take the country forward. Not those who came to loot the country.
Medical tourism. Let's talk about that one, Barrister, before I move back to Nairobi. Medical tourism, as seen by some of the political elites in the country, is one conversation that we should be having, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa. How much of the finances of the nation is being lost to medical tourism? And then how can we, as a nation, and of course as a continent, have to put a stop to this, whether by sanctions or by infrastructure?
You know, medical tourism has become a status symbol, especially in Nigeria. If you are up there, if you are one of the so-called big men, and you go to Nigerian hospital for medical need, they will say you are, in fact, you are not there. You are not there yet. But when you can go to UK, US, France, to go and look for a cure for just a headache or ear pain and all that, they will say yes. So it's a status symbol. And that is the problem, because if government can say, look, no matter the health need, nobody should travel outside here for medical need. I am telling you, within 1 year, the capacity will be built. I'm telling you, even our kids and kin abroad will run back home here when they hear and see what is going on. That is the only way to go. But when leaders is on a free fall by going abroad, spending our taxpayers' money on their health needs, then how can you salvage the situation?
So political will is also a major factor
here. I am
here.
telling you, because I remember this political party in Nigeria, APC, Buhari said there will be nobody going abroad for medical tourism. But he turned out to be the greatest offender here. He said it. That was one of the things they campaigned with. And then the man that took over, needed to take it a step further. In his own case, he will just disappear and we don't know where he went to. And when he's done, he will now reappear.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation back to Kenya, and we might just be switching gears from here on. Mr. Martins, now in your country, more than 1,000 executives in your country have, of course, urged the government to take urgent steps to lowering the cost of doing business, easing credit constraints, and of course, improving the private sector liquidity amid the growing economic pressures currently being uncovered within the country. How much of an impact would these statements by these individuals have, particularly on the economy? Well, you might need, okay. Go ahead.
Economy is unrest whereby when government tax tax matrix is unrest. Second, basically, currently the cost of living is so high, and this is this has been has been brought by how policy and legislative bodies have addressed the issue of tax and the budget as well. In this case, industrialization. Industrialization is affected by government bureaucracies, cartels. When this area is unrest, it means that investors will have trust in the environment or regional trend, whereby industrialists, investors, when they go to seek green pasture or country that will understand the tax base, that way it encourages creation of jobs. When there is creation of jobs, it means government will collect more revenue. Issue of employment is unrest. But basically, when the high cost of living is high, taxes are high, consumer goods are unaffordable, it means that the economy is on dire constraint. So the government needs to address the issue of tax. Right now, basically, we've been deliberating on the issue of fuel prices. When the fuel prices is high, it means every commodity goods in the market is unsustainable. So the issue of tax should be addressed, whereby we remember John Kennedy matrix on tax. He adjusted tax downward to 50%. Hence, economy grew. Issue of employment was addressed. Issue of health system was addressed. Issue of education was addressed. Issue of job creation, entrepreneurship was addressed. But now, in this current economy, a youth who want to commence or to build a business from scratch cannot afford. Secondly, because of the licensing fee. Another thing is about tax. KRA, our revenue body, have included more taxes on the commodities in all aspects, in all sectors, hence making the living cost and the business operation cost being higher. Another thing, when the tax is addressed, or tax is reviewed downward or unadjusted, it means the issue of capital. You can commence a business with a little capital and grow and create employment and the association of effort in economic growth is addressed.
Okay, now still staying with you, and maybe in just about 1 minute, one of the statements made by these CEOs is the fact that they're asking the government has a more prompt payment of outstanding government debts to suppliers and stronger governance and accountability in public institutions, which again they said is going to boost, delivery and investor confidence. Do you think that should the government have these kind of incentives for these CEOs, the economy would be seeing some level of major gains rather than what is going through right now?
Thank you, David. What this CEO meant is that the government should prioritize on building the economy. And building the economy is, if you have procured an item, you should pay for it, so that even myself can be able to pay bill. It is so that money that was prioritized on budgeted for procurement was diverted to another channel, so thereby not addressing this issue. Another thing is timely distribution of resources from the treasury. When treasury disperse money to the entity or to parastatus in time, the issue of debt should not come across. But we see contractors who are just staggering to pay bill because government is holding back their money, and whereas we are paying tax. So this shows there is gap in government and in treasury, which should be addressed so that the economy run perpendicularly instead of having this gap of debt. Secondly, we have seen another thing in our states, which we call county. County, you find they are not paying the suppliers on time because money disbursement or distribution of revenue was not done on time. So the issue is dispersing the money on time, prioritize. If money was meant to procure something, that could be paid on time. And that's where now we're gonna say there is transparency, accountability in the governance.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to Nigeria. Barrister, looking at these conversations coming across business owners, even in Kenya. Now, I want you also to take a bit, of this conversation into Nigeria. The part of government bureaucracy, can that really have to see an end to it? Because government bureaucracy, according to the CEOs, are one major factors that have crippled the economy because it has made the cost of doing business quite elaborate for business owners. What's your take about this, Barrister?
Yes, that was why government after government, they have always been creative in this area. Like this government, I think, wasn't it last year or so, they now said investors should have a one-stop shop to do all their business activities instead of going from one ministry to the other.
Yes.
And that will hasten investors' confidence in our economy. But how far it has been implemented, I don't know. But government after government, they recognize the importance of foreign direct investment. And that is why they are doing all these things, so that some of the bureaucracies will be cut off. It will be cut off to help the economy grow. But I don't know exactly whether that policy has been implemented and how well it is working. That is one. Then two, it is not enough for you to even do that. The environment must be conducive for you to attract foreign investors.
Right.
In a state of insecurity and all that, who will come? Even if you say that the foreign investor should not spend up to 1 hour trying to document his business and every other thing in a particular ministry. Even it cannot last for 1 hour. But how about after doing all these things? Then to set up shop, you cannot because of insecurity, because there's no light, because there's no water, because of too much taxes. So these are the areas I'm looking at it from. It's not a one-off thing, no. There are other variables you must consider. That is the reality.
And of course, some of these variables are what some of these CEOs have also identified. Now, let me also move from this conversation to another major one. And I'm still staying with you, Barrister. The government of Equatorial Guinea, as of course led by the Prime Minister, has carefully resigned after failing to meet its objective. Now, according to the Vice President Teodoro Nguema Obiang Mangwe, Obiang, of course, the son of the President Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, said the Prime Minister submitted the resignation of the entire cabinet after it achieved less than 10% of its target, even though they did not specify these targets. But of course, the ruling party statement said the president has criticized the government for fostering corruption and failing to diversify the economy. Some good news for Equatorial Guineans, because when a cabinet failing to achieve 10% of its target resigns, does that strike as a good news?
In fact, this is a this is a novel idea coming from Africa, that a corrupt government like that of Mbasogo resigned.
Well, the
David,
president is still in office.
Eh?
The president is still in office as the president, but the entire cabinet
that's
is
what
resigning.
that's what I'm telling you. It looks so strange for them to even identify that they have not performed. It looks so strange. Are you sure that this news will not be reversed in the next few days? Because for a dictatorial government like that of Equatorial Guinea, David, does it not sound strange to you? I have my reservation, though.
But this is the same cabinet that just came into office less than 2 years ago, because they were in office in 2024.
And so, there is more to this. Seriously, there is more to this. Let me just reserve my comment, and let's see what happens in the next coming weeks, months. Whether we are not going to hear another news, because for Africa, David, for Africa, I have never heard of this. So.
Well, some oppositions have said that this particular resignation clearly is an indication of the government of Mbasogo to consistently stay in office and not leave office, because he's been there since 1979. Plus, the fact that the vice president, of course, the son of the president, also they said that the resignation reflects carefully the principle that public officials must be held accountable for results.
I doubt it, because if the man did not resign, why are you asking the cabinet? Because you're supposed to be at the forefront of this performance. Is that not true? You're supposed to be at the forefront. So if the cabinet did not, that means you are the first person to go. So why do you sign the entire cabinet and you are still in office? The low performance was caused by who?
But he appointed them into office, don't you think so, Barrister?
Sorry?
They were appointed into office. So since they cannot deliver, he's asking them to go. Isn't that something noble in the part of the president of Mbasogo?
Like I told you, the man is trying to be funny. He wants to be clever by half.
How do you mean?
If the people you appointed has failed, you as a person, what have you done? Can you show us your own performance index? How good you have performed as a leader? You have been there for how many years now? So what is your score, your track record? It's like this man is trying to be clever by half, because is it not your level of performance that will now motivate your subordinates? Is it not your level of seriousness that will motivate your subordinates? If you did not give them room to perform, why are you blaming them? I mean, look at it yourself. If you have not given them the freedom to do their work as a dictator, how can you turn around and blame them?
Oh, well, that again is another conversation on its own. But let me get the view of Mr. Martins in Kenya. What do you make of this story? I mean, the president is carefully saying right now the cabinet is not performing, but the entire cabinet have to go. What's your position with this story?
The oral scenario. What I see from the oral scenario is a game of dangling carrot with a stick. Since this president is a monarchy, since he has been in power from 70s up to now, he is in the government. Secondly, cabinet are not elected; they are appointed, and the person appointing, the appointing body is the executive, which is the president who appointed this cabinet. Hence, it shows that if there is non-performance, it means public resource has been squandered. There is looting, there is corruption. So in this case, even the president himself should exit office. He should disable even the parliament and call for a new election if he mean well with the performance track record. And seeing that he is sending the cabinet home and the public resources has been squandered, it doesn't sort the issue at the governance. So in this case, government should call the president to order, or parliament should impeach the president. But now, basically, it depends with their constitution, because in Africa there is what we call state capture of institutions. So you find even this resignation it has been done under duress. It was not their wish to resign, but because president has become a monopoly of knowledge, monopoly of power, it means that these people cannot cannot deliver, because they are under instruction from the president. So it needs an independent body that can be answerable to the public, but not being answerable to president. We have seen our legislature, our MPs are answerable to president rather than the electee. So this is a gap that should be addressed, and the democracy should have its hand.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martins. Let me bring it back to Nigeria here. And Barrister, in less than maybe 30 seconds, Ghana is hosting the major international conference aimed at advancing Africa's push for reparatory justice. Now, you would recall that the landmark United Nations resolution declaring the trafficking of enslaved Africans the gravest crime against humanity. Ghana championing the cause of having a major conversation in Africa. What do you make of this? John Dramani Mahama, take the boo.
Yes, it is an insult to the so-called giant of Africa. This is why some of us are worried about Nigeria. There is no just cause we have championed for Africa that will resonate all over Africa, that will now attract the attention of Africans. Look at Ghana, look at the population of Ghana to start with, and look at the inroad they are making in politics, in economy, in international relationship. Meanwhile, Nigeria is nowhere to be found. Nowhere.
Should we say that the quietness of Nigeria championing such cause is laced to the fact that election circles are around the country?
It is not election circle. It is all about the credibility of the leadership. The leadership you have in Nigeria today cannot go outside there and talk. Oh. Don't deceive yourself. Nobody will listen to the leadership you have today. They will just sniff at them, then turn their nose. You can't go to the UN and champion. The moment you start talking, every one of them will open their smartphone and begin to check your record. At that point, what will you do?
Delegate,
tell me, what will you do?
To think of the fact that the people who are built for speaking in this conference are the Liberian President Joseph Boakai, Namibian President Ntubu Nadadi Ndatwa, and of course Senegalese President with the French President, Emmanuel Macron.
Did they mention Nigeria?
None that I can see.
Okay, and you are the giant of Africa. You see, we should stop deceiving ourselves. David, we have lost it. Let us agree. It is when you know that you have a problem that the solution will come. But when you are pretending that there's no problem, the problem will remain there. Let us agree that something have seriously gone wrong with Nigeria, with APC.
I honestly would want to take you on that, but because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis of the African news. We've been talking with Mr. Darlington Agumo, a lawyer right here in Nigeria, and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here, sir.
My pleasure.
Also, Mr. Martin Siriri virtually all the way from Kenya. Thank you so very much for consistently chiming in your voice on the conversation this afternoon. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martins. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the business and sports of African news will be up next. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It's still the African news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to some business stories. South Africa's annual inflation rate rose to 4.5% in May 2026, up from 4.0% in April, according to the country's Statistics Agency. The increase pushed inflation above the South African Reserve Bank's target range of 3% plus a minus 1% point. However, the figure was lower than market expectations of 4.7%. Higher fuel prices were the main driver of the increase. Petrol price rose between 28.7% year on year in May compared to 11.4% in April. Core inflation, which includes food and energy prices, edged up to 3.8% from 3.6% in line with forecasts. Meanwhile, food inflation eased to 1.9% from 2.9% the previous month. The lower than expected inflation reading, together with recent declines in oil prices, has reduced expectations of another interest rate hike when the central bank meets in July. The South African Reserve Bank raised interest rates by 25 basis points in May of the same year. And to wrap up the African news, we go straight talking sports. Lionel Messi scored a hat-trick as reigning champions Argentina opened their World Cup title defense with an impressive victory over Algeria. Marking his 200th appearance for Argentina, Messi netted his first World Cup hat-trick. The treble saw the 8-time Ballon d'Or winner draw level with Germany's Miroslav Klose as the leading scorer in World Cup final history with 16 goals. Argentina were made to work for the win at Kansas City Stadium as they seek to become only the third nation to successfully defend the World Cup. The victory also marked the first time Argentina have won their opening match at a World Cup as defending champions, having lost their first games in 1982 and 1990. And with that particular sports story, we've come to the end of the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please, the sport.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings, where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream, smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9 right. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9 right. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please discuss.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they're doing, their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, You've not added every other cost. You've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher. And that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up. A lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,006, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there's no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where has the money been applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shagging my fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice. In a world where
Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on 29 right. right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Say, put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys, go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,600, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there's no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where are the money being applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, There can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EVI premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Vop Tv. I'm an actor.
Here we have the back on track now. This is actually a program, of course, where I sort of shape the narrative, and that today we dissect the image of story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. NDC locks down Obi, no exit for elected members after 2027. This is quite a very serious one, which I will be having a very a serious and comprehensive conversation here, and I would implore you to join the conversation with experts, insights, and seasoned perspectives. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Customs seized 12.7 billion naira cannabis, expired drugs at Apapa Port. The Nigerian Customs Service, Apapa Command, has seized about 1.81 tons of Canadian loud cannabis and expired drugs worth 12.7 billion naira at Apapa Port, Lagos to be precise. Custom Area Controller Emmanuel Oshoba said the interception was done with NDLEA using intelligence and scanners. 145th container held the cannabis, while 2 other held expired pharmaceutical dated 2021 to 2023 that importers allegedly planned to repackage and sell locally. Investigations are ongoing to identify those behind the shipment. Of course, this is the main, situation there. It is not about what was arrested, and of course, it is not also about the people who were arrested. No, but can we actually get the main, suppliers of this, particular shipment? Let's get to know and uncover who and who is behind this particular, channel, because if we, first I would like to, applaud and of course congratulate our NDLEA and of course with the Nigerian custom. But you'd agree with me that the NDLEA has been doing so much and so well for this nation. You can't go through a particular week without not hearing that they intercepted or they arrested people, who is carrying, these illicit drugs. But for every 10 or 100, people that you actually arrest, there is 1,000 waiting to be recruited. So we need to go for the main people who are recruiting, the main recruiters, the employers of this label, the owners of this particular product, the people who are getting the ROI of this particular investment. Who are the people investing? These are the people that we need. And until then, we would keep reading news like this on and on. But away from that particular one, government are using bandits to win elections. This is coming from Adebayo, the SDP 2027 candidate. Adewale Adebayo says Nigerian leaders are sustaining banditry for political gain. He claimed insecurity would end if President Bola Ahmed Tinubu does not want a bandit by Christmas. Bandits will go away, so he said. Adebayo alleged that officials need bandits, leaders to help them win election and make money out of banditry. This is quite a very serious allegation there. But in the coming days, we just hope that the presidency will also respond to that particular one. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV, and of course on YouTube with Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation here. NDC locks down Obi. No exit for elected members after 2027. Don't go anywhere, please stay tuned. I'll be right back.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of Television. The Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, has adopted a new anti-defection policy that will bar elected officials from leaving the party after winning office. NDC National Chairman Moses Cleopas announced the move on Tuesday in Abuja. The oath applies to presidential, governorship, National Assembly, and other elective positions.
Candidates must sign a legal document to vacate their seat if they defect post-election. Electoral mandates belong to parties, not individuals. These holds protect voter intent, Clipper said. The policy comes as NDC 2027 presidential candidate Peter Obi faces internal party scrutiny. Obi said disagreements are normal. I am not a saint. I have flaws. Scrutiny makes you stronger. Obi also declared he holds no other passport and is ready to die for Nigeria, calling for leaders choosing on integrity, competence, and character, not loyalty alone. All NDC candidates must now sign the binding oath before contesting under the party's platform. We're now being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimiele, a journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. Good afternoon, Mr. Elvis.
Afternoon, Sergio. How's your day?
I think at this point you should be smiling because the headlines have been quite, chaotic for some time now. But of course, I'll come to you. Let me also bring in our second guest in the studio, Mr. Ekundaya Lawa, a social and political analyst. Mr. Ekundaya, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, as the program unfolds, hopefully Engineer Muri Salawu Audu will join us virtually, the NDC stakeholder, and of course a governorship hopeful of Kogi State. But since we're here, let us kick the ball rolling. Mr. Elvis, let me pick it up from you. I would have wanted you to respond to other news stories, but because we're pressed for time, so I just want us to go straight into the main conversation, just like the headline says. NDC locked down Obi, and of course, no exit for elected members after 2027. Now, I would pick it up from you, and the reason why I want to do that is because I think we've not really talked as regards to how the national leader of the NDC has been responding to the internal party crisis. I expected more, being a distinguished senator. I expected more from him when it comes to how he should handle the situation. Of course, he told the obedience blatantly, said that the NDC does not need your help. The NDC is not doing you favor. In short, it is the NDC that is doing you favor. You are not doing us any favor. So he said, meaning indirectly that without you guys, we are good. And we know how NDC was in February that the party was registered. But upon the joining of Obi and Kwankwaso, coming with the obedience and the Kwankwasia movement, their followers grew, membership grew. And in less than 72 hours, we saw about 11 million plus. Now, Mr. Elvis, we have aggrieved members in the NDC. Internal crisis is still ongoing. Aisha Yusuf is there, even if the national chairman came out to say, the national leader rather, came out to say that, we offered to give our House of Rep, tickets instead of that of the Senate because we had someone we had to give the Senate ticket, but she refused. Do you think this is the right way to go? Is he feeling like some people would actually use his platform, his party, to get into power and also, abandon him the same way he has abandoned another party to create this party? Is this the right move? In as much as we know that this is constitutional, I think Section 68 of Nigerian Constitution, of 1999 Constitution, I think Section 68 yes talked about it, and Section 109 talks about defecting members, and of course amplified more on House members, senators, reps, and assembly. But what's your take as regards to this? People have been defecting from since when we can remember about politics, but why is this a particular case for the NDC now? I know you have a lot to say, which I would give you time to say. So please, Mr.
No, Xavier, thank you so much. You see, we have to learn from mistakes of the past, to amend the future. And that's what's all about thinking and proactive thinking. That's what it's all about. And that's what NDC have just done. Look at the way the legislators that were elected under the platform of Labour Party in 2023 got into the house and messed up the whole system. Remember, there was even the very first time this matter began, there was one of the legislators, when the president hosted them, who came out and was like, I never knew that the president is this.
Was this accommodating
and intelligent?
He said a lot, yes.
And so, immediately, Labour Party shut him down. They thought it was just the rain that was going to fall and stop immediately. They never knew that rain was coming to trench them.
Serious rain.
They got into the house. Nigerians were very, very agog that, okay, these legislators from the Labour Party were going to make the difference. At least this Nigeria National Assembly like an occultic ground. We're going to see some people who were now going to unveil that courtesan practice in that legislative hollow chambers. But what did we see, Savior? They got in there. Immediately the SUV matter arised. People who have never driven Okada before, they are now driving SUV has arrived.
Please, you have to align it tinted glasses, please.
And
bulletproof.
Bulletproof
Official plates, please.
Do you understand? And now they're going to have a convoy. They forgot where they are coming from. They forgot that Nigerians so believe so much in them when they were getting in there. So they also joined the courts that be prevalent in the hollow chambers. And that's where we are today. So before 2 years into the administration of this 10th National Assembly, almost half of them have crossed. Now we are 3 years into the administration. I don't know whether any Labour Party has any legislator any longer. So by the time you look at the trajectories of where we are coming from and how some people have abused it, so much, thinking that they got in there with their own power. There's no independent candidacy in Nigeria yet. It's not in the constitution. The political party are the special purpose vehicle for everybody to ride on to get to your political position. Then when you not get in there, you not feel that, oh, I've arrived. Look at, in fact, the disappointment that came from the Labour Party legislator is known for this kind of law to come up. Because it says one beating, twice shy. And that's what NDC is saying now. If you cannot be part of us, don't just come. Stay off.
Okay.
By the time you come in and we offer you this platform to get to that level, and you now feel, who are you? Then it is now you now see that, oh, I've seen a better party. I am now in the caucus. I'm now in the midst. Then you want to rubbish us. Then we will now draw out this affidavit and whatever you have signed and tell you, come. You can go, but the seat remain for us. Leave the seat for us. It's a very nice move. I support it in total. Okay. Because we have to copy somewhere. Okay. But when you say Obi have been caged, your headline editor, I don't know why you are Obi. If Obi wins election in ADC, NDC, Obi will not leave NDC. So, but the law says that if you don't win any of their elections, you can leave. You can leave. But if anybody that they so gave their ticket to, and you use their ticket to get that victory, you must be able to hold on to that victory.
I was going there. Let us actually create a scenario, and this will bring me to the next conversation. You said the headline.
Yes.
I think the headline is fine, and I'll explain. I'm coming and I'll explain.
Obi, that's what I'm saying.
I'll explain. Obi is the main point here.
Yes.
Where everyone is talking about. Now you said except, which is the clause in that particular agreement. If you don't win any election through the party, you can leave.
Yes.
But if you win, you have to stay.
Yes.
Now, some people actually gave just a simple analogy as regards to Peter Obi's one-term declaration. Some people say they've never heard where a president would say, oh, I just want to do one term and leave. Then what if he wins the election, now he's incumbent, now he has the power, he has the funds in charge of him, he can actually move from that party to another party who would say, come, we want you here, and we will drive this particular vehicle with you to get the second term. Just like when President Jonathan, the former president, Jonathan, said he was not going to run again, if you remember, before contesting for that 2015 elections. Some people give that particular, speculations. that if this particular situation happens this way, this is the reason why they feel he is now locked in. But I want to ask this. Are we now going to say that this NDC's new law, can override the normal constitution, which is in the section 68, just like I mentioned? Now, what does the constitution in section 68 says? It says that a president, a governor, is not part of this particular, rule, meaning that if you are to vacate your seat, perhaps through any issue or whatever, you are to leave. You understand? But for a president and a governor, they are excluded from that particular section. But this particular one, you heard what Cleopas said. He's saying that both president, both governor, House of Rep member, Assembly, including Mr. Lawa, in case he contests tomorrow, you understand, under their banner, that you are to leave the seat immediately. So a president would actually say, oh, I need to address the press now, you on the TV station and say, I'm officially leaving my seat as a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the commander-in-chief of armed forces, because I want to leave my political party, so I have to vacate my seat. Are we going to say that this particular NDC's, a private oath overrides constitutional process, or is it just about mainly political enforcement?
Well, nothing is...
and Mr. Lawa, you have to respond to that as well, as soon as...
nothing is beyond the constitution of a nation.
Okay.
Yes, let's get that one clear. But let me tell you, for anybody that rise to that level, that highest office on land in Nigeria as president, and I begin to look at, because I made a promise. Is it because we don't know how to keep
What if there's an internal crisis?
No. I mean, as the leader of that political party, and you are the presidential candidate, and you won that seat through that party, no matter the crisis in that political party, the onus lies that you, as the national leader, should stand and fix it.
What if you have someone like Wike, the FCT minister, that actually looked, to Atiku and says that regardless of you being the presidential candidate of this party, I'm going to go head-to-head with you and say that you don't succeed. No. Let's actually paint the narrative that, Atiku actually won that particular election.
Let me tell you, if Atiku has won that election, Wike wouldn't be where he is today. Do you know why Wike is...
So he would have used Nigerian resources?
Why? Do you know why he's ranting? Is because the political party, the ruling party, used him and also empowered him after using him by making him a minister of the FCT. If Wike was not having that portfolio as minister of the FCT, let me tell you, what he's doing today would have had this popularity as it is.
Very well.
Using the FCT paraphernalia as minister to call the press and address the press on monthly basis. What would have been his office that would make him to be calling press monthly? What would have been his office? He's calling for that press conference press parley every month because he's sitting there as the minister of the FCT. You see how he always come in. He will come with the developmental project. They will not put politics into it. If he was not in that office, there is no way he will call the press this month for political discussion, call them next month and all of that. He will become very irrelevant. But because he has that developmental strategies in Abuja to always use to update whatever he's doing, that's why he's first screen.
Okay, let's come back to the main conversation. Mr. Lawa, NDC, they seem to have a stronger, oath over Nigerian constitution, because even in Nigerian constitution, just like I mentioned in the section, both 109 and 68, of course, president and the governor is exempted. But I'm surprised in that of the NDC's oath, it is saying that be you a president, a governor, whoever you are, but once you say you want to leave our party, leave that seat for us. What is going on?
Let me clarify something.
Go ahead.
This little knowledge I have. Do you know that all these laws derive their power from the Constitution?
Yes.
So if you sign a contract with somebody, that's an agreement. It's also entrenched in the Constitution that you must fulfill your own part of it. So you can see that even if that agreement, that mandate is coming from, derive its power from the Constitution based on contract. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay.
And then you now sworn an oath to back it up. So it is empowered in the Constitution. You understand what I'm saying? So, since it's empowered in the Constitution, it's not illegal anymore because it's a contract. If I have a business with you, okay, look at wife and husband. What is between them? Is it not a mutual agreement and it's bound by law and it's enforced in the law? The same thing with this one too. Just like you sell something to somebody and the person did not deliver it after you have paid that person. That's a contract which is bound by law. So the same thing with this one now is an agreement.
So you are in support of NDC's move?
Yes. So let us clarify that.
How did I get these two men to actually be in support of NDC today? It's okay. Go ahead.
Somebody must take up that initiative. Somebody must say, this is the end of it. Somebody must take us to a better, place.
But the person that is trying to take people to a better place, he has also defected.
But this thing affects him too. Now, do you know that?
Because it's his own party.
No, that means it affects him too.
Imagine it was Atiku that actually did something like this that didn't make anybody leave the NDC and says that let's all swear a oath and sign an agreement that as soon as we're done with the primaries and you do not win the primaries, whatever, you are not allowed to defect. What would people say?
What would they say? It's okay, nice.
Everyone would have said a lot, but now when it's coming to that of NDC, and people are not saying anything, I'm surprised.
It's not because it's NDC. It's because we see somebody.
This has been a precedent that has been on for years, where politicians.
Somebody has to put a stop to it. Somebody is putting a stop to it, and then we should follow cue now.
Mr. Ivis wants to say something.
Yes, but this is not the first time this law is operational in Nigeria.
I'm surprised.
In Second Republic,
okay,
the Sule Lamido lost his seat in PROP because he left. He has to leave, resign, and drop his seat in PROP and went to MPN and compete and contest and won again. So it's not the first time.
To show his popularity.
Yeah, it's not the first time. They are not saying you should not leave, but when you are leaving, drop our mandate that we gave to you. Then go and test your popularity. Then we will now also bring in somebody that will not come and contest that same position with you, whether in your senatorial district or House of Rep or House of Assembly, as the case may be.
So, Mr. Evans.
Yes.
So, if you are to be appointed now, as be it a commissioner, a special advisor, SSA, maybe to the president, chief of staff. So, are you saying that the public guide of Nigeria, should revoke their license that you have?
Oh, Guide of Public Affairs?
Yes.
No, Guide of Public Affairs regulates whatever I do here. Whatever I say.
But over there, perhaps you're not going to be a spokesperson. If you're not going to be a spokesperson.
If my job, the dictate of my job, is going to contravene what I am known for, the honest lines that I will leave, we have just seen it work out in Edo Broadcasting Services now. I'm talking of one of your good colleagues.
Yeah.
He has worked out of Edo Broadcasting Services.
Of course.
As MD. So we have to start something. Put that integrity in yourself, Savior, because you are known for whom you are.
Okay.
If forget about that, he tended here today. He's going to open a better opportunity for tomorrow. Somebody say, no, this person is not for this. We saw a Bito Okiwe, who was second in command to IBB during IBB's time. There were some things he never believed with in IBB. He tendered his resignation and said, no, I can't work. I'm a soldier. So today, he is respected as a man in this nation. Even if you don't mention his name, some of us know that that's a dignified person. Forget about ICOM will pick it up, and ICOM later ICOM will now begin to.
We also saw something similar to that in Akwa Ibom State, where the governor sent a circular that I'm about to move to APC.
Yes.
If you feel you don't want to move with me.
Exactly. Some commissioners. So commissioner said, no, we are not going to start sell off our birthright. We saw Abubakar Umar, former governor of Kaduna State, during that same IBB time. You understand?
Yeah. It happened in Kano too.
So we have seen credible Nigerians.
Yes, we also saw that particular as well.
Yes.
So I love the fact that we're actually, trying to bring it up now. But let's talk about mandate ownership. Mr. Alawa, I'll start off with you. Let me read what he said again. Cleopas, the NDC chairman, he said that the mandate belongs to the party. Of course, we understand that there is no individual,
independent
candidates in Nigeria. Now, he said it belongs to the party, not individuals. I would like to ask, is that a valid, democratic principle? And I have why I'm saying that, or does it undermine voter candidate, relationship? The reason why I'm mentioning this, in as much as we may actually say it's democratic principle, but this is it. Just like I mentioned to Mr. Ivis, before Obi joined NDC, Mr. Lawa, we knew how many members they had. People barely even talk about NDC. Everybody were actually saying ADC, including you. I remembered. And Mr. Elvis was here, but not in this studio, the other studio. And he said, Xavier, look at that particular banner that they are holding. He prophesied that day on the table. He said they will soon scatter. These NDC people that are saying, let democracy breathe, that they will soon scatter. Now, upon the movement of Obi from ADC to NDC, NDC got how many votes? Overnight. But today, you people are talking about members. You people are talking about ownership mandates. That it is the party that made the politician, not the politician that made the party.
Yes.
But we have exception to some people based on their popularity, based on their political bloc. Peter Obi, for example, Kwankwaso, for example. So,
let me say something. No matter how small a party is, anybody who's coming into that party is gaining a favor from that party. No matter how big you are.
Mention a favor.
Because that party has been established. You didn't come in to establish it. It's been established.
For that of NDC, it's just a new party there. They're still trying to, get
yesterday party.
Okay.
Somebody
they met the requirements.
Yes. Do you know what it is to meet
the requirement? What? Require INEC requirement. Go and read it.
And they met it. Do you know how much fun they have?
I think
they went all over. No, it's true. Let's face it now. It's like a wife coming into a husband's house because you made the house in a shabby mood. You arrange. You now say because you came in, you are bigger than the house. No, you came into that house. You contributed, and they saw your contribution, and they applaud you. But that doesn't.
But without her in that particular house, the house will not be called.
There will still be house.
It
may not be lovely, but it still be house. People will still call it a house. That's what I said. NDC is a political party before Obi came in. Okay. So when he came in, it was a platform for him. So he should appreciate it. And people who are talking like some Obi, people who call themselves some, because I don't believe all of them, some who are speaking, Obi needs to rein them in and let them hear the truth. He needs to begin to speak to his members that I'm already here. I'm stable here. Let us move on. You get it? And let us bring us back again to issues that will now begin to create, problem for his actualization of his, dream. So it has come to that. That party is doing Obi and the obedient favor. You get it? Everybody in that party, the party is doing them a favor. So favor may be greater than favor. That is not the point. The thing is that there's a platform. You met it, you came in, and it's worked for you. And I'm sure Obi is not complaining. Obi is glad and is happy. It's just some people, one or two persons in that obedience that are really, speaking. And you know what press will do? Any one smell like this, they blow it up as if that is the totality of the whole thing. So that's what I see about that.
All right, let me take it to Mr. Ivis. Mr. Ivis, let's talk about timing, of this particular era where I think everybody should be talking about the 2027 general elections. But why is NDC, introducing such policy now, ahead of 2027? Is this about discipline, or is it aimed, I quote, aimed at controlling high-profile figures, maybe like Obi and the rest? Because you'd agree with me that Obi also said that disagreement, is normal in political party. But, if we are to now see some oaths taken, to signing and all of that, we have to actually ask that question, why now?
Yeah, I think Obi will even be one of the politicians that will actually work on this kind of idea. Because Obi got intimidated with the way Labour Party legislators that rode on his name, got to the house and became right. Something else. Do you understand? Look at the man from my state, Edo South, Nedi Maswen,
yes.
That rode at the back of Labour Party. Nedi Maswen ordinarily cannot even win his ward.
His own polling unit.
Polling unit as a politician. But Because Obi was involved, he got to that high office as a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Why don't he go back now? If he so believes he's so popular, he should go back. Has he not joined the ruling party? Has he not run to the... Did he get the ticket? These are people who were political neophytes. And because they now got this platform, somebody's integrity, you wrote on somebody's integrity, you now got to that place and messed it up. I think this discipline, Savior, why are you finding it difficult to accept that we must be disciplined for once?
I'm not finding it difficult. I'm just asking questions as a broadcaster
we
here.
We must be disciplined for once. Let that be a deterrent. Let it start from somewhere. If it works, you see why I'm even happy with NDC. They didn't lure them in before they brought this law. At this very moment,
where you can still live,
as it hot. If you know you are not ready to eat, don't wash your hand. Do you understand? Leave the food for those that want to eat, for them to wash their hand. By the time you are prepared to be part of our law, sign, and we'll support you. If you know you cannot, just go. I'm so angry.
But don't you think it's late for some people to actually leave? Why didn't they say it, from the beginning? Oh, as you are entering, this is it.
They have not submitted.
But of course,
the profile of their candidates have not been submitted to INEC.
There is nowhere they can go to now to conduct
if
primaries now.
If you so believe that this political party is the party that you want to work for, I don't think this is a stringent law for you not to adhere to. It is never.
I think
some other persons have messed it up. So let us begin to find sanity into our electoral system, into our political system, and into even the way we conduct ourselves in this nation.
And another thing is that I think maybe they've discovered that some are planning, to just come in, ride on their, popularity. When they get that opportunity, they plan to leave. So they've got that wind of that thing.
In fact, anybody that leaves now, it's a prostitute. He was actually coming to do this. Only they just caught him.
Just to yes, that okay, we've
just caught him.
Information that some of you are planning to leave. When
yes,
you get here,
they foiled it.
Let's
as the security people say, foiled.
That's why some of them are complaining because their plan has been truncated now.
They just want to use them like
in just 10 seconds. Mr. Ivis, let me pick it up from you. Now, Aisha Yusuf said when Siraki Dixon was actually addressing the press as regards to the internal crisis, she said that Siraki Dixon was meant to, promote the party, not to keep talking about him. He's looking like he's having inferiority complex, against Obi. Do you think a situation like that is happening?
Let them not begin to talk a divide and rule. This time around, Aisha as a sister should actually find a way. If he so believes in Obi and he so believes in the dreams that Obi is coming in to actually make a difference in this nation, let me tell you, just be like the dustbin now. Get what you are looking for. By the time you get it, let Nigerians see that difference. What Nigerians are yearning for now, we just want to see, even if it's just 4 years of good governance in this nation, so that people like us who are already in our 50s can actually witness that we have a 4 years. People talk about Murtala Mohammed administration of just about 6 months in this nation. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So let her work with the leadership of the NDC so that they can get to where their dreams, get out their dreams as expected.
Mr. Lawa, thank you so much, Mr. Ivis. Mr. Lawa, in just 10 seconds.
Yes, I would just advise them, like Aisha Yusuf, that they should think ahead and stop thinking about them. They don't make it look like it's about you, that you are said your selfish reason is why you are joining NDC or you are being, going into politics. Let it be a collective thing. So if you don't get it, that doesn't mean you can't get it in the future.
Okay. If you don't get it, that doesn't mean you can't get it in the future. The words of Mr. Lawa and of course Mr. Evis, who actually said that let them all come together collectively to work with the party. So in a nutshell, they are actually saying that NDC has not locked Obi, but of course Obi should stay there and enjoy himself. This after I can actually go on the program this wonderful evening. Coming up next is a locker, a room. If you love the world of football, I'd like you to stay put. Messi did a wonderful one there, Alan. And of course, we hope to see more, and we're expecting Ronaldo to do better as well. I know I just shook to the table, but I don't care at this point. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you're facing soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to
All right, what a World Cup it has been so far for the year 2026. I must say, Nigeria is actually missing out on one of the biggest World Cup competition ever because history is made left, right, and center. What a way to start off the show today, talking about the man himself, the man of the moment, and I will likely say with so much authority that Messi is the greatest of all time. Scoring a hat-trick against Algeria, though you might say Algeria compared to Argentina is a minor team, but a hat-trick to equal more records. And of course, closer, we're taking a close look at Messi at this World Cup and saying that this man is something else. And on that note, I say welcome to the locker room on Voice of the People Television. I am your host, Jerry Arpelihai. It promises to be exciting as the full house makes it to the show today, talking about Ikechukwu makes a return. So much to talk about as far as this one is concerned. And we'll wait for Cristiano Ronaldo. Maybe he will score a hat-trick. But who will suffer? It has to be an African team. Talking about DR Congo. Does DR Congo love Messi more than Ronaldo? That means they might do everything possible to stop Ronaldo from scoring a hat-trick later today when they take on the DR Congo side. And of course, Ikechukwu, so much happening in the World Cup, though the Super Eagles is not there, but we're seeing things that would make a lot of Nigerians want to see what's happening out there in the United States, Canada, and Mexico.
Yes, Jerry, good evening to our viewers. I mean, it's expected. It's the World Cup. You get to see lots of, record-breaking moments. Before yesterday, it was all about Vozinha, the 40-year-old goalkeeper from Cabo Verde. Now it's actually on the spotlight on the man who is arguably, the best in terms of, football. When you call football, you call Messi. For me, right, I just say Messi actually at this point, when we talk about the GOAT conversation, we should not include him. And there are people who should be included in the GOAT conversation. There's Messi, and there are those who, are actually fighting to be the greatest of all time. Messi is just out there, another world of his own. What a display he had last night or early hours of this morning. Algeria actually gave a good account of themselves. A lot of persons actually look at the Algerian side and think that because it's a 3-goal thriller from Lionel Messi, they're actually not the good side. It's actually not the truth. That Argentine side, without Lionel Messi, trust me, they would not defeat that Algerian side the way they actually came out yesterday. Maybe on another day, but last night it was actually a very different game. The Algerians actually gave a good account of themselves. But unfortunately, when you have Messi, you have +1 in the game.
All right, so of course, so let's see how that pans out as we'll take a look at what happened. Talking about in the games that were played before now, talking about the game between Senegal and France. Hopefully, Mayawa will get to join us virtually as we'll look at this and more on the show today. Kalidou Koulibaly, the man who was guilty as charged, being in the defense line, collecting all the 3 goals, courtesy of talking about the man of the moment as well. Kylian Mbappe of France, and Bakola also getting a goal in that one. Kalidou Koulibaly is, however, optimistic that Senegal will bounce back from the disappointing defeat to France. The Teranga Lions lost 3-1 to the European champions in their opening fixture of the FIFA World Cup 2026. And Senegal, however, gave a good account of themselves in the game with Nicolas Jackson and Ismail Assar coming close to scoring in the first half. Pape Thiao's side, however, capitulated after the break with Kylian Mbappe's brace and Bradley Bakola scoring for France after the break. And they say the rest is history. Koulibaly is, however, saying that they are going to bounce back from this. Okay, was it pure class difference between these both sides, or can we say the technicality of both coaches actually counted? Because Didier Deschamps actually said that they had to change tactics, because if you look at the first half, Senegal looked like they had the upper hand in terms of more pressure at the goal of the French, the Blues. But in the second half, we saw a France side that was better than what we saw in the first half, and they said the rest is history. 3 goals.
Well, Jerry, we need to actually look at this, differently. Yes, actually, it's expected of the coach to actually come up with different plans when it actually seems to not be working, for them. But then you also need to look at that French side. They've got this, the depth in that particular squad. Michael Olise, arguably for me, is the best player in the world at this point. He's a man who actually comes into a game with so much, panache. He comes into a game with so much ease, and he does things, without any sort of stress, and that's exactly why you see him at the end of the day was the man of the match award in that particular game. But then in that Senegal side, yes, they've got a lot of players who have actually been playing at a certain level, but not at the level of these French guys. These French guys have top players in top 5 leagues, top club size in Europe, and they are already key players in those teams. And I mean, even some of them on the bench are also key players for top teams in Europe. So it says a lot about the squad they have in depth. And the difference between the both sides is just technicality, and of course, it really paid off for this Senegalese side. Apart from Sadio Mane and some other players, maybe Baye, the guy who actually got the goal, a good number of them actually just have that not average level of football understanding in terms of how they actually bring out the aspect of the game. But then when it comes to the technical part of the game, what really defines a game, match winning moments, they really do not have that quality. And in big games like this, in World Cup games like this, sometimes you just need that extra moment, someone who's got that magical touch to actually define the games. And that's really what end people, teams, World Cup. You go back to World Cup history, you get to see the likes of Ronaldo da Lima. He was the outstanding man in 2002. Come back to 2022, it was Lionel Messi. You go to 2006 World Cup. You also see Cannavaro. You get to see players who step up for big moments, and that's exactly what at this point Senegal is lacking. Unfortunately, Mane would have been that man, but of course he lacks the leg to actually pull that at this moment. It's unfortunate, but then France is definitely one of the favorites to play with this World Cup, and they just showed it against a very strong African side. Maybe you want to even say the African champion.
All right, and of course, we understand that Maiwa is now with us. Maiwa, it's great to have you join us on this historic day. Seeing Messi creating and breaking records. We're just talking about the situation of Senegal and talking about France, the Le Bleu side, who were the finalists the last time Messi won it. And Didier Deschamps has, however, gone out to say that the reason they won that game was due to the fact that they made a tactical switch. He revealed that moving Michael Olise from left wing into a central position helped the side overcome a tough Senegal side. Yes, you must give it to Didier Deschamps. He has won the World Cup before. He was in the final in the last edition. And this time around, he's making a third attempt. Who knows? He knows his way around the World Cup. And you must give it to him if he says his tactics was the reason why they beat Senegal.
Well, I think it's very correct. And yesterday when we were reviewing the game, I said something about Michael Olise yesterday. I said if Senegal was going to win the game, they need to take out a Michael Olise operating from the midfield. However, I was surprised when they lined up a 4-3-3 and decided to put, Michael Olise on the left, and we couldn't get the best of him. The moment he made the tactical switch and he made some substitution, I guess he wanted to, accommodate Ousmane Dembele, and that's the reason why he lined up that way. And watching the first half, I knew that Mbappe will be unlocked when Olise becomes the anchor in the midfield. Remember how Olise was very, very instrumental to the journey of Bayern Munich. They only lost to PSG in the second leg because they clipped Michael Olise. And that yesterday game, Michael Olise, playing out wide on the left, was not suitable to him. The moment he switched to the middle, we saw the genius of Michael Olise and we saw the passes, and that gave Mbappe a lot of room to work with. So I think Didier Deschamps is very correct. He saw the flaw in his tactics and and decided to change it. And we saw the result. If they had switched, if they had left Olise there playing on the left, they would have played that game for another 10,000 minutes, and the game would have ended 0-0. So kudos to him for rectifying the mistake. And going forward, I think that's the way it's going to line up. But the big question is this: if you take out Olise, or if Olise gets injured, who becomes the anchor man of that French national, of that French midfield? I'm still scratching my head to see it. I don't know, maybe they have somebody on the bench that can do what Olise can do, but at the moment, the success of the French national team relies on Olise. And, probably we are looking at somebody that probably win, MVP of the tournament. If you are not looking at goals, if you are looking at contribution, probably Olise might probably be the person we are looking at.
All right, and of course, in time past, it used to be the likes of Griezmann and Giroud, Oliver Giroud, but there's no Giroud this time. It looks like he has handed the responsibility to Michael Olise. You have suggestions? On
I was looking at what he was saying. I mean, I was talking about the French team. I was talking about the depth they have in their squad. Ryan Cherki would be the man to step up if anything happened to Olise. and that tells you a lot about how rich this French side is. I mean, the only problem he's got now is who is going to play, not, do they have the quality to actually step up. Brady Bacola, I mean, a man who we barely saw, this season in PSG's Champions League triumph because of injury, but now we saw him in the World Cup as doing the business. I mean, no doubt in his quality any day. He's a man who can actually really step up for the big moment. And he just did it, yesterday again. And trust me, going forward, this franchise is going to produce more goals. And a lot of teams will definitely start, looking at them. Again, I mean, World Cup first games, competition first games like this, it's what, most coaches used to actually try out their tactics. We saw it with Argentina yesterday. It's all about trial. Now, you start understanding who needs to play, how you're going to play, and what you need to, because this World Cup is different from every other World Cup, and you need to also know how to actually manage the minutes of the players that you'll be bringing into the team, and exactly what many of these managers will be doing. One of the things that actually gave France this particular game, yes, we know that the manager's input is very vital, but then the quality in terms of disparity, between Senegalese side is quite huge, and that's exactly what really paid off for them, in the entire 90 minutes.
All right, of course. So Didier Deschamps has said that the tactics were the major reason why they won this game. How far will these tactics take at the French Les Blues? Were you convinced with the changing of tactics? Were you convinced with the result against Senegal that France is the team to beat in this championship, Maiwa?
Well, I think, to be honest with you, if you look at the first half, they underperformed in the first half. And like Deschamps alluded, it was because of the kind of formation they decided to go with. He has been to the World Cup finals back to back. If not for Kolo Muani's, not being able to be clinical enough in the last minute of the last World Cup, France would have probably won that particular World Cup, because Kolo Muani had the chance and he decided not to score, and that's the reason why Argentina had the opportunity to win. So I will not take anything away from him. Yes, they had a disastrous performance in the Euros. They underperformed. You would expect them to do better. But this is the World Cup. He has gotten to the finals back to back, and he was almost winning the second World Cup back to back. He was almost winning. So I won't take anything away from him. In as much as I've said it consistently that I think Spain will win the World Cup. I think France is a huge contender, and the switch in the second half is an indication of what they can do. But my question is, Ike said something about Ryan Cherki the other time. Yes, Ryan Cherki is a fantastic player. However, my big question is this: how consistent is Ryan Cherki in terms of giving out the kind of performance and honesty we bring? And that is where my issue is with the French national team. For me, I think the over-reliance on one person being that creative spark in the midfield, and with a Ryan Cherki that you don't know what you get from me on a given day. Because if you look at the performance with Man City, he started coming on his own very late in the season. Earlier in the season, he was even being benched by Pep Guardiola. That showed that he was not consistent. If you can bring this consistency in, then maybe they might have a backup plan for Olise. But if it is the same Ryan Cherki that played for Man City that was not consistent at a particular point in time, there might be a problem for Didier Deschamps if they face off with a team that understands that the key to beating the French national side is to clip the creative spark in the middle, which is the Olise or Ryan Cherki.
All right, so let's see how that pans out. As far as talking about the French Les Blues, staying in this competition is concerned, and there's a big game to look forward to today. Is it a big game? Just because of the Messi fans and the Cristiano Ronaldo fans. DR Congo head coach, talking about Sébastien Desabre, is hoping they put on a good showing at the 2026 World Cup, where their campaign gets underway against Portugal at the NRG Stadium in Houston, Texas. And the Leopards are making their first appearance at the global showpiece since 1974, but their preparations were heavily disrupted due to an Ebola outbreak back home, which saw them complete a mandatory 21-day quarantine before entering the United States. And of course, the Sabres squad had to move their planned training camp from Kinshasa to Belgium at the end of May before playing their final 2 warm-up matches against Denmark and Chile in Europe. And DR Congo drew goalless with the Danes on the 3rd of June and were beaten by La Roya 6 days later. And the Sabre was pleased with how his players adapted to a difficult situation. Definitely it's going to be a different kettle of fish. But the DR Congo side, do you think they have what it takes to stop Ronaldo from scoring a hat-trick?
Well, I think it's going to be very unfair to think Ronaldo will not be able to score a hat trick against VR Congo. I mean, for the way he actually progressed in the last 10 years of his career, where he's actually positioned himself as a main at the main focal point up front as a centre forward. I think it's going to be easier if the guys really furnish him with the right a kind of ball to to him. Definitely, Ronaldo is I mean arguably one of the deadliest ball finishers. So it's definitely very possible. But then I think that should not be Ronaldo's dream right now. He's got a hat trick already against Spain in the World Cup, so that should not be his chase. Except he's actually looking at becoming the oldest player in the World Cup to score a hat trick, which Messi is now. Maybe that can be an extra motivation. But I think for me, what Portugal should actually be looking at is a win, right, to start off the campaign on a very good note, because that's exactly what you need to keep off the pressure of qualifying off the group. Again, DR Congo, they've got decent players. Most of them experienced backline, but then they really don't have huge threats that can actually give cause a lot of problem for the Portuguese defense line. Of course, they don't have quality midfielders that are definitely going to be stealing the show from the likes of João Neves and Vitinha. So it's going to be hugely Portugal. I think 60% for me, or about 70% for me in this particular game for Portugal to actually win it. Again, it now behoves on the manager in terms the person of Roberto Martinez to actually make sure this spice, this ingredient that he's got, he puts it to good use to get the deserved 3 points. At this point, I think for every single person, for every single Portuguese player, including Cristiano Ronaldo, it should be all about for us to just get the win, not about number of goals or who scored the number of goals or who gets a hat trick in this one. For them to just open their World Cup campaign on the flying note, that's exactly what is needed. Yes, do they have what it takes to actually stop Cristiano Ronaldo? I don't think they have what it takes, but it then depends on how much of a team Portugal is going to play as against playing, coming out individually in this particular game against DR Congo.
All right, so of course, it's going to be a keenly contested affair between the two sides. Talking about DR Congo, formerly known as Zaire, had qualified for the tournament via the playoffs when they ran out 1 victors over Jamaica after extra time on the 31st of March. And of course, the Selecao and Das Aquinas lost just one of their 6 qualifiers, a 2-0 defeat to the Republic of Ireland to finish top of their group, and they are unbeaten in 2026. And Roberto Martinez is the coach of the side. They drew goalless with Mexico on the 28th of March before recording a 2-0 win against United States of America 3 days later, while they wrapped up their preparation with a back-to-back 2-1 victories over Chile and Nigeria. And of course, Maiwa, can we see Cristiano Ronaldo scoring a hat-trick in this one against DR Congo?
It's a possibility. I think the assist king is part of the Portuguese national side. Is the king of assists. Maybe he can get in the assist. However, running against personal ambition might be detrimental to the overall cause. Ikechukwu was very correct. What should concern them is getting off with a win. Yes, I know there's this. He might deny it, but there's this rivalry between him and Messi. Whatever Messi does, he wants to do better, or whatever he does, Messi wants to top it. And Messi has made the statement yesterday, scoring a hat trick and the rest of that. However, it will be at the detriment of the team if one man's ambition is all what everybody's playing for. I think what they should focus on is how they are going to dispatch, the DR Congo side. The DR Congo side, not taking anything away from them. They are a very solid side. They kicked Nigeria out, and they got to the World Cup on merit, and they can be a tough nut to crack. I emphasize that they are going to approach the game defending so much. It means that the Portuguese side will have to be very, very patient and find a way to break down the defense of the DR Congo side and scoring a goal. So for me, I think there's a possibility that Ronaldo can score a hat-trick today. However, it will work against them if he's going on a selfish rampage and trying to break a record rather than playing for the team. I think playing for the team probably gets him the goals that he needs.
All right, let's see how that pans out. Of course, we have the Black Stars of Ghana. They should be very comfortable taking a look at the opposition, but their coach, talking about Carlos Queiroz, is targeting a positive start at the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and the Black Stars will open their campaign against Panama at the Toronto Stadium Thursday morning. That will be the early hours of tomorrow morning. And of course, for Queiroz, Ghana's World Cup campaign represents another opportunity to apply the knowledge gathered throughout his career. And of course, one of those career moments has to be in the dugout alongside your coach legend, talking about Sir Alex Ferguson. Queiroz is a man from Old Trafford as well, a Portuguese as well. Okay, Chigo, definitely you know about Carlos Queiroz. He also was part of the dugout at Real Madrid as well.
Yeah.
Well traveled, well experienced.
Very well experienced, very well traveled. But then this, managing an African team is quite different, and he hasn't really shown, that he's got what it takes to really manage an African team. Maybe because he's here to actually, deliver the goods for Ghana in the Nations Cup. Maybe that's exactly why. Maybe he's got it in him, but as it stands now, reality says he doesn't have it. So taking it, him against playing against a team that's not African. Yes, you want to say South Americans or North Americans have something similar with Africans to an extent in terms of their approach and their physicality. But then I think the Black Stars of Ghana should actually find this one easy, at least compared to other games that we'll be playing in the group, Croatia and the Three Lions. Those are huge games, and so they definitely need to get all 3 points here and manage to actually at least steal a point in one of those two ties to at least get to a point where they'll be one of the best third in the group, at least if they cannot actually make it out of the group directly. But then this group is quite interesting. I was looking at this particular group, and then the incident with Thomas Partey and how it was said that it's not going to be part of the game against the Three Lions because of visa issues and all of that. So I was just wondering why that particular incident happened. Then you look at all of this off-field drama around this World Cup, and I just hope it doesn't end up affecting the team psychologically, because that man is going to be an integral part of whatever it is the Black Star does. Is going to be at the heart of it. It's going to be the man who is going to help them win balls, and it's going to be the man who is expected to help them jumpstart attack. And if that man with his experience, is not on that particular pitch, it's going to say a lot about how Ghana is going to travel in this particular tournament. But I mean, for Carlos Queiroz, yes, you said it, he's managed top teams, backup assistant to Sir Alex Ferguson, and then he moved on to Real Madrid to become the head coach of Real Madrid at some point. Yes, albeit his stint was quite short, but then he showed that moving from Old Trafford to the biggest football brand, football club in the world, Real Madrid, says a lot about your quality as a manager. So coming here to do it for Ghana, I think he's got the what it takes psychologically to actually rile the boys to actually do the good job today, early hours of tomorrow, I beg your pardon. But then again, it's really forced on the players now to actually make that decision, how much of a sacrifice they want to actually make for their team. I just hope to see Ghana get all 3 points against Panama. At least let's get a lot of African teams. We can't have 10 African teams going to this particular round and then not have at least 5 of them coming out of the group stage. It's really unfair. So Ghana is one of those teams I'm rooting for to find a way out of this particular group.
Yeah, now that means that will be 5 over 10. That is definitely will be a pass mark. If 5 African teams definitely makes it to the next round. Ghana's arrival in Toronto was greeted by passionate scenes as Black Star supporters turned out in large numbers to welcome the team, creating an atmosphere that underlined the enormous expectations surrounding the 4-time African champions. For Queiroz, he says that the final ingredients could come from the stands. Don't know, the Ghanaians in Canada are rallying around this team. This team did not go to the last AFCON. There've been a lot of things going against the Ghana Black Stars. I'm surprised they did not qualify for the AFCON, but they qualified for the World Cup. What a story. But the man who qualified them has since been sacked, and Queiroz has been given the responsibility to turn things around. Baiwa, what's your prediction? Ghana against Panama.
Well, anytime Ikechukwu is supporting an African country, probably maybe he has an interest there. Remember when he decided to support Cabo Verde at the Nations Cup? We all knew exactly what the interest was. So
wow.
Immediately he comes out and says
he's interested
Ghana.
in some Ghana jollof. Some Ghana jollof and some oranges.
Yeah,
some Ghana oranges.
Maybe he has seen something big that we cannot mention on air. So, but in any case, but in any case, that aside, I think remember the coach that did not qualify them for the Nations Cup but qualified them for the World Cup was fired because of a poor run of result. They played 7 games and did not win any of the 7 friendlies under him, and that was the reason why they fired him. To be honest with you, Ikechukwu is very correct. For national teams, Kyrgios has not achieved a lot. The jury is still out on him. I myself, when it was announced, I would have probably preferred an Hervé Renard, who is the current coach of Tunisia at the moment. I would preferred him to Kyrgios because Renard has done it on the big stage. Kyrgios, he has not. And as far as I'm concerned, he's coming out of retirement to just collect pension. But however, this is a Ghanaian side that is trying to rebuild. They've brought in a couple of foreign born players, likes of Semenyo, and there's a particular defender, I can't remember his name now. He also plays in England, if I'm not mistaken. He's also foreign born too, who has joined that particular team. And they want to do something fantastic at the World Cup. So like Echukwu already said, it's up to the players to be able to stand up and be counted. Some of the players are aging, and like the Ayu brothers and the rest of them, this is an opportunity for them to make one to make one shout before they finally retire and see if they can push Ghana forward. I think the Panamanians will probably be the whipping boys of the group, and this is a huge opportunity for Ghana to be able to take at this maximum point. A draw in this particular game might probably mean an automatic ticket back home. So they need to do what they need to do to ensure that they win this particular game. The easiest team to beat in this particular group will probably be the Panamanians, and I think the Ghanaians, they have enough quality to be able to do it. If the consistent Ghanaian side show up and not the inconsistent one that was losing games in the friendlies.
All right, and of course for the Ghana Black Stars, I think they have some bit of interesting players. Let's not forget they have Semenyo, who has been on form for Manchester City since he joined them from Bournemouth, and there's also the Inaki Williams, who has also been awesome on his own part. He joined Newcastle United just this season. So I think they have players who should be able to hold their own against the Panama side, but their own doing would be underrating the opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the biggest mistakes you make as a team is to actually underrate your opponent. You don't do that, no matter how small you think they are, no matter how in lack when it comes to quality you think they are. But you just go into the game, treat every team like you're playing the biggest team in the world football, like Brazil. You treat them like you're playing against France. For me, I see a lot of politics in this particular group, and it kind of worrisome for me. The Thomas Partey incident, right? Thomas Partey would likely be missing the England game, right? I'm not saying with the inclusion of Thomas Partey in that particular game against England, I'm not saying England cannot defeat them, but then it's actually going to lessen their burden. It's going to be easier for them playing against a Ghana without Thomas Partey. But then he's going to be up against Croatia. He's going to play fit against Croatia. It says a lot about what's going on. Of course, the English FA has come out to also say that the handshake, that the handshake before games that players actually, the normal ritual before game that players actually do is going to be they have to check it through if the 3-round players will actually have to shake Thomas Partey. And before immediately after they make that comment, the Canadian immigration also talked about the Thomas Partey paper and all of that. How can the entire team have their papers correct, and then one player, the key player of that particular team, is having difficulties with his papers? All of these things, you look at it, you start asking questions about what exactly is happening in this particular tournament. But I just hope again, in the end, amidst all of this drama, that Thomas Partey and the Ghanaian squad are able to actually find their way out of this particular group. It's going to really give me joy. They are the closest West African brothers that we have in this particular World Cup. If Ghana succeed, I don't care what you think about my support for Ghana, but the truth is, Ghana is one thing I really I really love, and then I hope they
I promise you I will investigate and I will give you a report when I find out the reason why. Yes. Anyway, don't worry. We'll get the facts out, and it will be out in the open. But let's talk about Lionel Messi, the man of the moment. He recorded the first FIFA World Cup hat-trick of his career after bagging all 3 goals as Argentina trashed Algeria 3-0 in Kansas City on Wednesday. With the hat-trick, Messi, at 38 years and 357 days old, became the oldest player to score a World Cup hat-trick, breaking Cristiano Ronaldo's record. And of course, Ronaldo was 33 years and 122 days old when he scored a hat-trick against Spain in the 2018 group stage match. And of course, Messi's hat-trick came 20 years to the day he made his World Cup debut in the match against Serbia and Montenegro, in which he also scored. And of course, they say the rest is history. Messi knows how to make big moments. Yes, he's a man of the moment. He knows how to make these big moments. And there was even a situation where they said he was even crying after the first goal. That means he said actually that he was going through some things, personal things he refused to reveal. That means emotions is already going. And when Messi is emotional, the opposition suffers.
Very well. I mean, you recall that's a very familiar phrase or common phrase in Barcelona days. They before every game they hope or they wish Messi is angry going into that particular game. Or when the game starts, something happens. Maybe a defender get reckless and hit him somewhere. The Camp Nou fans would go, happy knowing that yes, the demon in this man is about to come out. And that's exactly what happened. We saw Lionel Messi in that particular game, and it was beauty to watch. But the beauty here, the truth is this. I mean, away from all of the whole headline, 3-0 headline, we should not take away something. That Argentina yesterday was a terrible side without Lionel Messi. It showed immediately he came out of that game. They were struggling to string passes together. They were a complete shadow of themselves. I mean, see, Jerry, if this Argentina team with Lionel Messi play against a decent side, a structured side, they will suffer. It was very obvious. A side that's really got players, top players around the field, they will really suffer. I'm not taking anything away from this Nigeria. I mean, the Super Eagles defeated them 3-0 at the AFCON, but I'm just telling you what the truth is. That side that we saw yesterday was not a good side. I don't know what the plan for Scaloni will be going forward. Maybe this is exactly the same way they actually started the last World Cup. They lost 2-1 against Saudi Arabia. Maybe they're going to actually build up from here.
Then, they always start slow in competition.
But to the man of the moment, Lionel Messi, I said it earlier on here before, Jerry, there are people who are actually aspiring to be the greatest of all time. The Ronaldo Dalimas, the Pelés, the Maradonas, the Zidanes. These ones are people, people bring into this conversation. But when it comes to Messi is not supposed to be in the good conversation. There's Messi, there's a good conversation. And true, Jerry, if you look at the trajectory of this young man, it is very easy to actually make a case for every person, whoever, be it Cristiano Ronaldo, be it whoever it is, you want, you say, okay, this person is the GOAT, you're making a case for him. But one thing is certain, you cannot make a case against Lionel Messi. It's impossible. You can't make a case against him. That's exactly what this man is. At 38, he's doing this. Like, player, in his 27, 26-year-old prime. Come on, how many player of, is I mean, even an Olise will do this sort of things and the world be like, oh God. But this is the usual, training practice for Lionel Messi. We've seen this move every single time. The goals he scored, the 3 goals he scored, we've seen every single time, in the 20 years of his career as a player. So it's everything seems to be, just ordinary for him. Football is easy for him.
All right, of course, you can see the pairings as far as the World Cup rankings in goals is concerned. Maiwa, his third strike against Algeria drew him level with Germany's Miroslav Klose, won 16 goals for the most goals in FIFA World Cup history, and it was Messi's 11th hat-trick in international football. What about Messi?
I think it's a class of his own. You can't put him in any conversation that he will not dwarf those people in those conversations. I will not want to commit blasphemy and say he's much more greater than Pele. Pele actually walk up to his name, and I don't think any player can achieve that. So Messi is far ahead of his peers, and the goal so far is an indication of his achievement. Yes, this World Cup might probably see a lot of players breaking the record. There's a Ronaldo not far behind. There's a Kylian Mbappe not far behind. So at the end of the day, one of these 3 players is going to definitely break that particular record. However, Messi was the class of his own, and Ikechu was very correct. Remove Messi from that particular game, the Argentines had they had no potent strike, no potent strikers, and that's a problem for a team that wants to go all the way. Remember, they were very conservative with how they used Messi. Messi only played 20 minutes before the World Cup group stage, and they knew the reason why they didn't allow him to play so much game. They are trying to manage this minute, and even at 78 minutes yesterday, they took him out because they were already planning for the next game. However, if you want to go and win the World Cup, you cannot rely on Messi alone. Take away what he did in the last World Cup, Argentina will not win the World Cup. The same thing is likely going to happen again this time around. What happens if Messi gets injured? Remember, he's 39. what happens to him. I think Elena Scaloni needs to find a way around it. You cannot put all the weight of the country on Lionel Messi. If anything happens to him, I don't think there's a plan B. And, that's not a good plan going forward. If they play against a decent team that is able to cage Lionel Messi, if they play against a team like Saudi Arabia that was able to capture him in that first game, I think, Argentina will have a big problem. And that's an issue for Lionel Scaloni to figure out.
All right, definitely a lot for Scaloni to think about, but it looks like Argentina, each time they go to the World Cup, Messi is the plan. And any other plan, we just have to make do with Messi plan. That's how it has always been. And fortunately, it has always worked for them. It has been working of late for them, because at the last edition, it was all about Messi as well. Not to take it away from players like Julian Alvarez and Martinez. They all should also step up. It should not be about Messi alone. I think they should at some point feel jealous and feel that they need to show up, because it looks like Messi is taking all the shine, if you look at it that way, because it looks like they're still ready to be relaxed and allow Messi to take all the shine. When you have the likes of Martinez, a very awesome striker for Inter Milan, who are week in, week out, doing very well for himself, even in the UEFA Champions League, and Alvarez, of all people, should also be shining as well. But it is what it is. Scaloni, that's a headache he has to ponder about, because I don't share in his salaries. Anyway, what Cup fans took to social media to claim that the tournament is rigged after Messi avoided a red card for a stamp on an opponent. The superstar then went on to score a stunning hat-trick in Argentina's 3-0 victory over Algeria, of course. But Messi quickly became embroiled in controversy after he appeared to stamp on the calf and Achilles area of Algeria's Aissa Mandi from behind while he tried to make a tackle. Mandi went down and looked to be in pain before replays suggested Messi may have been at risk of serious punishment from the referee, but the Inter Miami forward was somehow let off entirely by Polish referee, talking about Szymon Marciniak, while the game's VAR also didn't appear to check the incident. Who would be the referee that will give Messi a red card in his first game? I think it has to be Colina or someone else who has dogged. But whether you like it or not, that tackle is deserved of a red card if the rules are to be followed.
No, Jerry, this is not a red card if the rules has to be followed. I think there's a lot of hypocrisy flying out in the air.
Stamping a player from the back?
No. Football has rules. You said if the rules has to be followed, and so let's follow the rules.
Okay.
Football has rules, and I think there's a lot of hypocrisy flying in the air. Referees are humans. They understand
looking at this.
Just
look at this.
Picture. This is picture you're showing, right? You show a picture.
This is deliberate tackle from behind.
Picture is telling just one story. The image, the video, right, is telling another story, right? Now, this guy is not in Lionel Messi's half, right? It's still very much in the half. This guy is not facing goal, the Lionel Messi's goal. This guy is not facing. It's not it's not in the point where he's looking at attacking, right? It's still very much in his half. It's not.
Does that make a difference?
Again, when a player is chasing, when two players are running, right, all right. It is expected that when one changes direction, most likely the other one, because you're trying to actually put your leg on the ball, you most likely will stamp on the other person. Now, the first thing that referees look out for is intention, right?
But the referee didn't even look at it.
No, the intention, the referee saw the intention. That's exactly why he didn't call it until it was even...
The VAR didn't even check.
No, referee, the VAR... There was a VAR check.
But they didn't even...
No, there was a VAR check at this point. The referee actually stopped the game and it was like he was listening. See, Jerry, the thing is, the referee saw it. We saw 2010
Did the referee go to the monitor to assess the situation?
Jerry, we saw 2010 World Cup.
Yes.
Nico De Jong stamped Jabi Alonso in that particular game, right on the chest. Another person expected it to be red card. But if you look at the intention of the man, it wasn't it wasn't a malicious intention. And exactly, but a lot of persons moved away from that. Now this is exactly what everyone is talking about. See, the truth is, we all as humans want people to actually judge us based on our intention, not our actions. Because sometimes your actions might be carrying a very different intentions. But when it's time to actually
if we were to be another player who made that tackle.
No, but Jerry, when
I've
given you a worse tackle in a World Cup final, it wasn't given. No red card. So that's another player. Who is Nico De Jong? It wasn't even top 10 in
was that a red card? Was that a red card offense? Taking a look at it.
I think I want to agree and disagree with Ikechukwu at the same time. I want to agree with him on the part that intentions really matter. I think the intention was not malicious, but however, that was the foul. Is
Yeah,
it a red card
it was a
offense?
foul.
No, it's not. It's not a red card offense.
Yes.
However, it deserves a yellow card. Not giving him any card is unfair. I don't think that was the right call. But is it a red card offense? I don't think so. Before you give red card, you look at the intention, you look at how malicious, the tackle is. And like Kechuk rightly said, I will agree with him on that part also. The player actually changed direction and got into the path of Lionel Messi trying to get the ball from him. So the intention was not for him to injure him. He didn't step on him intentionally, and he didn't leave out his foot there. He made the foot,
Yes.
he stamped on him on the back of his feet. He quickly removed his leg when the player was going down. So
This was
that shows that,
intentional. This
it
was
not
intentional.
intentional.
It was.
I don't think
No,
so.
it was really intentional. I
Is it a
think
yellow card? Yes.
it's a red card.
No.
It was intentional.
See.
It was actually intentional because the player has already gone with the ball.
Jerry.
All Messi needed to do was just allow him go with the ball. But Messi raised his boot because raising your boot above the level of the ground alone is already an offense. Because for the stud,
Jerry, this is a still picture.
No, I've seen the video. As I'm even talking to you, I'm still watching the video.
If you are
I have to
running,
watch. I'm watching the video again.
Jerry, if you
and
are
I'm seeing
Jerry,
that this was actually deliberate.
No, Jerry.
Studs up against an opponent. It's a red card. It's a red card for me. But
See,
that's
do you know why? Do you know why Colina people celebrate Colina? Colina was talking about what he does or what he did in his prime.
Was that attempt to collect the ball?
Yes, it was an attempt. He wanted to put the leg.
The ball
intention
was
was to put the leg between the guy's
the
legs.
ball has already gone.
Jerry,
Raising your stud, is it an
That's a still
does
picture.
Does it give you an opportunity to take the ball by raising your stud?
No, he wants to put the ball. Jerry, if you want, okay, in a motion, you play football, right?
Yeah.
If you are chasing someone and the person changes direction in motion, and the person is in front of you, you want to put your leg inside the person, between the person's leg.
As the rule says, as far as your studs hit the other player, whether it's deliberate or not,
Should Nico De Jong, should he have been sent out in 20?
Yeah, sure.
No, that was unfair.
I agree with you.
No, Jerry, that was
I
unfair.
agree that he should have. But time really fast, man. We'll not be able to talk about this more and more because we'll have to wrap it up. But let's wrap it up with England. They have a game against Croatia. There've been a lot of call-ups, changing of players, getting injured, and so much controversy about selection of players. But against Croatia, where Luka Modric looks like he might be playing, he's playing his last World Cup. So what's the chance of England just in 30 seconds?
Well, Thomas Tuchel is a very conservative coach going against a Croatia side that they are very well old legs. I think England will most likely slim victory, maybe 1-0, and they will definitely win this one.
All right, Maiwa, Croatia, England in 30 seconds.
Well, I think England has enough quality to be able to do it. England should probably win. England winning 2-0.
England win 2-0. Thank you very much, Maiwa, for being a part of the show. It's awesome having your insight. Now, hopefully, your legend gets a hat trick.
And I'm looking forward to tomorrow against Czech against Ghana. Tomorrow, my name is Jaroslav, and I'm rooting for Czech.
Rooting for Czech. All right. Okay. I'm very interested. Thank you very much, Ikechukwu, for being awesome on the show as well.
It's amazing, Jerry.
All right. Big thanks to the guys who made the show great. Talking about the likes of Afeez, talking about Shegun as well as Sam, not leaving out Hassan, and of course, Okwe. My name is Jerry Appelheim. Saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the Vop TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching Vop TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching Vop TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Vop TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Vop TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching Vop TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they're doing, their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Say, put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher, and that is why the patronage is reducing. So, and the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up, a lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid, whatever happens to you. That's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, It simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,006, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there's no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where has the money been applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have to do...
Okay, now, tonight on Political Lens, Nigeria's political space is under intense scrutiny. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, is pushing back against a controversial court ruling ordering its registration while accusing the judiciary and the ruling All Progressives Congress of plotting to weaken the opposition ahead of 2027. Well, it's instructive. It's good to know that, well, the Court of Appeal has issued a stay of execution, asking INEC to hold on with the registration process until the substantive matter before the appeal is determined. So that is what we are going to talk about today. We'll also examine the deepening crisis within the ADC as senior figures, including David Mark and Rauf Arebeshola, clash with the court while Kenneth Okonkwo withdraws support for Atiku Abubakar over Southeast exclusion. Away from that, we'll take a closer look at the ruling party's counter-narrative as Dave Umahi defends major Southeast infrastructure projects under President Bola Tinubu. Well, is Nigeria's democracy under threat? Or is this politics as usual? Stay with us on Political Lens. Now, good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Many thanks for joining us. Let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio by Mayor John Echefu. Echefu is a political and public affairs analyst. Good evening, Mayor, and thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Good evening.
Good to have you. It's been a while.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Now, let's quickly run into it. Now, the ADC, as we all know, has condemned a federal court ruling ordering its registration and that of 4 other parties, calling it an attack on Nigeria's democracy and a plot to weaken opposition ahead of the 2027 elections. This morning, we hear that the Court of Appeal has ordered a stay of execution, asking INEC not to deregister ADC and those other political parties yet, pending the determination of an appeal before the Supreme Court. Well, in a statement by its spokesperson, Bolaji Abdullahi, the party argued that the judgment reportedly delivered by Justice Peter Leaf contradicted constitutional provisions, ignored a subsisting Court of Appeal order, staying proceedings, and went against a counter-affidavit by the Independent National Electoral Commission, affirming that ADC met all registration requirements. Well, that's not the only ground for the registration. We'll talk about that in the course of the show. The ADC accused the ruling APC and the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu specifically of using judicial means to undermine opposition politics, warning that such actions could endanger democratic stability and voters' choice in 2027. The party said it will challenge the judgment through legal channels, which it has done, petition the National Judicial Commission, NJC, over alleged judicial misconduct, and remain committed to participating fully in the 2027 elections. Mayor, we've moved forward. Yesterday, we got information. Boom! Peter Leaf, a judge of the Federal High Court in Abuja, had ordered INEC to deregister the ADC and 4 other political parties. And I mean, the nation went haywire. People were commenting, lawyers, analysts, ADC members. Atiku said it was a joke and all of that. It was premeditated. But this morning, again, the Court of Appeal said, well, this is judicial rascality. I mean, you cannot, because there was already a stay of proceedings in the Court of Appeal on the issue of a court party, which, by the way, is going into an election, off-cycle elections in Osun State and all of that. And so let's have your broad reaction to all of this.
You see?
The development yesterday and what happened today in the appeal
the
court.
level of judicial rascality we are seeing under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu have never happened.
No, I'm surprised you are calling President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Yes.
It's just the president.
No.
The executive. We are talking about the judiciary here.
You see, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the one using the judiciary to destroy Nigerian judiciary.
How so?
This kind of thing have never happened before. Look at our judiciary today. Are you telling me that this stuff execution will hold?
Why would
see, let me tell you.
The judge has pronounced.
Listen, judge has pronounced. They will still go to Supreme Court. Let me tell you, the federal government led by APC, they have destroyed our security system. They have destroyed our judiciary. See, let me tell you, what Nigeria is going through now is only God, Almighty God, that will save us.
Mayor, when you say that there is insecurity in Nigeria, I do understand that as an executive arm of government, they superintend over security agencies. But when you say that the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu has destroyed the judiciary, I don't get it. The judiciary is an arm of government.
I want to ask
you.
I ask the questions. You are in Nigeria. You are not in...
I ask the questions here. You know, I am the anchor here. I am moderator, so I ask the questions.
This judiciary, Nigerian judiciary today, previously we used to say judiciary is the last hope of the common man.
Is it no longer?
Today, judiciary is no longer the last hope of the common man.
So what is the hope of the common man in Nigeria?
The hope of the common man is that the violence take it by force.
No,
this government.
No, excuse me, Mayor.
This government
Mayor,
don't understand.
Mayor,
they don't understand due
Mayor,
process.
1 minute. We don't preach violence here.
Yeah.
So when you say the violence take it by force,
The level where Nigeria is going now, it's no longer require kid glove. Where Nigeria is heading now, if we did not save Nigeria now, Nigeria will collapse even before 2027. Because what we are going through, what Nigerians are seeing, look at rampant insecurity, kidnapping every day, randomly. And you are telling me that this country is functioning. The only place Nigeria is functioning is how to borrow money. This government have borrowed to the extent that even my grandchild is in debt.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like for us to stay within the issue of the deregistration of the ADC and 4 other political parties.
It's not a joke.
Okay.
It's not a joke.
And so
what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu led federal government and APC is doing, they don't want other political parties that will challenge him because he has failed.
I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Now, whose interest would the deregistration of ADC serve? The president's interest?
The president's interest,
How
of course.
so? How so?
Because if article is in the ballot,
Okay.
you know that you have lost the north.
And he's getting the south.
We are in the south. Have President 2023, did he win south?
Didn't he?
He didn't.
So how come he became president?
How come he become president? It's by magic. What
So
I've never seen before.
So he won the election magically, according to you.
No. 2023
So if you
election.
say by
P2B
magic-
is the man that won 2023 election.
Excuse me,
You know, I see.
Excuse me,
You know what I'm
he
saying?
said he won by magic.
By magic.
So magically he won the election.
Magically, he won the election.
Okay.
You see, when they went to court, Obi came to court with televisions and everything. Technically, all those things were knocked out. Today, see, the worst thing that have happened to us in this country is that people that believe that we got power through every mist. People that believe that they will got power through every mist. They don't know that rule is not by every mist. Today, where is Nigeria? Tell me one thing that is working in this country. Can you tell me?
No, Mayor, I understand your take in all of this. You are trying to expand it, but I want us to remain within the scope of, they did registration of NDC and 2027 ahead of 2027.
President Bola Ahmed
and all of
Tinubu
that.
is the one.
I'm asking you.
Working with the
very,
INEC.
Very straightforward
He's working
question.
with the INEC
Okay.
and the court to make sure that other political parties did not see the light of
Now,
the day.
specifically, very straightforward question. If ADC is registered, Atiku will not be on the ballot because the windows, the timeline, shut him out.
His target
And
is to make sure that because he knows that the North have rejected him.
But Kwakwanso is there.
Kwakwanso.
So if Atiku is out of the ballot and Amechi out of the ballot, El Rufai out of the ballot, Malami out of the ballot, there is a chance, 80-90% chances, that they might merge with other opposition parties. Maybe NDC.
What will
and
happen
now it
is
will
that,
turn into a two-horse race.
will
that
happen
serve
is
the
that-
interest of the president? Electorally, in terms of electoral
the
fortune.
president is playing his game.
Okay.
And God, who is omnipotent, is shaping things.
I want us to leave God out of this.
See,
let's discuss politics, political permutations.
In everything, both in political permutations,
Okay.
there is the hand of God in everything.
So the hand of God
So
is
anything.
Excuse me, Mayor. So are you saying that the hand of God is what left Nigeria in this situation?
No.
So you see,
Whatever
so
the-
you are cherry
whatever the-
picking.
whatever the
When it
president-
suits you say God is not there, but when it doesn't,
Whatever the president does to make sure that there is no opposition party in Nigeria, God will always show him.
you are bringing in God into all of this.
See,
mix.
do you know
And
why?
I'm asking you, do you think that the situation of Nigeria now, the situation in Nigeria is ordered by God?
No.
And so what gives you the impression that God will intervene in
What
2027?
give me it's not God will intervene.
Okay.
What give me the impression is that whatever the evil the president is planning against Nigerians, because he's planning evil against Nigerians, a man who fought Abacha with Nadeko, a man who have been going everywhere saying that it's part of the system that have brought democracy in Nigeria, that he afforded this, afford that. Today, he happens to be the president in a way that we cannot justify. And he's the man fighting to kill democracy in Nigeria.
Mayor, I asked you a direct question. If Atiku is out of the ballot, how will it benefit the president?
The president believes
Okay.
that if Atiku is out of the ballot, it will help him to get some vote in the North.
You think
But
Atiku is in control of the North?
See, let me tell you.
Do you think that Atiku is in control of the
Atiku is
North?
a Northerner.
Okay.
He's a Funali man.
Okay.
And the Northerners have suffered so much under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Didn't they suffer under Buhari?
Remember,
Didn't the North suffer under
during
Buhari?
Buhari, you know the level of suffering today.
Okay.
During Buhari, at least one bag of rice is at 5,000.
Okay.
Today, one bag of rice is
It's only
5,000.
Northerners that are buying rice at
No.
5,000.
The Easterners,
Okay.
the suffering they have understood it. The Northerners, when Buhari was the president, there are some privileges that have been given to the Northerners.
Okay.
Today, President Tinubu is there. You can remember, the whole service chief is from the West. It's just few people that's from the North. So, President Tinubu believes that if he can be able to knock Atiku back out of the race, he can use that opportunity to get more voters from the North. Because remember, 2023 election, it was through the North that they rigged the election for him. He lost Lagos.
No, Mayor,
He lost Abuja.
Mayor, I want us to be very careful in what we put out here. You say rig the election. I don't understand that because at some point the Supreme Court said, well, this man won the election. So when you talk about rigging, where is that coming from?
Can you tell me any president that have won an election without winning Abuja, Lagos, and Port Harcourt? Tell me.
Well, Tinubu did.
Tinubu, that is the magic.
So must it be rigging?
It's a fraud.
How?
Because
the Supreme Court said you don't necessarily have to win Abuja to become president.
No, that is.
They interpreted the letters of the Constitution. I mean, esteemed judges.
That's the reason why I have told you.
Okay, let's go for a very quick break. I will be right back. We need to fix something at the back end. Please do stay with us. We'll be right back.
It's an overbloated cost of governance. Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they're doing, their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria.
Thanks for staying with us. This is Political Lens on Voice of Republic Television. I have in the studio here Mayor John Echefu, a political affairs analyst, and we're interrogating a lot of things: the deregistration of the ADC, the state of execution, and the future, the forward movement to 2027. So, Mayor, go ahead. Like, my straightforward question to you is this: the deregistration of ADC as a political party, major opposition party, in the past 6 months, 8 months, or probably 1 year ago, how would that serve the interest of the president? Straightforward question.
The president is fighting for one-party system.
Okay.
And it will not work.
The president is fighting for one-party system. So you believe that when he's done with the ADC, he's going to face other political parties?
Coming for NDC too.
For NDC?
Yes.
PDP?
He has destroyed PDP.
SDP?
You see all these parties. Mainly PDP is on these shackles now. President Tinubu understands the power of opposition. Okay. Because he raised to power through opposition.
And he doesn't want that to happen.
So he doesn't want opposition. Because he knows he has failed. So if opposition can arise, he knows that it's not going anywhere. So that's his mindset.
No, okay. Now, the flip side of this is do you think the president is not thinking that if he collapses all the opposition structures, there is a likelihood that the Ibadan Declaration, the Ibadan Declaration that they made sometime about 2 months ago, that we are going to raise one opposition candidate to face the APC. You think that the president is not thinking that if I remove this thing from a three-horse race, that these people might coalesce and come after me? You think he's not thinking in that direction?
See, there's one English, they said, absolute power corrupts. You see, the president, there was a time he said he doesn't watch television again. He doesn't go to social media again.
But people brief him.
The people that he surrounded himself with, his hallelujah boys, who keep telling him that it will work that way. But Nigeria, we are in jet age now. We have gone beyond what he thinks. So there is another, they said, when a bird fly without wings, the hunter will shoot without bullets. So Nigerians are ready for him come 2027. Because President
how will Nigerians do that? How will Nigerians do that? I mean, he has 32 governors in his kitty.
He has 32 governors.
He has majority in the National Assembly.
So why is he fighting opposition?
Is he fighting opposition?
How many are them?
Is he fighting opposition?
The president is the one fighting NDC. He's the one that destroyed Labour Party. He's the one that destroyed PDP. He's the one that...
Mayor, you are making very weighty allegations.
Yes.
I like for you to have your facts.
Yes.
Right? If you say that the president is the one
okay, let me say this. Wike is in PDP. He's working for the president. He has divided PDP into two.
He got permission from the PDP to go work for the president.
No.
PDP has never disputed that. He said, I applied to the NWC, I applied to NEC. They asked me to allow me to go work for
By
APC.
the virtue of Wike working for president, he have destroyed PDP. Today we have Wike PDP.
Did Wike destroy the PDP?
Yes.
Or did the PDP destroy itself?
No, Wike destroyed PDP.
Because as at last count, we have former presidents, still alive, who served in the PDP. Olusegun Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, Namadi Sambo, vice president, Atiku Abubakar, vice president, Olabode George.
Obasanjo have resigned from PDP.
No, but he went back.
And he have not come back.
No, he went back to PDP.
Did you see anywhere where Obasanjo went back to collect his membership card from PDP?
He did, after he thought that.
No, I've not seen it. I've not seen it.
He did, and all of that. So, do you think that it was Wike that destroyed the PDP or the PDP destroyed itself?
Wike is the one that destroyed PDP because, look, after President Goodluck Jonathan lost the election, Wike was the one sponsoring PDP from River State Fund.
Okay, so they abandoned PDP for him.
He did a lot of...
They abandoned PDP for him.
Immediately he lost tickets.
And he nurtured it back to life.
Yes. Yeah, he nurtured it back. So
Okay.
immediately Wike lost that ticket. Wike becomes a vampire to PDP.
If you were the one that nurtured PDP back to life, would you allow another person to take that structure from you?
PDP had
Very straightforward and direct
PDP gave
question.
Wike what Wike cannot give to PDP.
Mayor, very straightforward and direct question. If you, Mayor John Echefu, were the one, after you lost an election, everybody ran away from the party. Nobody wanted to touch the PDP, even with a long pole. And you brought the carcass, the bits and pieces together and all of that, built it back to a major opposition party. I'm not taking sides. I'm asking you a direct question. Will you allow someone else to come take that structure away from you?
If I build it with integrity and I lost election.
Okay. No, you built it after you lost the election, not before you lost the election.
Immediately Wike lose 23 tickets. That was when the problem started in PDP.
No, that wasn't.
No.
The problem started.
Wike want to be the presidential candidate of PDP.
Okay.
Now, Obi is also in PDP.
Was he mistaken in wanting to be the candidate after he had built back the party?
Yes.
He was wrong in that.
Yes.
In his ambition.
Yes, his ambition was too much.
Okay.
And that's what brought PDP where they are today.
Okay.
The day Julius Abure met with Wike, that day Labour Party refused to trust Julius Abure again. So you see, the president is the one fighting opposition parties through the people around him, so that he will not have opposition, because he rests to power through opposition.
Through opposition.
He knows the power of opposition. He knows the value of opposition. That's why he don't want any opposition party to survive. Look at under his regime, every day INEC and political parties. Good luck was president here. APC was registered under Good luck. Did the APC go through what other political parties are going to do under President?
So you think the president is the one?
He's the one. President Tinubu is the one using INEC and judiciary to destroy opposition parties. I say it to the president.
Mayor,
if the president is here, eyeball to eyeball, I will tell him, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you are the one using INEC and judiciary to destroy opposition parties.
Mayor, do you have evidence to this?
Yes, we have so many evidence. Have this kind of thing happened before? Is President Tinubu the fourth president in Nigeria?
That is not enough evidence.
No.
The fact that it has not happened before doesn't make it that, well, the president is... I'm asking you in very straight terms. Do you have any evidence to suggest that the president is the one, destroying the opposition?
Can you tell me reasons why almost 6 opposition parties have been destroyed under President Tinubu regime?
That's exactly the question I'm asking you. So why do you think is the president behind all of this?
He is the one.
It could be political.
Listen.
Internal problems within the party.
The president is the one in charge of our judiciary.
No.
Listen.
No, the Chief Justice of Nigeria is the one in charge of our judiciary.
He was appointed by the president.
And so?
Yes.
It doesn't matter.
He's responding to the man who employed him.
Okay. That's what they are saying.
We are employee. Go against your wish.
Well, I do disagree with my employer at some point.
No, not in.
I'm telling you.
Not at the biggest level of your interest.
Okay.
They were employed to do this job they are doing now.
No, but you mean the justice of the Supreme Court?
Yes, of course.
But they merited it now.
Yeah?
They were not just ordinary lawyers. They grew through the ranks.
If we go by merit, you will see that most of the people that are serving the nation today wouldn't be there serving us.
Okay, so specifically, you think that the APC president are the ones behind the problem in the opposition?
Yes.
Okay, now, Mayor, let's segue into a very interesting conversation. Actor and Nollywood veteran Kenneth Okonkwo, Andy of the Living in Bondage fame, has withdrawn his support for Atiku Abubakar, the 2027 presidential flag bearer of the ADC, citing what he described as the continued marginalization of Nigeria's southeast. His decision followed the ADC's announcement of former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi from the South-South at Atiku's running mate, a move Okonkwo said excluded the Southeast from the top 2 executive positions. Okonkwo argued that the Southeast has neither produced a president nor vice president since 1999 and insisted he would not campaign for any ticket that fails to include a Southeast candidate in either role in 2027. He maintained that ADC founder Ralph Mosu's sacrifices were not meant to align his region and warned that denying the Southeast the vice presidential slot will amount to injustice, prompting him to step away from supporting Atiku's candidacy?
I think my beloved, let me use this language.
No, you have not asked my question.
Okay, you have not asked.
I've not asked my question. You are in a hurry to land.
Because this is a very important one.
Okay, let's go ahead. Let's interrogate Okonkwo's position. Go ahead.
Okay. I think my beloved brother, Ken Okonkwo, is my very good friend.
Okay.
We have so many pictures together. He's a very close friend of mine. You know, when he started talking, you know, using ranting against Peter, I called him twice to tell him that you can't be, Peter Obi is the best candidate we have in Nigeria now.
According to you.
Not according, tell me one man in Nigeria who has served as a godfather that can come out and say, go and verify my character, except Peter Obi.
Okay, so that makes him the best.
The President Tinubu we have today, look at this, we still have Chicago issue there. We still have AIDS issue. We still have everywhere, one surrounding the president. Peter Obi is the only man. I will say it anywhere. Peter Obi is the only man who has the Magnet Charter to change Nigerian economy, to make new Nigeria a reality. Based on character, based on achievement, based on things that is coming to put on the board. The only man that is ready to lay his life for Nigeria to work again is Peter Obi. None of them can do it.
Mayor, Peter Obi has...
Now let me come to Kenneth.
Okay.
Kenneth believed that he's dealing with people who have conscience. He was following Atiku, don't a little thing for Atiku. Not seeing Atiku's image. In fact, Kenneth Okonkwo went to the market, had the brush, and brought Atiku's image. He was using the brush to clean his image, so that Atiku will glitter like bright stone again. But he doesn't know the people, the characters he's dealing with. That these people, if you like, go and bring acid and wash them. They are what they are. They don't change. So for Atiku, Kenneth was believing that Atiku will pick his vice from the southeast. At least the injustice meted against the Southeasterners. At least so that something can justify why he's working for Atiku.
Okay, so
at the end of the day, Atiku pick Amechi as his running mate. So what is Kenneth Okonkwo still doing there? What Kenneth needs to do now is to come out and beg Peter Obi and tell Peter, I'm sorry for things I have said about you, the wrong things I have done about you, the wrong things I have said about you. Please, my brother, I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Okay, now, Mayor, let's take it one at a time. Was Kenneth expecting that Atiku would choose him as his running mate?
Kenneth never go for a running mate.
Okay, he wasn't expecting
Kenneth was doing his job as a clear-minded, because they have told him that if Atiku and Peter will run,
okay,
before the election the next day, today they have won the election.
Okay.
So Kenneth, was that busy trying to push Peter to accept to be Atiku's running mate. Because Atiku had planned his way. The man that believed that ADC was formed in his parlor has done everything possible to make sure that he wins that primary. Then Obi will win. But Obi, we don't want vice president.
Okay.
The best cannot be the vice. Somebody is better than. Because Obi is better than Atiku.
Okay,
character-wise, vision-wise, and in every aspect.
Okay, so now we have apparently Kenneth was not expecting that he would be chosen as the running mate.
No, that was not in his mind.
That was not in.
Kenneth have never.
That was not in the radar.
Yeah.
Now, talking about leaving out the southeast, Atiku Abubakar approached Emeka Ihedioha, former governor of Imo State, former deputy speaker of the House of Representatives. Emeka said, I don't want to be running mate because of my brother Peter Obi that is on the ballot. And so who else in the southeast do you think that Atiku should have gone for?
Atiku have so many friends in the southeast that he can pick.
No, it's not about friendship. It's about political value.
See, let me tell you. Before now, we don't know the value of Ahmed Dati in Nigerian politics.
Okay.
Immediately, Peter Obi brought him in. Everyone begin to love him.
Okay.
Before, Peter Obi, we don't know his popularity in the magnitude it is today. Until when they rejected him He now decided to contest for president. And from there, his popularity have skyrocketed.
No,
Above
you
every politician
mentioned
in Nigeria.
Dati Babar-Ahmed, you know, Yusuf Dati Babar-Ahmed. Some people think that Obi lost the North because he didn't have a strong candidate as a running mate.
Obi did not lose the North.
Okay.
They rigged the North. They find them, did the job for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Remember, Obi won Abuja. Obi won President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in his kitchen in Lagos. I will say it anywhere. If the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is here eyeball to eyeball with me, I will tell him, President Oga, you lost 2023 election. Peter Obi was the man that won that election.
Mayor, winning Lagos and Abuja does not translate to two-thirds of 36 states of 25% of two-thirds of the 36 states of the federation. Does it? It doesn't.
There is 4 states that decide Nigerian election.
Things could change.
How many people are in the Ekiti state? How many people? Tell me the number of the electoral
Which states? Which states determine?
There's 4 states that determine Nigerian presidential election.
Okay.
Lagos, Kano, Port Harcourt, and Abuja. Rivers State and Abuja.
Okay. Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Now, in 2023, Rivers State delivered 230,000 votes to the president.
Rivers State election was manipulated by Wike.
No, I'm not talking about who won or who didn't win. 230,000 votes to the president. In that same 2023, Oyo State delivered 444,000 votes to the president. So how come Rivers State is placed ahead of Oyo State in terms of who becomes the president?
Oyo State, they wrote it. Go to the IRF. How many votes did Oyo produce in the IRF?
Okay, so, but did they write that of Rivers according to you?
The that of Rivers, we can change the vote that came from Rivers. Peter Obi won Rivers State.
Okay.
He won Rivers State, answer. And because of what we did in Rivers State, that's why President Bola made
let's come back. Let's come back to the issue. Now, the issue is that, well, Kenneth says again, I will not campaign for any ticket, that does not contain the Southeasterner either as president or running mate. He knew all of this when Obi was pursuing the ticket. And he constantly, without ceasing,
the issue
was attacking Peter Obi.
The problem, I have not discussed with Kenneth for a very long time. The last time we met was at the Daily Sun Man of the Year Award.
Okay.
No, after that, I'm not seen again. See, Kenneth believes that Peter and Atiku's ticket would have been the best. But we, the people who believe in credibility and quality leadership, we believe in Obi. What is Atiku coming to do? We want to have a man like Obi. Go and check Atiku's history. See so many this that surround his history. Obi is the only man that this president is afraid of. You know what Fayose said before? He said that Obi will remove President Bola Ahmed Tinubu from power in 2027.
How is it? How can Fayose say that?
He said it.
I mean, even if he says it, should we take it to the bank? Who is Fayose? Just former governor of Ekiti State.
You know why? Nigerians, we are tired of people who don't know their source. We are tired of people who don't know their achievement in politics. We are tired of people who we cannot be proud of. We are tired of people who cannot be free and tell us that they are not coming to borrow. We are tired of people who will tell us that we will fight insecurity, and under them, insecurity will raise to power 100. We are tired of people who will tell us that if they did not give us electricity, that they should not vote for them again. Why now they are using solar light in Aso Rock?
Okay, now, Mayor, what gives you the impression that if another former governor, becomes the president? Because we have had governors become president. We had Yaradua, who was a former governor of Katsina State. He became president. Well, before we could understand what was going, Providence took him. After that, Jonathan came. Jonathan was former governor of Bayelsa State. How did we fare? After Jonathan, we now had Buhari, who, by the way, was former military administrator of Borno State. How did we fare? And after Buhari, we have a former governor of Lagos State. People believe Center of Excellence that he created and built Lagos, according to him and his acolytes. So what gives you the impression that
He did not build Lagos.
No, according to his acolytes. Now, what gives you the impression that if Peter Obi becomes president, former governor of Anambra State, he did well in Anambra, going by records and all of that, won MDG awards and all of that, you know, what gives you the impression that he will be able to operate at the central level?
There is an adage that said, show me a friend, I will tell you who you are.
Okay.
There's also an Igbo adage that says, it's only a bush animal or bush rat that has not been caught before that the hunter will not know how to cut. Peter Obi is tested okay. He has been there as a governor.
The president was governor in Lagos.
No. What Peter Obi achieved as a governor in Anambra, our current president today could not achieve it in Lagos.
Well, I mean, a lot of people will not
Peter
agree with you.
Obi's records are there.
Okay. The president's records are there too.
After Peter Obi as governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi have continued to touch the life of Nigerians in a positive way. The only man after look, let me tell you this. After the tenure of President Tinubu, Bola Ahmed Tinubu as governor of Lagos, you know how many EFCC cases he has?
I don't know.
We know how those cases
No, I don't know.
We know how those cases, the EFCC cases were closed. Peter Obi finished his tenure and invited EFCC, come and verify me. Come and check. No governor have done it before in Nigeria. When I look at people like Dave Omeh, those people supposed to be in prison.
We'll talk about Dave Umar in a bit. We'll talk about him in a bit.
You see what Soludo is doing today?
We'll talk about
that man supposed to be in prison.
He's a seven governor. If you have evidence, you can approach
the EFCC. See, let me tell you, there's something I said that. I said, we are building what we call hall of shame for so many of our governors who have failed Nigeria.
Now, Mayor,
we are writing we personally, after his tenure, we are going to bring out the money that they have collected from federal government.
Okay.
That they have embezzled.
Well, I'm not
going to take it beyond. We are going to take all these cases beyond the shores of this country.
I don't know the information that you have that you use to nail them in the court, but in all of this, the person and issue now is Kenneth Okonkwo, and he's been very critical of Peter Obi. Is there anything wrong, you know, in Kenneth criticizing Obi or putting him to test in terms of governance credentials? Is there anything wrong in saying, putting him to test?
Listen.
In terms of governance.
Listen. People that we are using Kenneth then, Kenneth don't know that we are using them. Like there's something Kachon Onoju said. He said it was Hasserent that bring problem between Peter and Kenneth. I don't conclude on that. Okay. Because Kenneth have not told me something like that before. Okay. Neither did Peter talk with me instead of that. But what I believe is that Kenneth went too far
in
the accusation. He said Obi is a fraudster. He said a lot of things.
Do you know if he has information?
Listen, he doesn't have any
Obi has sued him.
No, they have sued him. Kenneth cannot defend himself in that case. I tell you the truth.
No, yeah. Kenneth is a lawyer.
Being a lawyer, being a lawyer, some of our judges today, I don't know former lawyers who become judges. And look at the kind of judgment they are giving in court today.
No, that case is
in that case, Kenneth, listen, what happened in NDC was not as a result of P2B's direct decision. There are some criminal elements from PDP and APC who joined NDC before even Peter joined it. So you cannot judge.
Mayor, my straightforward question is.
You know what? I'm coming.
Okay, land on your talk because we are costing home.
Kenneth, we are saying that they collected million. It was not Peter that collected the money.
Okay.
It was the party.
Now, my direct question is there anything wrong in Kenneth trying to hold Obi to account?
There is nothing wrong.
There's nothing
with
wrong
that.
with that.
But the manner by which he goes about it becomes a problem.
Becomes a problem to you. Okay, Obi has a problem too, and he has a problem.
I disagree with Kenneth.
Okay, now, there's something, as we talk about Kenneth, I would also like us to, the harshest critics of Peter Obi seem to come from the Southeast. Why is that so?
They are being paid by the ruling party.
And they allow themselves to
do you know how many bloggers that the ruling party is paying for them to use their platform to criticize P2B?
I don't know. You have that information.
There are many bloggers that the leadership of this APC and federal government led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is playing for them to go use their platforms against P2B. I saw one in the internet. That was yesterday. The man was confessing that they are promising him money for him to use his page against Peter. But he don't want to do it because he knows that P2B is not a saint, but is the best of the best right now. The only man that have the Magnet Charter to change Nigerian economy. The only man that Nigerians can trust. The only man that after talking, he said, go and verify. Tell me another candidate that can be able to bold enough. Say, the man that started challenging the election of APC since 2023, and not now, APC have not seen anything against him. That is the man I want to vote for. That is the man Nigerians are waiting for. Peter, come 2027. Nigerian youths are waiting for you. Women are waiting for you. Students are waiting for you. Please come and save Nigeria. You must change the narrative. The time is now. The time to save Nigeria is now. And Peter, the destiny of Nigeria is hanging on you.
Mayor, please, I don't want you to, put good words for any candidate. We are just holding a conversation. Allow the viewer and the listener to make their choices. I want us to go to the southeast where Dave Umahi, Serving Minister of Works, says several major road projects in the southeast, first conceived during the colonial era but abandoned for decades, are now being executed under President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. While speaking in the Ebonyi State, Umahi highlighted the Calabar-Abuja Trans-Sahara Superhighway as a landmark project reviving long-forgotten infrastructure plans and boosting regional connectivity across the southeast, south-south, and parts of the north-central Nigeria. Umahi said construction is progressing steadily, with sections of the highway already dualized and concrete road technology enabling work to continue year-round, in and out of season. He described the project as an economic corridor that will enhance trade, agriculture, and cross-border links with Cameroon, adding that the scale and quality of projects underway will secure Tinubu overwhelming support in the southeast ahead of the 2027 elections. Mayor, Tinubu is rebuilding colonial-era roads abandoned in the southeast. Politics or infrastructure reality? Is Umahi playing politics or is there a reality?
Umahi is playing politics.
You don't see these roads in the southeast? When was the last time you visited the southeast?
Every month I'm in the southeast.
Every month?
Every month.
So you don't see these roads?
What are they talking? Go to follow Enugu on it.
Is your word against the ministers?
The worst, in fact, the worst minister that the Southeast have ever produced is Dave Umahi.
How? How so?
See, let me tell you, it's like the Coastal Road. How many $1 billion? Have you gone there to go and verify what is going there?
Work is in progress.
Did you, as a journalist, have you visited there?
Yes, I have.
So what did you see?
Well, I see work going on there.
We are.
I see work.
We are. How many years?
For 7 kilometers.
Do you remember how much they are measuring it?
Okay. But they didn't say it will terminate in the life of this administration. It's an ongoing project.
See, when APC have lose power in 2027, the new government come in. That is when you know the level of criminality, the embezzlement that they have used all this to do.
You think the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway is not a good thing for Nigeria in terms of infrastructure deployment?
Don't worry.
They say it's going to enhance trade. Roads. They say it's going to enhance
We have
trade.
roads in Nigeria. We have roads in Nigeria that just need to reduce because of they are there already. We don't need to go into the forest and put them in order first.
Now, this particular road cuts through 9 states of the country. From Lagos.
This road in the
and
next
it terminates.
15, in the next 50 years or 20 years,
it empties into the Atlantic Ocean.
Let me tell you, if care is not taken, this project, if APC lose election in 2027, that's when we will know the kind of worms that are in this project we are talking today.
Mayor, I said something. You didn't listen. You didn't pay attention. Now, this road crisscrosses 9 states of the Federation from Lagos and empties into the Atlantic Ocean somewhere in Cross River State. Isn't that a good thing for Nigeria? They say it's going to enhance connectivity, boost trade across the states, 9 states of the Federation. Isn't that a good thing?
What they presented to us was a good thing. Their intention was use it to embezzle money. Have you seen some of these politicians who put signboard? They will draw the road. It will be fine. But when you go to that place, you will not see anything. This government is Yahoo government.
Well,
they are telling us things. They are obtaining Nigerians by tricks.
Mayor, I would like for us to be mindful of our language. I mean, you cannot describe a government legitimately elected by the people as a Yahoo government. We all understand what
What is Yahoo?
Scam.
Obtaining by tricks.
By tricks.
Yeah.
So how did they do that?
Are you not aware?
I'm not aware.
That this government have continued to do so many things by tricks that Nigerians did not know anything of.
Have you taken them to court and won the case?
Who is the owner of the court?
The CJN. The Chief
Justice. Who
Justice.
Appointed the Chief Justice?
It doesn't matter.
I ask you.
No, it doesn't matter.
Who appointed him?
It doesn't matter.
Who appointed him?
It doesn't matter
Who appointed him?
He's independent.
He's not independent.
First line charge.
He's not independent.
His money comes from the first
You have
line
not
charge.
shown us.
Revenue.
You have not
Consolidated
shown
revenue
us.
account.
You see, it's like, let me not go. You see what now they cannot ask the Nigerian judiciary. Where is the law?
No, that's a separate case.
It's a separate case. But why I said it? You said the CGN. They are not independent.
But they should be.
Our
Constitution
judges today, they wrote judgment for them and give them.
The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria guarantees the independence of the judiciary, separation of power. And so if the
until the Constitution remove the power from president to appoint judges, from the president to appoint chief of defense staff, that is when.
Who should do the appointment?
Yeah?
Who should do the appointment?
In
United States of America, where we borrowed our presidential system of government from, the last time I checked, the president of the United States of America, POTUS, still appoints his COTUS, Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States.
Thank you.
And so, who else should do it in Nigeria?
The process they go in United States to produce for the president to appoint people that have credible characters.
Okay,
you see what you are going through here?
You are changing incredible character. Who determines what? I mean, these people, when they get appointed, they go through screening in the National Assembly.
National Assembly, you need to go and take a bow.
Is the president a member of the National Assembly? Shouldn't you hold the National Assembly responsible
National Assembly
for not returning those?
National Assembly you are talking about before president present anybody to National Assembly, he has something he has packaged for them.
How do you know?
Are you not in Nigeria? Are you living in the moon?
Well, I'm here, but I don't get to know.
We have friends in the National Assembly too.
Okay, our friends told you.
Yes, we have friends in the National Assembly.
Can they serve as witnesses to you in court?
Tell me a National Assembly that is independent, and every time the president wants to borrow money, without discussion. This is the worst National Assembly I have ever seen. This is the worst senator I have ever seen.
When you said without discussions, these things pass through stages: first reading, second reading, committee stage, committee of the whole house, and all of that.
The people in that place, they are just hallelujah boys to the president.
Mayor, we are out of time. Can we have a concluding thought on probably the issues that we talked about? Briefly, 1 minute. We are out of time.
Kenneth, my brother.
Okay.
I thank God that he are waking up from his dream, because he believes that power must go to Southeast, whether through a vice president or through a candidate. And today, we have someone like P2B who is contesting under NDC. And I'm also advising the ADC people, in case the president owns the judiciary, in case they did not succeed, everybody should put hands together.
All right.
Let us have a better coalition.
Okay.
Under NDC.
Mayor, we are out of time. We are out of time. In concluding, I would like for you to. Soludo was in Ebonyi and he asked the people of the Southeast to vote for Bola Tinubu in 2027. How do you react to that?
Soludo is a liar. He's a deceiver. Soludo, you are a liar and you are a deceiver. You cannot deceive the Southeasterners. This is not this same Soludo that told us that when he become governor, he will turn Anambra State to Dubai. Go to Anambra State. You form Dogati. You form Akodo. Today, the casualties people are having through Dogati and Akodo is more than the casualties they are having from the evil police and other.
All right.
Now Soludo is going about shouting it's a progressive. When Soludo finish his tenure.
All right. Unfortunately, my director has warned me that we have to leave now. Maybe we can do this some other time. On behalf of the backroom staff, I must say a very big thank you to you, Mayor John HF, who joined me on Political Lens. The technical director, appreciation, Ingest manager, bus manager, and the sound engineer. Thank you very much for the time spent with you. Back end, front end. I am Chukwu Makuru. Up next is Issues with Nana and Demduto. For me, I'll see you tomorrow 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the Vop TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, I'm it's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
this particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndumdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From federal government dismissing reports of new telecoms and fuel taxes, to NDC moving to stop Obi, Kwankwaso and others from defecting after 2027 elections. Also, Kenneth Okonkwo faults Amaechi's emergence as Atiko's running mate. Finally, Dangote reduces fuel price as US and Iran reach agreements to end conflict. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The federal government has dismissed reports suggesting that it has adopted or is considering new taxes on telecommunication services and petroleum products. The clarification followed reports by IMF that Nigeria may need to extend VAT to fuel products and introduce excise duties on telecommunication services to raise revenue, fund development, and social spending. The government pointed out that the report misrepresented the content of the IMF report and did not reflect its policy direction. It further stated that the reports are not factual and should be disregarded. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two esteemed guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Anosike is a philosopher, a development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir. There's always this smile that comes when I want to read this your title. Title of this your book. You know, there's always this, you know, you just look like
government is abusing power.
Yeah, as if you were, of course, they've been abusing power and are still abusing power. But the abuse of power that we're experiencing now looks like you were a prophet, because it looks like what we are seeing now is much worse than what it used to be. But of course, it's good that you've written this book, and that is what everybody should really get to read. Also joining us virtually, we have Christian Lekia. He is a social justice crusader and also a peace and public safety advocate. He's also a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us. Okay, he's going to get to join us later on. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were here already. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Okay, let me start with you. Government says the reports of new telecom or fuel taxes should be disregarded. Do you believe the government, and should Nigerians really believe what the federal government tells us in terms of taxes, actually coming from, you know, the precedent, our antecedents rather, that we've seen, where we, you know, it looks like Nigerians have been taxed on every and anything?
Well, to be very candid, the report, our assumptions and fears are born out of the report of the IMF. And you cannot say Nigeria can ignore the IMF at this point. If the denial by the federal may not be on 2027 January because of the level of hardship in the country, should there be any increase, any further tax, you know, it will lead to a complete loss of confidence in the government of the day. So
Are you still with us? Okay, we seems to be having network.
I think the denial is in.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
I said, I don't think the government is sincere on this issue. I think their denial may not be unconnected with the 2027 polls, knowing fully that with the level of hardship further hardship as a result of that imposition, that tax imposition, may lead to a complete erosion of confidence in this government, and it might equally signal an imminent failure come 2027 polls.
Okay, with what you're saying, okay, are you saying that that they are trying to allay our fears as a result of 2027 elections, and that means, I want to be sure if that's what you're saying. That means if you think that if the present government eventually, comes back 2027, they might actually put up this these taxes.
It is very possible. We are not unaware of what's been happening in the past. Nigeria as a nation is addicted to borrowing. We don't seem to have a clear-cut economic solution to our problem. And if we must continue to borrow, we must please the borrowing institution, and in this case, the IMF. So if there are indicators currently that shows that...
But they may say no in the open, go back and implement it. Understand? You only have to check your expenses to know that you are now paying more. Because a lot of the things that banks are doing to our accounts, they don't announce it. You just wake up in the morning, you see 500 naira has gone out, that's from your account. What did you spend? Nothing. So, but they have hooked onto IMF and World Bank, and I don't see them running away from advice of World Bank. But because a nation is just a few months away, so they just want to give you impression this is not true. Understand? This is not true. But I'm sure that they will still go behind and put it. That you just wake up one morning and see filling stations taking more than they were taking before. Understand me? So because this government has never grew 1 naira on their own, filling stations taking more than they were taking before. Understand me? So because this government has never, it has just been borrowing taxes. A government that spends more than 55% of their resources on bank servicing, debt servicing, not even payment to servicing, because as you are servicing, the main debt is still waiting for you. So there's no way that it can happen without without IMF. Understand? So I'm sure they will still go back and implement this anti-human policy.
Saying that Nigeria, with what we have, with the level of the amount of debt that we have accrued, the government has accrued over time, that we cannot realistically fund this, this growing budget without and debt IMF. Obligation without additional taxes.
The government is running on taxes. Understand me? It is running on taxes. That's why IMF is telling them you need to tax more. Understand me? That's what IMF is saying. You need to tax more. Don't stop. Because once you've started, you must continue. That's how it works.
But on the other hand, IMF is saying tax more. But the same IMF is saying that is warning that the timing of any additional taxes should take into account the country's worsening.
Or the that Tinubu's campaign van was destroyed in Nasarawa State. And Nasarawa used to be an APC strong state. And if that can happen in Nasarawa, imagine what will be happening in the other states.
So for you to save face and to ensure that Nigerians see them in good light,
to make them look good,
they might want to, pend these taxes.
But they cannot run this government without the IMF instruction because they are already hooked on IMF.
Okay, I don't know if our other virtual guest is still in. Lucky, are you still with us? Okay, it seems that we've not been able to connect with him. Let me move on to our next conversation. The Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, has introduced a stringent anti-defection policy, which will prevent elected officials from abandoning the party after winning elections. The policy requires its presidential, governorship, National Assembly, and other candidates to sign indemnity and affidavit forms committing to vacate the seat if they defect. NDC's national chairman, Moses Cleopas, said the party is determined to protect its electoral mandate and enforce internal discipline through what he described as the principle of party supremacy. Cleopas said the NDC's anti-defection policy was informed by the experience of other opposition parties, particularly the Labour Party, which lost many elected members after the 2023 elections. Meanwhile, the NDC governorship candidate in Kano State has selected the son of former Kano State Governor Rabi Kwankwaso as a running mate. Observers say the decision reflects the increasing importance of political alliances and strategic partnerships as parties position themselves for 2027 elections. Hanasike, it looks like NDC is, sometimes you say that, it's not always every time that experience is the best teacher. Sometimes you learn from the experiences of others. So it looks like NDC is trying to shield himself from not getting into what happened or from not what happened to the Labour Party shouldn't happen to them. So, and this adoption of this strategy to keep elected officers from defecting, what do you make of it?
Well, for me, it is good. It is very, very good because some people are using political parties as a SPV, understand, special purpose vehicle. Since I cannot get ticket in party A, let me use but my body and soul is in party A. But since I cannot get ticket in party A, let me use party B to get that ticket to win the election and go back to party A. So what they are saying, what they are doing, signing those things is good. Understand me? Signing them is good. It will bring commitment. Understand? But my concern, will it be able to stand in the court of law? Will it be able, because we do a lot of things, we say a lot of things, but the Constitution remains supreme. That's it. And anything that runs contrary to the Constitution cannot stand. An instance, our Constitution says freedom of association, freedom of movement. So those sections of the Constitution have not been expunged or amended. Understand? So an MOU that I signed with you is not superior to the Constitution. Understand? So they are trying to avoid the experience of what happened in the other political parties, Labour Party, PDP, because just like the governors of Enugu, Delta, understand, all of them got into office through PDP, and today they are in APC. Understand? So that's the kind of thing that they are trying to avoid. And but like I said before, we need to be able to stand that in the court of law. Because what is happening now, you are trying to hold them hostage. Understand? You are trying to hold them hostage. And for that to work, there must be no crisis in your party. Because our condition states, our constitution states criteria for defection. If there's crisis in the party, if the party has their factions, understand? So after signing all these documents, and tomorrow there's crisis in NDC. This thing that they have signed cannot keep them in NDC. This thing that they have signed now will not keep them in the party. So they should also make sure that there will be no crisis in NDC tomorrow. They should make sure that there will be no factions in NDC tomorrow. That is the only criteria that this might work.
This might work, not even that. You don't even see your probability for you. Probability is high, is lower than as in the probability of you working is lower
For
than
me,
it actually.
it's below 50%.
Oh, okay. Because you know what? One of the things they're saying is they need to actually put their house in order. So aside from just giving these political officers or these elective officers this thing to sign, they also need to ensure that they themselves, that's the NDC, put their house in order.
Leadership, that there's no crisis.
But from what we are even seeing, yes, we know we can't even foretell the future. But you know, looking at even just at this baby stage, how we've seen disagreements here and there, do you really, you know, if you're asked to foretell what would happen looking at the party in few years down the line, do you really see them, you know, being strong, especially when they don't even get the presidential ticket eventually?
For me, the only thing that will hold them together is if their presidential candidate wins in 2027. That is the only thing that will hold them together. And if they win, good for Seriaki Dixon, understand? Because since Peter Obi said that he's going to run for a single term, if they win, it's most likely that in 2031, Kwankwaso will run as the president, then Dixon will run as the vice presidential candidate. So that's why he is now running NDC like a headmaster, and the members as primary school pupils. That's exactly what is happening now. But for disagreement, I've not really seen disagreement. Moreover, this is a human organization. They are not angels. So this kind of discrepancies will always happen in a human society.
Okay, thank you. Let me hear from Lekki. I'm glad to have you join us again. But let me hear you. Let me hear your opinion on this new strategy or this adoption of this strategy by the NDC. Does this oath that does it suggest discipline or deep mistrust among party leaders? They've said that they don't want what happened to Labour Party to happen to them. What do you make of it?
It is clear that the initiative is born out of fear, and this is based on the experience of experiences of other political parties in the past. And for me, there's nothing wrong with it, but like my brother said, does it hold constitutional grounds? Because like Oputa said, that whenever technical justice prevails, that natural justice is always being forced to prostrate. So in the case they want loyalty of members and particularly the elected officers to stay intact, even people outside the party can script in crisis, and once that happens, it becomes a ground for them to exit. So it is neither here nor there. We just pray that should they be able to succeed by producing the president come 2027, that should be enough reasons why others will want.
Okay, well, when you look at this, for you, when you really look at it, can political loyalty be enforced through, sign of agreements such as this? Or is loyalty really earned through, inclusion and shared vision by the members, the party officials, and all of that?
Unfortunately, we are not in a country where membership of political party are based on ideology of the party and their manifesto. People prostitute easily with political parties, and that is what is giving room or creating space for all of these fears. For me, it equally violates the freedom of association of the politician. So if they enforce this, it will be an infringement on their right of association, should there be reason for them to exit. So my advice would be for them as a political party to put their house in order and become a role model for others by ensuring that every other, department of the party is working. They've given enough indication that they are serious, but they are new on ground. We've not seen the result. The rating of NDC would depend largely on the outcome of the 2027 polls. So it's too early to judge them as a strong opposition. But we also know that they have very strong political characters, emerging on their platforms.
But let me ask you, you said that, let me ask you, do you really think that NDC, that's your own opinion really, do you think that NDC is a strong party and is a force to be contended with?
In politics, you don't undermine any political party. Anybody can spring up surprises at any time. The PDP at the time was the largest, the most powerful, the most influential political party in this country. And they equally claim that they hold the same weight when it comes to the continent of Africa. But we saw what happened even with the sitting president. They got manipulated out of office. So anything can happen. We've also seen a situation where Trump, coming from outside, was able to unseat, a major political party who was in government in the United States. So it's not about the strength of your democracy in terms of years of experience. Anything is possible. It depends on, one, the neutrality of the electoral umpire, two, the direction of the people in terms of where their hope lies. It's not just about one assuring you that there is renewed hope.
Okay,
so anything can happen. You don't.
Go ahead.
So I really do not think that they have.
Okay, seems we've lost him again. Okay, we've had this, looks like this is a something that reoccurs, that keeps occurring in our political space, where people, of course, NDC pointed out, use Labour Party as an example. And while you were speaking, also you talked about some of the governors that were elected under the PDP platform, and then they've moved currently, and they're no longer in that party. And that's what we've seen over the years in
in the political parties, defection will always occur. Understand? Because if there's an ideology with me, but in all the parties there's no ideology, so it just where will my bread be buttered? Finish. Understand me? Where will my bread be buttered? Where will my interest be served? And that has nothing to do with somebody's philosophy or ideology. So there's nothing that law can say about it, because already we have that freedom of association and freedom of movement that's in the Constitution. So, or there's nothing you can do that to stop that without infringing on somebody's fundamental human rights. There's nothing you can do. So for me, Siriaki Dixon should do less of his kinetic approach. Siriaki Dixon should do less of his kinetic approach understand, and begin to show leadership. And you cannot show leadership through violence.
What are the kinetic approaches that Seriake Dixon is taking?
You know, this is pure kinetic approach.
Okay.
Saying you must sign that you will not, that is cohesion. So it is kinetic up, and the only word in the country today is kinetic and not kinetic. So Seriake Dixon is using a kinetic approach. That's why he is forcing them that they must sign, understand, that they will not defect to other political parties. Understand? But the greatest revolutionist on earth is Jesus Christ. Understand? And what he did a revolution of the mind and not of arms. Those that conquered, where are they today? Understand? But those that did revolution of the mind, understand, they will be there forever. So he will start by trying to change the mind of his members instead of trying to force them. Understand? That they must be members of. They were not born in that party. Seriake Dixon was not born in NDC. He moved from PDP. Understand? So for me, showing leadership is the best way, and not forcing them that you must be members, because it infringes on their fundamental human rights.
Showing leadership is the best way, and not enforcing people. Let's look at this. It came up during the week about this emergence of Mustafa Kwankwaso as the running mate to the NDC Kano State governorship. And let me come to you first, Lekia, on this. What do you make of this emergence? People would say, the influence of the father, or he's not on. And I say, okay, let me come to you. What do you make of this emergence? Do you think is, do you think it's a coalition that's the Kwankwaso and then, of course, Aminu Gwazo, that combination? Do you think it will actually unseat the current government in Kano State?
Well, I hope that they consulted widely before making this decision. Again, people don't really vote for number 2. They vote for the number 1. Number 2 is just to complement number 1. Excuse me. So I don't know how popular Mustafa Kwankwaso is. Understand me? I don't know how popular Mustafa Kwankwaso is. That is to be able to mobilize votes for himself and his father. And I don't know how that's what they may also think. His father is running as the vice president. He's running as deputy governor. So you must be as popular as Nelson Mandela for you to be able to do this without people complaining. Understand? So even mind you, Sheyi wanted that to make some moves, knowing that it will not work. He has to step aside. Understand? Even though his father is already the president and can easily hand over that ticket to him. But people has already started talking, okay, so his father president, his son governor. So I don't know how it will work. So I pray that Mustafa is popular enough, and not that he is riding on his father's name. Understand me? Because what people will be suffered in 2023 by using Dati Ahmed, who is a shoe China politically. Understand? Because the person that the P2B used, Dati Ahmed failed. He came forth in his own polling unit. He failed in his own ward. That's in his polling unit, in his own ward. in his own town, that's a Tudun Wada, and again in Kaduna, he never win any of those seats. Understand? Which means P2B ran as a single candidate. He did not add any value to P2B. So I pray that we should have a reversal now. We should have a reversal that Kwankwaso's son should be able to add value on his own instead of running on his father's name.
But you know that the Dati Baba Ahmed that you mentioned feels like he actually did Obi a favor by being Obi's running mate from some things that he has
I
said
say
recently.
he did not add any political. He did not add any political
He
value.
said he
to
had
Peter
pity on Peter Obi to
I'm telling you, if he had pity on Peter Obi, he should have at least delivered his own polling unit. Understand? To show that you are popular, deliver your word. That's how we know popular people. But he couldn't deliver his own polling unit. He couldn't deliver his own word, let alone his own town. That's why I said politically, Dati Ahmed is a shoe shiner. Understand me? He is a shoe shiner. He doesn't have any political value. And if he made the mistake of running with Donald Duke, the same thing will also repeat itself.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation. Fresh cracks have emerged within the African Democratic Congress, ADC, following the announcement of former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi as the running mate to the party's presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar for the 2027 election. ADC chieftain Kenneth Okonkwo has openly criticized the decision, arguing that it sidelines the Southeast region. Okonkwo argued that selecting a vice presidential candidate from the South-South while the presidential candidate comes from the Northeast leaves the Southeast without representation on the party's presidential ticket. He warned that the decision could deepen feelings of marginalization in the region and weaken support for the ADC among Southeast voters. Okonkwo further stated that he would find it difficult to campaign for a presidential ticket that excludes the Southeast from both the presidential and vice presidential positions. However, the ADC has defended Amechi's nomination, saying the decision followed extensive consultations with party leaders and stakeholders nationwide. The party described the Atiku-Amechi partnership as a unity and rescue ticket and said Amechi's experience as a former speaker, governor, and minister of transportation would strengthen his electoral prospects ahead of 2027 polls. Nanasike, Kenneth Okonkwo, on one hand, is against Peter Obi, who is from the Southeast. Then on the other hand, again, you are angry that your party or the person you're supporting is not did not pick a Southeast vice presidential candidate. Isn't that isn't that speaking on with two sides of his mouth?
For me, Kenneth needs a psychiatric examination because things are not really adding up at all. He needs a psychiatric examination. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not one. Atiku picked the best person that he could pick. Understand me? Atiku, because all the ADC members in the South as a whole, understand? None had the political value like Rotimi Amechi. None has the financial muscle like Rotimi Amechi. Understand? If Atiku, so maybe he's angry that Atiku did not pick him. Understand me? Maybe he is angry that Atiku did not pick him. And this also shows you that this guy is just, that in the movies, there's what we call waka pass. Understand me? So this shows that he just acting waka pass in ADC, because the day that Atiku Rotimi Amechi went to Atiku's house, this guy was sitting outside at the veranda. Understand me? Other people are in the room. He was sitting at the veranda. Understand me? Which means he's not even an insider. He is not even valued. Understand? So Atiku did the best thing that even though we know that Amechi's influence does not go beyond the River State. Understand? Amechi cannot get a vote beyond River State, but there's no other person that has a name bigger than Rotimi Amechi in ADC in the South. So there's no other person that he would have picked. Understand? Now, the guy, the candidate that have been throwing thunder on P2B is now saying that he's not sure that he's going to support Atiku. So if you are not supporting Atiku, you are not supporting P2B, who else are you going to support? So that shows you that upstairs something might be wrong. People are saying that he is still living in bondage. Understand? And then when you see how the statement that he has been making, you can see that there are some elements of truth that he is still living in bondage.
What bondage, please? What bondage is he living in? Is it the bondage of the movie or the bondage of another one of Nigeria?
He had not got out of that bondage. Understand me? He has not gotten out of that bondage. If A happens, he will complain. B happens, he will complain. Now, where is Kenneth now as we speak? You are not supporting Atiku. You are not supporting MP2B. Go and support who else? Shawore now.
You know, it's good that you mentioned the, you said, was he thinking that he would have been chosen? So I was actually going to ask you if Kenneth if he was hoping to be chosen as Atiku's running mate, and that's why, he feels very, very upset and angry about the fact that, that the Atiku did not choose a Southeasterner rather than, of course, he chose a South person rather than someone from the Southeast. But let's even look at this. This choice of Amechi, could it really alienate sections of the Southeast, aside from, this Kenneth Okonkwo that is talking? You really see that as something that could crop up at some point amongst...
No, with P2B on the ticket, understand? There's no way Igbos will look towards ADC. There's no way Igbos will look towards voting Atiku. Understand? With P2B on the ticket. So whether there will be even when Chuba Okadigbo, a prominent Igbo son, well respected, ran with Buhari in 2003. Igbos abandoned Chuba Okadigbo because his principal is Buhari. So even if Atiku has picked somebody from the Southeast, the same thing will still happen with P2B on the ticket.
So you're saying inadvertently, this is actually very good, for Peter Obi, knowing since Atiku did not choose a Southeasterner, it actually worked better. It will actually work better for Peter Obi.
I say even if he has chosen a Southeasterner, with P2B running as the presidential candidate, they will not look at that person.
Oh, okay.
Everywhere in the world, people don't look at number two. They're always focusing on who is the presidential ticket, who is holding or the presidential ticket. So let us see what Kenneth will say maybe in the next 1 or 2 days. Let us know where he is,
where he
because
falls on, where he's going to fall.
now he is saying that he doesn't think he will support Atiku. And this also shows that they are not even consulting him in what they are doing. Why can somebody be a vice presidential candidate be picked without you knowing about it? And you're acting as if you are Atiku's spokesperson. Understand? So for me, it doesn't make sense. Politically, Atiku chose the right person.
Okay, but let's look at this. You said Atiku chose the right person. But there was recently, Amechi had an interview and, he was really, really very verbal about the fact that he did not pay that huge amount of money to become a vice presidential candidate. And we see him today as a vice presidential candidate. Is that not like someone eating his words?
No, it's not. It is not. There's no form for vice presidential candidates. There's no form for deputy governorship candidate. The only form on sale is the presidential candidate. Understand me? So even if your intention is to run as the vice presidential candidate, you must pay for the presidential candidate ticket. Understand? To show interest that you really want to contest. And you must be talking tough. Understand me? You must be talking tough to show that you mean business. There's no way Atiku will have stepped down for Amechi. It will not happen.
Okay, let's have your concluding thoughts on the discussions, the conversations we've had tonight.
The issue is this: Nigeria is between the devil and the deep blue sea with regard to IMF and the World Bank. Understand? So there's no way they will fail to heed the instruction of the World Bank. So what they will do that they will secretly implement the advice of the World Bank. So Nigerians should monitor increases in telecom charges and the fuel and the fuel taxes. Understand me? Then on the issue of Atiku and what is his name? Atiku made the right choice by picking Rotimi Amechi. There's no other person he would have picked in the south that will at least that has the financial capacity to support his election. So it is a right decision.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nosike, for being a part of the issues and for sharing your views. And thank you as well, Lekia Christian, for joining us virtually. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues Explored, the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and electoral governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndondioto. This has been The Issues and Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Vop Tv, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop Tv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, how are you? That's Shaggy, the man from back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you. Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel
We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV. I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Vop Tv. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton, Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss. Welcome to the locker room.
Welcome. It is hashtag on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Uguche, and this is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical on social media, especially on X. Now, if this is your very first time, accept a very, very warm welcome from us. Us, because the whole team working together to ensure that this is a flawless production. That said, Ikechukwu is going to be joining me on this edition of Hashtag, and of course, it's a pleasure to have you, Ikechukwu. Hi.
Good evening, Vivian. Good
Yes.
evening to our viewers. It's a good day to have conversations. That's exactly what we do here on Hashtag, and I just can't wait for you to unwrap it all.
Yes, and let's take off, guys, because at the end of the day, we want to say, yes, this plane landed well. Lots of things brewing right now. In fact, the grapevine is buzzing like there's no tomorrow. So if you're game, guys, let's get this show on the road. So it is hashtag David Umahi. You know him, right? Nigeria's works minister and one of President Tinubu's solid cheerleaders. So over the weekend, he made a comment that sparked massive backlash online. And of course, this particular story is gaining traction as we speak. It's a story that's been trending since Saturday, but the backlash has become the center of it all right now. So what did the Works Minister say to deserve what is happening to him right now? Because he's been torn to pieces on X, I can tell you that. So in a nutshell, he said that obedience, that in Ebonyi, they are not obedient. You don't know that the obedience are known as Peter Obi's followers, right? So it is like an obedient movement. So Omar, he came out to say that in Ebonyi, they are not obedient. They are not obedience, plural, but that they are obedient to President Tinubu, is what he said. Now, we'll take a short break. When we come back, I have a post, I have the video, and I've got responses. Stay with us. Don't go.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop Tv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Hey guys, it's your girl Larry the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is. Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Vop Tv. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula One star? Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Welcome back, everyone. It is hashtag on VOP TV. Now, I told you earlier on, I gave you a sneak peek of how it's going down on X. So I'm going to take you straight to X now so you take a look at the very first post that's going to launch us to the video of Works Minister Dave Umahi rejecting the obedient movement and saying they are now obedient to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and that they are standing on his mandate. According to him, it is hashtag the Renewed Hope Movement. Let's take you to the X now so you see the very, very first post, hashtag David Umahi. Now, speaking Saturday in Ebonyi State's capital, Works Minister David Umahi rejected the obedient movement. Take note, it is OBEDIENT, supporting opposition leader Peter Obi. So Dave Umahi rejected the obedient movement supporting opposition leader Peter Obi, vowing the state, that's Ebonyi, stands with President Bola Tinubu due to billions in new infrastructure like the 445.851 billion naira Calabar Ebonyi Abuja Super Highway and the 65.4 billion naira Ndibe Beach Bridge. The former governor contrasted this with past federal neglect during his decades in state roles and announced Ebonyi would formally adopt Tinubu as his sole presidential candidate for 2027. His bold words highlight early election maneuvering in the Southeast, where obedience dominated in 2023, but APC now pushes project gains to shift loyalties. Mr. Blog Nigeria is also jumping on this. Let's quickly take a look at that before we take a look at the Works Minister himself speaking to this. Well, Instablog Nigeria says, quote, "We are not obedient in Ebonyi State. We are disobedient but obedient to President Tinubu." End of quote. Works Minister David Umahi said that. Take a listen, guys.